Chapter 1974, Time to End This. The past samsara shouted. The darkness, like a flood, began to eat the grand formation of Wuxia. With corroding noises, the thick darkness was imprinting its marks on the momentum. These marks began to tear apart the momentum. Plus, samsara was still attacking at the same time with a tsunami of darkness. When this rising tsunami smashed downward, it could shatter all of Pure. Even a top-level emperor might be a victim of its force. Nothing would be spared in its onslaught. Rumble. All experts strong enough to watch were naturally astounded at this spectacle. The past samsara wanted to end this battle as soon as possible so that he could go help his present self on the river of time. Meanwhile, the darkness was being extinguished on the other battlefield while the light had the absolute advantage. If this went on, samsara's origin was finished. Crack. 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 Though the gap wasn't big enough just yet around the imbalance, samsara was making progress. Eventually, the momentum had tiny cracking lines. A complete infiltration was impossible, but it was only a matter of time. The ones inside were trembling with heavy injuries, evident by blood dripping down the corner of their lips. Not good. One emperor shuddered and said worriedly, "There's no coming back after the momentum breaks." The spectating emperors glanced at each other, but they were powerless. In order to regain the balance, one would need the power of 10 or more wills. Only a few of these beings were available in Pure. Time was of the essence because a victory for samsara was definitely a negative development. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a majestic and ancient imperial path traced from the horizon all the way to the depth of the wildland. Sacred teacher, Qianlong is late. A true dragon-like roar came about. A man walked on the imperial path and immediately made it to the wildland. "Allow me to lend you a hand." This newcomer was very young, seemingly only around 20 of age. However, he carried an ancient aura as if he had come out of an old painting, a big crest and traditional robe. He embraced a long sword with a heroic aura. Immortal Emperor Qianlong. Another emperor recognized the man, an emperor from the 9 worlds with 8 wills. Even those who couldn't actually watch the battlefield outside could sense his coming. Immortal Emperor Qianlong is there. The progenitor of Dragon Citadel. Wu Fengying and Wu Qi were extremely shocked and wouldn't stop bowing their head on the ground. This was the second emperor of Soaring Immortal from the 9 worlds, one at the upper echelon of this power level. Ever since Immortal Emperor Wan Gu created a method to shoulder the heaven's wills from the 10th world, Immortal Emperor Qianlong was the second person to shoulder heaven's wills from the 10th world. Moreover, he got 8 wills just like Immortal Emperor Wan Gu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a top emperor since he had wills from both worlds. Clank. He instantly slashed open the myriad ages and cut out a path in the engulfing darkness. Not to mention the weaker cultivators, even his peers were amazed at the tremendous power of his slash. This allowed him to reach his destination, the depth of the wildland. Buzz. In one area of Wuxia's momentum were whirling imperial laws. They melted together with the formation. Pop. After gaining Wuxia's permission, Immortal Emperor Qianlong stepped inside and stood among the 17 emperors. His appearance at the horizon and him joining the battlefield happened smoothly in the blink of an eye. "Let's go!" The group roared again and their power erupted. The Immortal Emperor released his 9 wills, their power also fused with the formation. Rumble. The unbalanced momentum was slowly being shifted from the power of the 9 wills. Boom. The barrier became resplendent again with a light shining the entire region. It even made it to the river of time. All of the darkness turned to ashes because this was an unprecedented state of balance for the momentum. Bang! The replica formation created by the past samsara was annihilated as well. He himself was shaken and staggered several paces backward. "You're right, time to end this." Wuxia inside the formation chuckled and declared. In the interim, the battle waging on the River of Time was reaching a decisive moment as well. Not much darkness was left in the epoch, only Saint's overwhelming light. Though the present Samsara still had thick miasma around him, there was no reversing the tide against his two foes. Zzz. Saint's sword sang its hymn and became as white as snow while issuing murderous bloodthirst. It could sever all karmic ties and reincarnation cycles in the world. He could deliver the final blow at Samsara's origin whenever now, erasing the ancestors' existence. My turn. Samsara didn't panic after losing the stalemate. He laughed and chanted a mantra in the form of an unquestionable decree: those who walk with the darkness, return to the origin. Boom! The entire wildland quaked with his decree. More darkness emerged with loud explosions. The Dark Overlords underground were emerging, not out of their own volition. Pop! 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 One by one, these Dark Overlords exploded and turned into the most primal and pure dark energy. No! Some didn't even get the chance to scream. Progenitor, we offer our service to you, please. The stronger ones struggled in order to protect themselves. As long as the darkness is around, all of you shall be eternal. I'm only borrowing your power for now. I'll recreate you all after my victory. Samsara calmly said. He was the progenitor of darkness in his epoch, so all of these other overlords were under his banner. The reasons why they could harvest the beings were due to the methods he gave them. Because of this, Samsara could also harvest their power of darkness. It didn't matter how strong they were, there was no way to resist. No one could oppose their own origin and source. The stronger ones still failed to resist and eventually crumbled. I have protected all of you during the destruction, allowing you to live after the end of the epoch. It is time for you all to be useful. Samsara devoured the power of these shattering overlords. Rumble. An endless power of darkness all flowed into his mouth. Chapter 1975. Just imagine the wondrous powers of these fallen dark overlords. As Samsara harvested their power, his own darkness filled the world once more with an eruption of might. The group couldn't stop his harvest since Samsara was the source of darkness. He was simply recalling what belongs to him. It was truly too easy, the powers were made from his own laws. The only way to stop him was to kill him. Not good, the crowd became unrest again. Wuxia's group worked hard to regain the initiative, but now, Samsara has seized it back with a chance to retaliate. Sacred teacher, your student is late. In the blink of an eye, a boat came over on the River of Time and instantly steered into the wildland. On this wooden boat was a person with humbled clothing. His eyes were extremely profound, a pair of yin-yang eyes. They could deliver people to the other side or grant salvation to the dead. His aura was the opposite of his simple clothing, extremely impressive. Not only did he have the presence of an invincible immortal emperor, more importantly, it also looked as if he came from another world. He could walk among the mortals and travel through the nether realm. Another emperor from the 9 worlds, immortal Emperor Ming-Du this time. The masters were startled to see him. Boom! He didn't enter the area of the altar, but rather, he stopped in the vicinity and shouted, "Open!" His hand pushed down on the world while deriving the myriad laws. Another imperial path was created, forcefully dragging a world into existence and pressed it down on the wildland. This was an empty expanse of a world, not belonging to light or darkness. Figures wandered in this world contained in a grand momentum. A stench of death permeated this gloomy and cold world. There was no trace of life. The emergence of this world instantly isolated the wildland and Samsara's connection with the power of darkness. He couldn't harvest this affinity any longer. The abrupt pause in the harvest allowed the surviving overlords, scared out of their mind, to drill into the deepest part of the earth, not daring to show their face any longer. Not only did Samsara grievously wound them, he also nearly drained them of all power. The masters were creeped out by this world. It wasn't one of darkness, but it looked like the realm of the dead, as if everyone would come here after death and there was no returning. Is that the underworld? An ancestor murmured. In fact, no one could give a definite answer outside of immortal Emperor Ming-Du. He was a very special immortal emperor. Though he was indeed from the 9 worlds, he didn't belong to any race from there. An emissary of death he was, a traveler between the mortal and nether world. Of course, who knows if this was the truth? Samsara wasn't alarmed after being separated from his power source and didn't try to absorb anything again. He chuckled and looked at the emperor. How interesting, not belonging to this epoch yet could still reach the Tao. A path worth replicating and researching, indeed. He turned towards Saint and said, "Old friend, today has been too much fun. Our epoch has been quiet for so long, I guess it is due. This excitement is to send you and me away." Saint coldly said. "That doesn't sound bad at all." Samsara smiled. "It will be a magnificent and lively death. It's better to be sent away by the enemies than to die a lonely death. Then hand over your life." Saint didn't waste words and stared at Samsara in an emotionless manner. Though the two were familiar in a sense, their personalities were strikingly different. If Samsara was a living person, Saint was a strand of law. Samsara was a heartless murder and subjected all the beings in his epoch to eternal damnation. A devil he was, the start of darkness. However, strangely enough, he gave off a friendly aura. If one were to stay with him without knowing the circumstances, they would find him to be a nice companion. This wasn't the case for Saint. He upheld his principles more than anything. When he was in action, he was as sharp as a sword. This made people fear him, not daring to get closer. It wasn't to say that he was overly harsh. Alas, he had buried his heart in order to fortify it, so he looked quite cold as a result. The ultimate power is emotionless, and so was Saint. Of course, this didn't mean Samsara was a merciful person. He was naturally cruel and emotionless when devouring the eras without any hesitation. "Old friend, I have returned to my peak right now. I don't think you can kill me anymore." Samsara chuckled. "Try this then." Saint's sword aimed straight for Samsara's origin with a blinding light. "I'm aware that you want to sever my origin," Samsara said, "but it's not like I don't have a plan for it. You're not my match when it is just us two, but since you have helped today, I have no choice but to let you see my method. It's a shame that life led us down to this. Goodbye, old friend. Having an opponent like you made my life colorful. You are worthy of my respect." Samsara sincerely stared at Saint and said. Boom! Suddenly, he exploded completely, even his origin. This was completely out of the blue for Saint. His cold eyes slightly batted. The rest of the spectators was astounded as well. Detonating his own origin? This was simply suicidal. However, this detonation didn't result in a massive explosion. On the other hand, the ancestor turned into exquisite streams of darkness, quietly flowing into time back to the start of the wildland. Though it seemed slow, the flowing speed was actually crossing through many eras in this epoch. Finally, this darkness had incorporated itself into the epoch. The time flow was actually full of light earlier, but after the fusion, it turned dark like squid ink. "Old friend, I'm no longer around, but I'll be one with our epoch." Samsara's voice echoed from the epoch, seemingly coming from a distant age. He destroyed his own origin but had also managed to fuse with the wildland epoch. It made it impossible for Saint to truly destroy him. "Time for you to leave." Saint turned towards Wuxia from the future and said. This future being nodded at him, "Goodbye, my friend. It's time to end this." He let out a sigh afterward. With that, he turned and left on the river of time since he wasn't actually back in the wildland epoch. In the end, he disappeared on the other end, back to the future. Let's end this. Saint's gaze became sharp with his radiating holy light. Poof! His body and all of the light ignited, resulting in a brighter and more powerful blaze. Rumble! The entire river of time quaked. Endless holy flames were illuminating the past, present, and future. It was pushing away the darkness in every corner of time. Though darkness still existed, so did the light, even in the darkest of hours. This flame continued to flow along time itself, affecting the beings from each era. Chapter 1976. The holy light continued to flow on the river of time. It has yet to fuse with it entirely, but it was definitely all-penetrating, seeping through the nooks and corners. Saint was lighting a spark of light in the heart of all existences. Even a fierce beast would change its way and crouch with reverence. The light still burned the brightest at the Wildland epoch. It was burning away the darkness in order to refine the entire epoch. Alas, it was also burning itself. In order to destroy the darkness, the light has to turn to ashes as well. The reason why this epoch was the focal point of the flame was due to Saint's roots at the place. He was lighting up himself. In this place was a pure and resplendent Tao with a drumming noise. It was as if there was a large heart beating there. This jumping heart exuded this holy power to the world, allowing to illuminate the myriad ages. Indeed, this was Saint's immovable Tao heart. It had turned into the source of light and fuel for holy power. Only this heart could make the light eternal. This time period was also changing. The darkness had melted into the epoch itself so one could hear the splashing waves. A dark ocean began to rise with tsunamis. Under it was the source of darkness, filling the ocean with endless water. SCZ, though the holy light was crazily burning the darkness, the dark and towering tsunamis began to retaliate by completely surrounding Saint's Tao heart. This epoch was an ocean of darkness. Any source of light, no matter how powerful it may be, would be in quite a predicament. Saint's Tao heart was certainly incredible, but Samsara's root was much deeper in this epoch than him. His darkness was included in every second in the history of the epoch. Because of this, though Samsara had self-destructed his origin, but as long as a sliver of the temporal period of the epoch remained, so would he and the darkness. Thus, after the fusion between Samsara and the epoch, Saint couldn't destroy Samsara despite having a method to boost his power beyond Samsara. SCZ, waves of burning noises resounded. Though the light was doing its work, there was no way of getting rid of the darkness. Those able to watch the river of time would see the light losing its brilliance. The sacred light flowing through time could go out at any moment. Meanwhile, the Wildland epoch was now a black hole. Even the greatest creature of light would forever fall into the darkness in that place, never to see the day again. Thus, the emperors became pessimistic. There was a reason why Samsara was the origin of darkness. He was indeed an incredible being. This was akin to looking up and seeing the sun being devoured. The little existences would never see the sunlight again. Just imagine the despair and screams afterward in a world devoid of light. As for the Wildland, there would be nothing but darkness without Saint's guiding light. The lost souls without a chance to reincarnate wouldn't even have the chance to scream in the dark abyss, forever chained and tormented. Open! Wuxia shouted at this grim moment. His Tao heart became the next thing to illuminate the epoch. The power of this Tao heart was unsurpassable and eternal. It had been accumulated for the ages and sharpened by the experiences in life, becoming the toughest and strongest heart in the world. Boom! His will traveled through a path across the river of time in order to reach the Wildland epoch. If one were able to see this, they would see a determined ray going backward on the river just like a meteor. This Tao heart attacked the depth of the black ocean. Its tyrannical attack made the waves rage even more. The emperors held their breath after seeing this domineering entry by Li Qiye's Tao heart, because this abyss was the origin of the darkness. No emperor would dare to think that they could handle being there and maintaining their Tao heart. Rumble. Li Qiye's and Saint's Tao heart resonated, causing a massive quake. An explosion shook the entire river. The resonation was akin to an erupting volcano. The holy light exploded and instantly destroyed the surrounding darkness, turning them to ashes. With another blast, the river became unstable. This will was too powerful since it had half the power of an epoch. In the depth, Li Qiye's Tao heart shot to the sky and created a torrential tsunami of darkness. It was tearing the ocean apart, leaving a permanent scar. At the same time, Saint's holy Tao heart was heading for the source of the darkness like a boulder falling to the mouth of a spring. SCZ. More burning occurred at the depth with Saint's Tao heart. Meanwhile, Li Qiye's own above the ocean was pouring out an endless strength. His Tao heart wasn't exuding boundless holy light like Saint's. This one had a light of eternity, as if it had stored so much brilliant time. Countless eras couldn't erase it. Li Qiye's supreme will acted like a gigantic fan above and started flapping. Not only did it push the waves away but also made the holy light stronger. If the darkness was firewood, Saint's light was a spark, then Li Qiye's Tao heart was a fan fueling the fire. Saint's Tao heart accepted this boost of power and became even stronger down below. The burning process continued. In the beginning, the Wildland epoch was an ocean of darkness, but now, one could see a bright brilliance burning away the darkness from the depth. It started from the center and began to spread, wishing to eliminate the darkness entirely. The emperors were shaken because this had nothing to do with merit laws and Tao. These were the powers from their Tao heart alone. Samsara had a heart of darkness, Saint had a heart of light, and Li Qiye had an indomitable Tao heart. Chapter 1977. The three Tao hearts were the top in the world. One would find it exceedingly difficult to find another like them in the entire river of time. Darkness, light, or accumulation of time, these were the power of Tao hearts, not within the boundary of the Tao or anything else. Most didn't understand that the most important thing for cultivation was not merit law or talents but rather the Tao heart. It was because the majority couldn't reach this level. Only emperors at the top would be able to understand. For example, the ocean of darkness from samsara. Merit laws and Tao couldn't do anything against the absolute darkness. Only Saint's purest Tao heart could refine and burn it away. As for Li Qiye, with his current cultivation, there was no way for him to travel back in time back to the Wildland. However, his firm Tao heart was able to do so, regardless of the distance. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of being devoured in the depth of the ocean because the darkness couldn't touch his will. Furthermore, the indomitable affinity of his Tao heart could resonate with Saint's own. This allowed Saint's holy light to become mightier. Many emperors were questioning themselves whether they would last against the darkness of samsara. But if the top masters of the epoch could have such a firm Tao heart, there wouldn't have been so many dark overlords in the Wildland. So rare. The past samsara saw this scene and said with a tinge of emotion, one everlasting Tao heart is already rare enough, let alone three. Why must we kill each other? Why not work together to flip the heaven over? There might be a chance at the final battle. Despite saying so, he didn't halt his offense. His darkness continued to crush down on the grand momentum. Alas, there was no progress. The momentum of Li Qiye and 18 emperors and more than 100 wills were simply unbreakable. Samsara was indeed mighty, but he wouldn't be able to break it down in a short time unless he had other methods that were even more heaven-defying. What a shame, the Paragon artifact was destroyed back then, or I would be able to break this down. He remained calm due to his age and having experienced countless dangers before. He took out an item with a solemn expression and said, "Very well, since it has reached this point, might as well let go of all caution." This particular weapon looked like a circular disc with the same color as the moon. Its light was quite dimmed, as if hasn't been taken out in a long time. This was a very simple weapon, not much different from an ornament, and seemingly lacked power. However, his expression spoke otherwise. Fellow Taoist, victory or defeat will be determined with this. Samsara remained cool and friendly even in the face of battle. My weapon is named Chrono Disc. Will I be the one to not withstand the test of time, or you too? Only through actual practice would we be able to tell. Li Qia's true body back inside the momentum chuckled in response. Indeed. You are here for the Paragon artifact, so if you win, everything will belong to you. A few of my treasures are only slightly inferior to the old artifact that was destroyed. I thank you then, I will at least get something from this battle. Li Qia smiled. Though they were quite courteous and friendly with each other, they certainly didn't hold anything back while fighting. Boom! The chrono disc descended without any oppressive pressure. It was only hovering above the barrier like a seal printing down. Buzz! It left behind an indelible mark. His body was flowing with a temporal light that hastily gathers on the weapon. This supreme overlord immediately turned into an old man on the verge of death. The guy grew old. His hair turned white with many wrinkles appearing on his face. He started hunching over in a feeble manner. Samsara was channeling his lifespan into the disc. He had harvested countless generations and existences in order to strengthen his power and increase his lifespan. Each little existence gave him a little bit of life. Though he couldn't reach the immortality level, he could live for a very long time, virtually endless if he didn't leave the wildland. Thus, he was using the power of longevity through the disc in order to break the momentum. He had no other choice because he couldn't do it without resorting to this monstrous treasure. If their Paragon artifact was still around, he could use it to destroy the momentum. Alas, he needed the chrono disc right now. Buzz! The barrier was turning course as if it was being heated, something similar to the process of porcelainization. Not good. The emperors inside the barrier felt the power of their heaven's wills being separated. The momentum required massive resource and their wills to function. However, they found the channeling process to be much slower. It was as if they had been separated from the momentum by an endless period, so they couldn't add their will's power to the barrier. Without this empowerment, the barrier became weaker and withered before the power of the disc. Its glow became white instead of resplendent and colorful like before, unable to withstand the withering property of time. Rumble. Li Qia and the others increased their output, but the temporal gap made the process difficult. Buzz. If this continued, the barrier would be destroyed. That would be a terrible development for the group. Fellow Taoist, this won't do since time isn't that easy to withstand. You need to recall your firm Tao heart or defeat is assured. Samsara said flatly. I know. Li Qia chuckled. You want to save your present self, but don't be so certain of the outcome just yet. Let's finish this then. Samsara smiled. Buzz. The withering process intensified. Destruction was imminent for the barrier. Even immortal Emperor Ming Du a bit farther away in the wildland became anxious. Alas, he couldn't do anything right now because the momentum has reached a state of balance. His careless involvement could break the momentum. That would only make it break down even faster. The spectating emperors felt the same way. There was no way for them to defeat this temporal attack either. The only way right now was for Li Qia to recall his Tao heart. Chapter 1978, Li Qia had two choices before him. First, either gamble and see if they would be the first to fall or Samsara's past self. The second was to recall his Tao heart back in order to stop this chrono disc. Buzz. The momentum wasn't the only victim to the disc. Even Samsara was aging at a rapid rate. In just a short time, Samsara had lost all of his vigor and life. He became only skin and bone with fingers like chicken feet. The trade-off in using the chrono disc was immense, and to make it even worse, the past self was using it. If it was his present self was doing so, there was still a chance to recover. This wasn't the case for the past self. This physical expenditure was permanently lost. This was the reason why he was so hesitant on using the disc despite his immense power. Buzz. The two sides were suffering the withering property of the disc. Who knows who will make it to the end? Fellow Taoist, I don't think I'll be the first to fall. Samsara was decrepit with one foot in the grave, but his temperament remained the same, cool and collected. I feel the same way about myself. Wuxia chuckled. Though he and the emperors were mustering all the power in their wills, it was still a desperate struggle due to the power of time. Just being one step late was more than enough for Samsara to take advantage of the situation and for the disc to corrode the grand momentum. Wuxia's group couldn't stop this from going worse, let alone reversing the tide. Samsara had a way with words. I used to have such confidence, but as I lived long and longer, a few things changed. Live long enough and watch yourself become a saint, or a devil, or going insane altogether. Which one are you, fellow Taoist? In this juncture between life and death, he still spoke so profoundly. He and saint were time-worn existences, one became a saint while the other a devil. The insane crowd remained a mystery. None of the three, I am me. Wuxia was nonchalant despite being at a significant disadvantage. If there is no path in front of me, I'll make my own way. I do hope for your success, but first, you need to get through this today before talking. I doubt your grand momentum will last much longer. Samsara's gray hair was fluttering in the wind. Some were even falling off, but this didn't bother him in the slightest. Crack. Crack. Finally, the heavily withered barrier had multiple cracks. It has yet to completely collapse, but weakening was inevitable. It was as if just the touch of a finger would topple it entirely. This doesn't look good. The emperors were startled and crazily channeled the power of their wills into the momentum. Alas, this last-ditch effort was still useless. Just these cracks alone were fatal. He needs to recall his Tao heart now. The spectating emperors felt their heart hanging on a thread. Alas, Wuxia had no intention of doing so. His Tao heart was still in the river of time, resonating with Saint in order to destroy the darkness of the wildland. Rumble. More cracks appeared everywhere on the barrier, too many to count. It wouldn't be long before the barrier goes down. Rumble. More detonations resounded, but it wasn't from the grand momentum but rather, the horizon of the wildland. The spectators outside turned their gaze. At the broken firmament was a person walking over. Each of his steps crushed the sky and left behind nearly permanent footprints. It was an armored man with a fierce gaze. He had a spear. Each step was oppressive, as if he was already wrestling on the battlefield. A frightening battle intent emanated from him, rising above the nine skies. This was a man ready to fight to the bitter end. Any ancestor would shudder after feeling his aura and lose the courage to take him on. Immortal Emperor Bujan. Another one from the Nine Worlds. An ancestor outside recognized him and shouted. Bujan is there now. The spectating emperors in the shadows were instantly attracted. They still felt respect though he was a peer. This was an emperor famous from his numerous battle exploits, capable of sweeping through all the mighty enemies. Thus, few in the world wanted to stand in his way. His eyes exuded a terrible light as he focused on the grand momentum. A process of Tao derivation began. Sacred teacher, no need to worry, Bujan is here to help you. He shouted, and his will appeared above him after a loud detonation. He only had one will from the Nine Worlds. It was unreasonably thick, spanning across the sky like a mountain range. He chose the path of evolving his heaven's will so he didn't shoulder more from the 10th world. Fellow Taoist, lend me a hand now, let me borrow your yin-yang path for a bit. Immortal Emperor Bujan, eager to fight, shouted at Immortal Emperor Mingdu, brother, go, I shall pave the way for you. Mingdu chanted an ancient mantra as if he was calling for lost souls. More detonations ensued. In front of the emperor was a dark road coming together. It looked like the path to hell opening up, filled with nether winds. Everyone felt a chill because they felt as if they could see hell at the end of the road. This was the emperor's yin-yang path, utilizing a bizarre law to cross over an area. Buzz. Bujan immediately started walking on it. In the next second, his figure flashed back and forth multiple times on the path just like a ghost. It was as if he was going through the 18 steps of hell. Finally, he appeared inside the momentum, but this wasn't actually the case upon closer inspection. He was standing inches next to Wuxia, but his spatial coordinates were ominous, just like a part of hell. Nevertheless, this place was still connected to the grand momentum. Thus, he was allowed to join and even go all out without breaking the balance of the momentum. Boom! He raised his spear and instantly became one with his heaven's will. Next, both the will and the spear disappeared. In the next second, a spear appeared above each of the 18 emperors and Wuxia. With a metallic ringing, the spears imprinted themselves onto the members. With this new empowerment, the group felt their heaven's wills become a sharp spear, allowing them to break through the temporal separation. Just like that, they were able to pour energy into the barrier once more, allowing it to exude a brilliant light. The grand momentum was able to stop the corrosive power of time and turned it to ashes. Chapter 1979, Boom. The grand momentum finally became brilliant and illuminated the world. It erupted in an extraordinary manner and blew away the marks from the chrono disk. Even samsara went flying from the impact. Thump. Thump. After landing on the ground, he was still forced several paces back from the aftershock before finally vomiting a mouthful of blood. An everlasting overlord like him was grievously wounded today. After the disc was repelled, the spear appeared back in Bujan's hand. Alas, he was pale and also staggered backward with blood dripping down the corner of his lips. People finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the momentum was still fine and well. The assistance of Bujan had turned the tide by saving the formation. Boom! Meanwhile, the same scene of dazzling explosions was still occurring back on the river of time. The holy light swept through the entire epoch like a storm with its strands destroying the darkness. Saint had taken control over the wildland. Majestic and boundless holy light left nowhere for the darkness to hide. Buzz. There was still one final sliver of darkness in the deepest location of the epoch. It had escaped into the river of time and ran out of the epoch. It was outside the boundary of the holy light, so it didn't give chase. Poof! The sliver of darkness made it back to the present and Samsara instantly opened his mouth to swallow it. This past version began to tremble multiple times. The bare-bones ancestor actually recovered his vitality, his white hair turned black once more as he straightened his posture. A black miasma shrouded him again. Though he wasn't back to his peak state, he had recovered quite a bit. It's good to be alive. In history, so many beings yearned for life. He became spirited and stretched. Boom! Wuxia's Tao heart also flew out from the old epoch across the river of time. It moved through several epochs before returning to Wuxia's body. Being alive is nice indeed, but you shouldn't have swallowed that darkness just now. Wuxia looked at the ancestor and said insipidly. I know, you have already done something to the pond of blood in the beginning. Samsara wasn't afraid at all, but I still want to taste the sensation of being alive. I am simply a past self, so I haven't felt this in a long time. Being alive is quite nice, so your scheme doesn't stop me. Who doesn't want to stay alive? Wuxia agreed. Yes. Samsara was enjoying this sensation and said, as long as I can stay alive, so what if I destroy the rest of the world? Such a trivial matter. The emperors ruminated after hearing this comment. They were all top existences in this world. In the future, would they act like samsara just to stay alive? All possible means just to escape death. Fellow Taoist, have you never struggled before? Samsara looked at Wuxia and said. Life isn't that easy. Wuxia calmly said, I have struggled before, screaming in pain during the darkest days, just wanting to live longer. But, in order to stay alive, all I will do is kill those who threaten me. I won't sacrifice the others in the world for my own sake. If the villainous heaven wishes for my death, I'll kill him, sooner or later, crushing him beneath my foot. However, I will never live a borrowed life in the darkness while killing others. I am Wuxia, I shall take down those who wish to end me. This was quite a bloody and resounding statement despite the nonchalant tone. It was a choice and a showing of determination. The emperors immediately thought about a particular path, the ultimate expedition. Though this was a fruitless path, one emperor after another chose to do so. Their sacrifice was commendable. Samsara didn't become embarrassed by this. He gently nodded, true, I am inferior to you in this regard, inferior to Saint too. My old friend rather dies before bowing his head. Sigh, lacking indeed. The strongest being are scourges to the world if they do not have a firm Tao heart. Wuxia added. You think that the world is worth saving? Samsara smiled, I once tried to illuminate the eras and save the living beings, just like Saint. But certain people are not worth it. After so many cycles, no epoch has been able to move on. Perhaps our power isn't the issue, it's that the world isn't worth saving. That's not up for you or the villainous to decide. No one is qualified to judge the living beings or their heart. Only themselves should be the arbitrators. Wuxia stated, I don't try as hard as Saint to redeem everyone, maybe I'm not as great of a person as him. But like you said, just because the world is not worth saving, that's not an excuse to let darkness engulf everything. I don't know what you have experienced. But after spending many eras myself, I will never yield to power and never walk with the darkness, for that is my Tao heart. I rather die than succumbing. Wuxia finished powerfully. Everyone makes their own choice. Samsara chuckled, they just need to be responsible for them. Thus, as the origin of darkness, I've never run away from this fact and let everyone come try and kill me. If someone actually manages to do so, it only shows that I'm not strong enough. Wuxia nodded, indeed, but today is the day when you shall depart. Your present self is finished and Saint had sacrificed himself. This spells the end for the Wildland epoch. Come, I have no grievances if your group is able to kill me. Dying in battle is much better than dying to sickness. Samsara laughed. Annihilation. Wuxia coldly uttered. With a loud explosion, the group activated their formation. The momentum came killing like a gigantic palm toward Samsara. This palm was the embodiment of monstrous resources and more than 100 heavens' wills. Even emperors were ants before this attack, regardless of their power level. Let's go. Samsara howled and darkness shrouded the sky. He used his most powerful attack in order to repel this incoming palm. He wouldn't just sit there awaiting death. After all, this master of an epoch was always ready to fight to the bloody end. This exchange annihilated everything. Space and time were forced back to their original state. Crack. Bones broke, Samsara became bloodied everywhere while blood gushed out of his mouth. His invincible attack wasn't enough. He had expended too much lifespan and vitality after using the chrono disc, so he was no match against the combined might of Wuxia's group. He vomited blood again before being able to speak. Nevertheless, a smile was still on his face, no longer as mighty as before, only around 50% left. I really couldn't handle that heaven-suppressing move. He looked like a hero just before the sad, inevitable demise, yet he was still as calm as ever. Chapter 1980, Crack. The bones of Samsara broke down as his body twisted and folded in two. This gigantic palm was too much to take. Just the power from more than 100 wills alone was frightening enough, let alone the perfect harmony from the grand momentum. If Samsara was still in his peak state, he would be able to fight for a bit unlike right now. As his flesh and bones were crushed, he and the ground around him were covered in blood. Someone as invincible as him was finally at the edge of a cliff. Time to end this. Wuxia calmly said. Boom. The power of the gigantic palm soared again. Now, Samsara's spine broke entirely, same with his general frame. I do want it to end, alas, it never comes. The mutilated Samsara suddenly took out a sheet of skin. It draped around him and coiled tightly. Samsara didn't try to block this time and let the palm strike him. Strange enough, he was completely fine this time. The human skin protected him easily. What is that? The spectators were shocked. This unstoppable attack failed to do anything. It was as if this sheet of skin could stop everything, even the destruction of the world. Samsara didn't have a large stature in the first place, but he shrunk even more to put this skin suit on. It was an embarrassing look, like a dog that had lost its master. Remember that he was the lord of an epoch, the other dark overlords trembled before him. But now, he had to hide inside this tiny bag of skin. Meanwhile, the emperors were shocked because this unknown thing could stop an ultimate attack. So old now, no choice but to take this out and hide like a loser. Samsara could still laugh at himself. It was a bit sad to hear it from him, this invincible being feared by all, reduced to this state. Amazing, this skin is outside of the reincarnation cycle. Wuxia was still calm after seeing this. Keen you are, fellow Taoist. Samsara smiled, my title is Samsara, but I won't enter the cycle. It's quite ironic that I have to hide in it to live today. Wuxia stared intensely at the item because it was truly astonishing. In each epoch, there used to be a story about it. This human skin has quite a past too. It might not be a paragon artifact, but it is on the same level as my chrono disc, just a tiny bit inferior. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful defense in the world. Perhaps, I have heard of a few legends about it. Wuxia said. If you have heard of it, then you should know that you can't kill me. Samsara chuckled, I'm not a living being, so I have no future, and no reincarnation cycle, just like the skin. It has no karma either, so how will you be able to kill my past self? It was an interesting comment relating to a level that only emperors understood. It was truly impossible to kill him when the skin was disconnected from these natural phenomena. More importantly, he wasn't part of this time period and there was no way of reaching him. Thus, one wouldn't be able to cut the cycle and karma regardless of how powerful they were, since the ancestor didn't have any in the first place. At this moment, he was certainly unkillable, or infinitely close to it. There's no way to kill him. The emperors in the battle couldn't come up with a plan. Indeed. Samsara smiled, unfortunately, there is no future and hope, so it is still far off from being truly immortal. This was the reason why Samsara left this skin to his past self. His present self wouldn't have the same effectiveness with it. Easier said than done to reach that level. Wuxia commented as someone who has experienced something similar. Fellow Taoist, you can suppress me, but killing me is not possible, even if you have a paragon artifact. Samsara claimed. There's an exception to everything, or no one will ever be surprised. Wuxia chuckled. True. Samsara nodded, it is indeed surprising that you have reduced me to this state and defeated all my methods. I wonder if you can surprise me again. You will be right now. Having said that, Wuxia released his 3 Dao with the 12 laws. These things were made from the 3 maelstrom and the item inside the treasure chest, capable of absorbing the heavens' wills. The emperors carefully observed and were startled. They knew that the laws were amazing but had no idea of what they were. Primordial will. On the other hand, Samsara was able to deduce their origin after a careful inspection. He was certainly caught off guard. That's right, in all of history, few could say its name. Wuxia said. Samsara was indeed the lord of an epoch, being able to recognize something that the emperors didn't. I've searched before but only saw them in passing, they weren't fated for me. Samsara calmed down and said emotionally, who would have thought that they would be my end today? If you believe in karma, then this is called, persist in evil and you will bring about your own destruction. Wuxia said. It doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not, and who knows if you do either. I've escaped for eras and epochs just to stay alive. Unfortunately, death is inescapable. Samsara smiled. Let me send you on the road then. Wuxia's eyes turned cold. I've lost, your methods are greater than mine. I'm sure you still have more up your sleeve too, so I have no complaints losing to you. There have been 2 formidable foes in my life, one is Saint, and the other is you, fellow Taoist. No, the 2 of us aren't tough enemies. At our level, the only real enemies are ourselves. Wuxia looked at him and said. The ancestor pondered quietly before agreeing, right, no one but myself. Kank. The 12 laws quickly pinned on the skin and sealed it. Next, they started to glow and forcefully drag the skin suit away. Samsara's demeanor was still natural in the face of this. He gently sighed with a tinge of disappointment and sadness. The Lord of Darkness still finally reached the end of the road after devouring so many eras. Come, everything you want is here. It is time for your plans to come into fruition, fellow Taoist. Samsara no longer tried to resist or retaliate. He arched his chest and straightened his back. Chapter 1981, Blood slowly dripped downward as his clothes became tattered. His body was ruined as well, with bones visible in many places and smashed flesh. Nevertheless, he maintained a proud and straight posture. The situation of this epic lord looked downtrodden but not him. He stood there, determined and even relaxed, mentally prepared for this moment. The emperors had no comment. For the high-level ones, they could see a bit of them while looking at him. He was an apex existence, something they were aiming for. Thus, his end was more of a warning to them. It didn't matter whether he was a good or bad person, a defender of light or walker of darkness. From a cultivation perspective, his achievements were worthy of respect. Moreover, morality was not as black and white for them. People simply had a different perspective on the world. Thus, the death of this invincible being painted a melancholic feel. They weren't exactly sympathetic to his doom, but they saw many things in this event, including a potential end in the future. Perhaps it won't be as grand and shocking like Samsara's death, but it'll come. Time to end this. Wuxia said. He had killed too many people already, one more was just fine. Yes. Samsara smiled, I've been hiding and accumulating strength all along in order to defeat the high heaven. But the truth was to escape death. But now, when death is actually here, there is no fear in me. Samsara was aware that his defeat was assured. He knew that Wuxia still had other methods up his sleeve. Retaliation was futile. Any last words? Wuxia asked. What do I have to say? Those worthy of my attention are long gone, those I love and those who love me. Even my old friend and enemy, Saint, is no longer around. The world has nothing for me to look at now. Samsara was very calm in the face of death. His attitude was worthy of being a supreme overlord. He continued, Well, I guess my last words will be hoping for your victory at the final battle. This path has lasted for too long, the cycles of epochs, so many wise sages and heroes have bent their back. Unfortunate, I won't be able to see it. The day when I return triumphantly will come. Wuxia stoically said. It wasn't only for Samsara to hear but also the rest of the emperors. I see. Samsara looked up towards the wildland epoch one last time back in the river of time. His darkness once loomed over it, the inhabitants there detested him. He had turned it into an ocean of blood and devoured countless beings. He was the devil, the bringer of nightmares. But ultimately, it was still his epoch where he lived, so he still had to look at it again. Perhaps this was the only thing worth another glance from him. Goodbye. Samsara closed his eyes and said, Fellow Taoist, do it. What you want are in my lair. Time to finish this. Wuxia uttered calmly. Poof. Samsara's blood erupted like a storm. It was then dragged out by Wuxia and refined into laws intertwining together to form a key. In the beginning, when Wuxia was refining that pond of blood, he had prepared something in there. Samsara thought he had crushed it, but it was still secretly there. This was a way for Wuxia to obtain Samsara's origin blood, the only way for him to open the guy's lair. Boom! Samsara fell backward to the ground. His body was burning after his origin blood got refined. There were wisps of smoke left behind, not belonging to light or darkness. He used to be a living person, so after death, he turned into smoke. It was a way to return to the roots, a place without light and darkness. The battle has finally ended. The wildland would become history, no longer shrouded in darkness. The entire region became quiet, the wailings have disappeared. The emperors involved in the battle heaved a sigh of relief. This was definitely their toughest fight since one wrong move and they would have turned to ashes. The spectating emperors were speechless as well. The slaughtering of a dark overlord had shocked them, especially his power. If one day, when the darkness finally came, they would be mere ants if they didn't work together. If it wasn't for the Dark Crow planning the whole thing with the help of someone like Saint and 20 emperors, there was no chance of victory. Emperors like them were nothing before Samsara, not even enough to be appetizers. Boom! Back on the river of time, all the holy light in the wildland epoch started to fly. It had destroyed the darkness entirely and fused with the epoch a while ago. However, it peeled off from the epoch and left. Rumble. Loud explosions echoed on the river of time. The light was gathering together to form a Tao heart. A holy heart once again appeared above the sky of the wildland epoch. It exuded holy strings reaching everyone. Time was no longer a limiting factor, so everyone could sense this string reaching their heart. It was warm and harmonizing, worthy of people yearning for it. The heart began to beat at a slow pace. Each beat was moving across the river of time and everyone could hear it. Their heart also jumped in the same rhythm. A strand of holiness was born inside and illuminated their own heart. It seemed to be eternal despite its flickering nature. They wouldn't be lost in the shadow since this light would show the way. They didn't exactly know what was going on, but henceforth, holiness was within them. In their most desperate moment, this light would spark some hope into them. Just a little bit of hope, enough for them to move forward. The 13 continents were affected as well. The other emperors couldn't actually see all the details happening in Pure, but after sensing this heartbeat, they could clearly feel the power of light. Chapter 1982, The 12 continents were far away from Pure. The low-level emperors couldn't peer through the distance to observe. Even the high-level emperors could only see a muddled scene. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the war shook the continents. All emperors could certainly feel it, so they could come up with rough speculations. The heart beating on the river of time was as clear as day. They could feel the ripples emanating from the holy power of an entire epoch. Thump. 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 A resonation to the beat appeared in the heart of the existences on the river of time. Boom. Suddenly, the heart suddenly exploded and the light became more dazzling. It illuminated the river like the rise of dawn reaching every corner. There was no place for the darkness to hide. Outside of raising hope, it was also scaring the dark existences. No. An overlord scowled and ran deeper into the shadows, not daring to show his face. The powerful emperors traced back the river of time back to the wildland epoch. They saw the explosion of holiness, its snow-white light lit up everything in its path. Saint was a great man worthy of respect. He didn't only fight to bring the light to his epoch, at the very last second, he even became a spark to strengthen the light in everyone. The emperors were shaken. One Grand Emperor commented, lighting up Saint, such an aggressive move. Hopefully, this will be able to warn the future generations. More dark overlords dug deeper into the shadow since they didn't wish to see the light. It took a long time before the light dispersed. The explosion resembled fireworks in the night sky, dazzling yet ephemeral. The time of river continued to flow quietly afterward. In the end, even the wildland epoch calmed down. The light didn't overwhelm the darkness and the latter didn't devour the former. The epoch was neither light or dark now. This made the emperors felt even more respect toward Saint. He was the final winner in the epoch, yet he didn't try to control this temporal period and simply lit himself up to illuminate the river. He didn't try to fuse with his epoch and try to make it his own. He returned everything to the wildland. Though it didn't actually exist any longer, he didn't take the time entity that was left. It belonged to the epoch and its countless existences, not him or samsara. Their light and darkness shouldn't occupy this temporal period. It was a benevolent and magnanimous showing. To sacrifice without regrets, how many could actually do this? Saint surely deserved his title. Our saint is gone, but he'll live on in the heart of all. Wuxia bowed deeply with sincerity and respect after seeing the complete disappearance of the light. His group of emperors also solemnly bowed towards the river of time to show respect for Saint. The death of samsara has brought serenity back to the wildland. No one could hear the wails of lamentation any longer and the land was freed from darkness. Though it was still desolate, perhaps life would come to this place one day. The light was also gone after Saint's death, but it continued to exist in the heart. Samsara was certainly right that the darkness was eternal. It loomed everywhere in the world, but so did the light. The respectful bow continued for a while before Wuxia told the emperors while looking at the altar ahead, "We have slain the darkness, it is time for us to harvest." The emperors revealed a happy smile. It had nothing to do with greed since this was the just reward after the dangerous battle. After all, no one would have agreed to come and risk their lives for nothing. This was the way of life, not too many could actually become saints. Though they weren't aware of what was actually inside Samsara's treasury, his power level surely meant that it would be amazing inside. They had seen countless rare treasures, yet they were still looking forward to seeing this treasury. The spectating emperors were swallowing their saliva. Perhaps a few of them were regretting not flattering Wuxia in the beginning and joining him in this battle so they could partake in this feast. Of course, greed aside, the best they could do was to watch. There was no thought of trying to seize it. There were 20 emperors working together, a start of a working relationship between the races. Not to mention, Wuxia was presiding over everything. If anyone dared to interfere, they and their clan would be wiped out. Okay, let us go and see. Samsara's accumulation of an epoch should be enough for all of us. Wuxia chuckled while standing on top of the altar. The emperors smiled back. There was no need to put on an act right now instead of just being excited. Plus, they deserved it after the battle earlier. Buzz. Wuxia used Samsara's blood as a key to open the altar. Below was Samsara's lair. It couldn't be opened by any external force. After all, Samsara was completely capable of creating an impregnable home. Even the most powerful emperor couldn't take it down. Thus, his blood was required for entry to the treasury below. Creak. Wuxia and the group made it through many gates below the altar. Some gates consisted of numerous divine rings, others were made out of cogs. There was also an abyss passageway with deadly drowning water. These gates and tribulations could lock out and even kill powerful beings. Nevertheless, the group finally made it through to the lair. It was more accurate to call this place a world, one that belonged to Samsara alone. Using the word treasury to describe it was an insult to its size. No one in this world could have something similar. The emperors took a deep breath to compose themselves at its sight. They could work for a lifetime and wouldn't be able to accumulate so many treasures and resources. In fact, all 20 here combined weren't as rich as Samsara. Back when Wuxia destroyed Soaring Immortal, the treasury there was quite impressive since it had 5 emperors. Alas, after taking a look at this one, the treasury from Soaring Immortal was quite pitiful in comparison. Just any corner here could put it to shame. The lord of an epoch in possession of all of its artifacts and natural resources. This is how it should be. War Monarch Heaven Emperor said with a tinge of emotion. Chapter 1983, This treasury was a world full of treasures. All the best items in the Wildland epoch had been stored here. When the group walked in, there was a mountain of endless height towering before them. On the surface flowed golden runes. This entire thing looked like a complete piece of divine metal, the king of them all. I once had a tiny piece, same type as this one. Sunset Glow Devil Emperor said softly, "This is Dracaran immortal metal, and I only found a tiny piece after searching everywhere. This whole thing is inlaid with the same runes, it might be the source, one and only in the world." In fact, this was only the appetizer. When they climbed to the top of this mountain for a better look, countless treasures emerged in their sight. Not far from there stood a massive tree growing on a continent floating in the sky. Surely Samsara didn't only uproot the tree but the entire surrounding area and took it here. The barks were jade-like and instead of green leaves, it had treasures growing from it, jades, gold, talismans. The wind in combination with it resulted in a godly song, making others want to dance. The mythical jade tree. To think I have the luck to see it today. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch sentimentally said. A bit farther away was a massive lake that could be considered an ocean. However, it had sand flowing slowly instead of water, quite a beautiful and dazzling scene of gold. Everyone wanted to grab a handful. Gold Zen of the Hidden Sea. When I walked through the 13 continents back then, I only obtained 1 basket of these grains from the depth of the mysterious sea. Jilin Immortal Monarch smiled wryly. Of course, only something this amazing was fitting of someone at Samsara's level, the lord of an epoch. This wasn't out of everyone's expectation. The most shocking thing was not the sea or the tree but rather that Samsara had sealed a sun in this treasury. Metallic ringings resounded in this spot with a sun locked up by 9 gigantic laws. It wasn't spewing out refined sun fire but rather rays of golden flame, each capable of burning up a world. In the depth of this sun was an extremely holy light as if the most sacred creature in the world was there. Regardless of whether such a creature was there or not, the sun was still sealed. It struggled all in naught. This was one of Samsara's greatest technique, capable of sealing an entire world. The emperors were naturally amazed and glanced at each other at this ultimate feat. Only someone like Samsara could do so. Incredible, where the hell did he find a sun like this? Not too many could obtain it. Immortal Emperor Bujan said emotionally after a careful look. That's why he's known as the Lord of an Epoch. Wuxia chuckled in response. The group stopped after a full round. They got a general idea of this treasury. It was just as wondrous as they had expected. Alright, fellas, this will be a nice harvest in our lives, a great feast. I am someone who does not mistreat those who work for me, whether they be from the 3 races or the 100 races. As long as they have stood by my side, well, no need to blabber on about this. Action speaks louder than words. Li Qie said. The emperors didn't add anything either. The ones from the 3 races were all allowed inside as well. Plus, it was well known that the Dark Crow treated his followers handsomely. Everyone will have a peace today, however, I do have one request. The battle wasn't easy and immortal Emperor Buzhan worked quite hard, risking and damaging his heaven's will. Thus, any panacea in this treasury, he'll have the first pick. I'm sure no one will object to this. No objection, Brother Buzhan had indeed worked hard. War Monarch Heaven Emperor represented his clan and said. None here. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch hurriedly added. No one objected because the Immortal Emperor deserved it. At the most dangerous moment, he risked his heaven's will to help. If they were to lose, his will would have been destroyed completely. Brother Buzhan's method has broadened our horizon, resulting in an admirable meritorious contribution. Even a character like Immortal Emperor Can Long sang high praise for Buzhan. Senior Can Long, you are too kind. It was only due to my spear and a little research on my part. The emperors happily smiled and accepted Li Qie's reasonable request. Sacred teacher, we don't dare to be unduly humble. After following your order, we have maintained peace in the 13 continents. Thus, with regards to merits, you are at the highest, so you should be the first to pick your favorite treasure? Sunset Glow Devil Emperor sparked the next conversation. Sacred teacher, please go first. The other emperors voiced their agreement. Very well, let's begin then. Li Qie didn't refuse and began the process. The amazing feast has begun, enough for all emperors to have their fill and return triumphantly. No one regretted participating in this battle because their rewards were simply too amazing. Even the members of the 3 races were happy to partake in this alliance. It finally ended with everyone satisfied. It is time for me to leave now. Li Qie told the emperors, isn't time for you all to open the continental blockades? The Grand Emperors glanced at each other, the immortal emperors were smiling without commenting, while the immortal monarchs were less hesitant but still with reservation. Back then, World Emperor and everyone made an agreement to block the passages between the continents in order to avoid a calamity in times of chaos. If the blockade were to open completely, then this era will be starting its golden age. However, Sacred Teacher, if you wish to go through the portal alone, you only need 3 imperial lineages and 6 emperors to open one single gate. Jilin Immortal Monarch finally spoke. If you wish to leave, our War Monarch clan has no objection either. We will help you open the passageway. War Monarch revealed his stance. My Heaven Search sect agrees as well. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch joined in. Needless to say about our Jilin clan, we will listen to all your orders, Sacred Teacher. Jilin Monarch added. The decision to open a portal from Pure was unanimous this time. Even the Grand Emperors agreed to let Li Qie go to another continent. Did Geezer World Emperor seal everything to prevent a calamity, the darkness, or me? Li Qie made a joke about the blockade. The emperors here didn't want to comment on this. It was no secret that these two were mortal enemies. Furthermore, Li Qie had kidnapped World Emperor's daughter back then, so the emperor swore to take his head at all cost. After making the decision to open a passageway, the emperors said goodbye to Li Qie. War Monarch was the first to leave with his juniors. He cupped his fist towards Li Qie and said, Sacred Teacher, I hope this is a new beginning for our era, working together before the darkness and letting go of past prejudices. It will require the effort from all the emperors. Li Qie said. Heaven Search was next. The prosperity of the 100 races relies on you, Sacred Teacher. I hope you will stay longer. I'm merely a passerby, the 100 races will need to rely on themselves. Wuxia solemnly said. Chapter 1984. After the Heaven Search faction left, the 2 monarchs from Jilin left as well. Our clan is completely on your side, sacred teacher. Just summon us whenever you need. Jilin Immortal Monarch told Wuxia while cupping his fist before leaving. Wuxia nodded quietly. This clan has helped him multiple times in the past, especially Night Monarch. Alas, the scene was still the same, but she was no longer there. Qigong will be going then, sacred teacher. I'll offer my service again in the future. Wuxia said goodbye to the 2 monarchs from Divine Dragon Mountain as well. Sunset Glow Fairy looked seriously at Wuxia and said, "If you have time later, sacred teacher, please come to my grotto. I'll be waiting." Wuxia nodded and said softly, "Thank you for your help, fairy. I'll definitely visit you in the future to gaze at the moon and discuss the Tao." The fairy nodded back and cupped her fist before leaving. "We'll be going as well, sacred teacher. The winding future will still need you to preside over everything." In the end, Immortal Emperor Qianlong from Dragon Citadel left with his juniors. "I'm sure my presence won't make a difference as long as the emperors work together." Wuxia replied with a smile. "You are the only one who can unite them, sacred teacher." Qianlong said. "Perhaps." Wuxia also added, "I have destroyed Soaring Immortal." "I know." Immortal Emperor Qianlong paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Azura neglected Soaring Immortal and Renxian debuting?" It was decided from the start. Renxian himself knew that this day would come, albeit unwillingly. After Immortal Emperor Renxian arrived at the 10th world, people at Qianlong's level immediately realized Soaring Immortal's fate. Buzhan will be leaving too. Finally, this emperor also said goodbye. "Well done in this battle. Your responsibility will be heavy in the future too." Wuxia smiled in response. "You're being too polite, sacred teacher. You have helped me many times back in the 9 worlds and I have yet to repay you." The emperor smiled back, "And as for the responsibility, this is our duty. I'm not the only one who has paid the price on this road. The wise sages before us have paid much more." Immortal Emperor Buzhan also cupped his fist and left in a cool manner. He came alone and left alone, walking all by himself on this lonely world. No one could trace his whereabouts. Many immortal emperors established their own lineages in the 10th world, such as Immortal Emperor Qinzhong. However, Buzhan preferred to be alone. He didn't even contact other immortal emperors and remained mysterious. In the end, only Immortal Emperor Mingdu was left. He walked along with Wuxia and eventually asked, "Teacher, is Necropolis doing well?" "Yes. You know full well that even if the world turns into ashes, that place might come out just fine." Wuxia chuckled. "True." The emperor nodded and gazed into the distance. "I occasionally dream about Necropolis and ferrying people there." He came from Necropolis, a being that shouldn't have been able to leave. However, Wuxia asked the master of ancestral flow to let him go so that he could become an emperor. This meant that he was different from everyone else, not belonging to any other race, neither human nor a ghost. However, back in Sacred Nether, the ghosts included him as an emperor of their race. "Sentient beings will dream," Wuxia said. "A few things will always linger in the heart, impossible to be severed completely." "Yes." The emperor sighed. "The Tao of the fairy is to do so everywhere, but my heart still drifts away. The 10th world, ultimately, is different from the 9 worlds. There are too many memorable places in the 9 worlds." Wuxia agreed. "Just take your time since there is only going forward on this path. Walk the yin-yang and fairy life and death, this is also a type of cycle. But there are so many beings, how can I ferry them all?" The emperor sighed. Everyone made different choices. Wuxia said, for example, Saint, how can he save all the beings? In the end, all the paths are endless, same for mine as well. The emperor nodded. Every time I worry, you would come to point me the way, teacher. Back when Li Qie beseeched for Ming Du's sake, he promised to never teach the emperor any merit law or technique. Nevertheless, he taught him other things unrelated to cultivation and showed him a path forward. Your Tao heart allows you to do this. Perhaps one day, I'll need you to ferry me over as well. Li Qie also stared at the horizon after making a joke. There's nothing in this world that you can't overcome, teacher. Plus, you are meticulous with great vision, I won't be needing to ferry you. The emperor shook his head lightly. Nothing is guaranteed. Li Qie said, anything is possible in the future. I'm confident about the final battle, but the Grand Tao is full of struggles, otherwise, the people before us wouldn't have failed. I'm only thinking about the worst, that day might actually come. The emperor became quiet and eventually said, if that day comes, I'll certainly cross you over, teacher. Li Qie replied sentimentally, I know, and I do find solace in knowing that as long as our world is around, all of you will continue to work hard. Are you worrying about the final battle, teacher? Ming Du asked while looking at him. He withdrew his gaze and said, perhaps. I can handle losing in death, but the lack of knowledge about the end puzzles me since no one has been able to come back out before. Teacher, you once said that as long as the heaven and earth are the judges, anything is possible. The emperor said. Yes, the heart is the greatest force, but the world might not be able to handle it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be cycles of epochs and races being destroyed. The scene changes into all shapes and forms, but in the end, the heart still rules over everything. Li Qie said. So you still can't let go, teacher. Ming Du understood Li Qie's viewpoint. Li Qie said, though I have planted a seed and worked hard for the future, I don't know what it will blossom into. The emperor quietly listened. Beings at their level had their own perspective. Nothing in this world can escape the whim of the heart. The eternal light and everlasting darkness, they exist for a reason and didn't come out of nowhere but stem from the hearts. Li Qie continued, like Saint and Samsara, Saint didn't become the light for no reason, and same with Samsara as the origin of darkness, all affected by karma and the heart of people. To look at the darkness from the light and light from the darkness, perhaps this stems from instinct or a fear of death, but it is still up to the whim of the people. There is a lot on your mind. Ming Du said. Li Qie softly answered, I have confidence in myself and in the future, but not in the heart of people. The seed I've planted won't necessarily determine the result. I'm much more optimistic. Teacher, you have toiled for many eras, surely your flower will be to your wish. Ming Du said seriously. Nothing is certain until the final battle, which flower will blossom. Unfortunately, I can be determined and unyielding, but I have no control over the heart of others. Li Qie gently shook his head. Ming Du agreed, you're right. Despite the inevitable death, nothing is as permanent as the heart of the people. That's why we can't save everyone, Saint can't make everyone good, and Samsara can't turn everyone to darkness. That's something we can never reach regardless of our power. The only thing within our ability is to show a path to this world, one with a sliver of hope, that's all. Li Qie profoundly said. Chapter 1985, Immortal Emperor Ming Du finally left, leaving Li Qie alone in this empty world. He finally left as well, but not before leaving a wistful remark, goodbye, Samsara. You are right, the darkness will never be extinguished by anybody, but don't forget, the light is also eternal. Goodbye to you too, Saint. May your wish become true. With this, he turned and left the altar. All eyes were on him, full of reverence. Not a single loud breath could be heard. After seeing the departure of one emperor after another, all the spectators outside the wildland were trembling. Though the regular experts weren't strong enough to witness the battle, they were aware that emperors from all the races were involved. In this world, who had enough reputation to invite 20 emperors? Though the cultivators didn't know who Wuxia was, the event today was indicative of his influence. This was a supreme overlord, one respected by the emperors. This was more than enough. No one dared to pry or talk about Wuxia's real identity. All in all, a few high gods and old ancestors have heard of a few legends or listened to their emperors. This allowed them to have a good guess about his identity. Of course, they wouldn't talk about it because this was a taboo subject. Only people at a certain level were allowed to touch on this matter. They didn't question his terrifying abilities either. Needless to talk about a past event like Emperor Hunt, just what had happened today was more than enough. How many in this world would dare to challenge a dark overlord? But this secretive being had actually flattened one of them. The world should tremble before his might. Because of this, these people didn't wish to incite a sect-destroying disaster from running their mouth. It could even bring trouble to their entire race, so the powerful high gods remained cautious. Samsara wild ancestor and saint have disappeared along the river of time, so the curtains of the wildland closed with them. Saint failed to save the epoch while Samsara failed to overcome the darkness. When Wuxia returned to Eternal, everyone was kneeling in silence, including the guests and workers. Some were even shuddering, especially the experts that have commented on Wuxia before. They were drenched with sweat and scared out of their mind. If Wuxia wanted their lives, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just one word from him and people would be more than happy to aid him. Rise. Wuxia waved his sleeve and returned to his peak. Jilin Princess and the others were standing inside, but they couldn't speak at all, even the princess who had spent so much time with him. Plenty of words, but they all eluded her. The future will require all of you, keep on cultivating. Wuxia patted her soft hair and said, "You have boundless potential, but you need to be the one elevating yourself. I'll carve your words into my mind, young noble." The princess said, realizing that Wuxia wanted to leave. Ultimately, they were not from the same world. His world was too vast and she could only look up at him, at least for now. The Jilin clan has produced a great talent. Wuxia nodded approvingly and smiled. "Will I see you again?" The princess still asked despite knowing the answer due to the gap between their abilities. "If it is meant to be." Wuxia chuckled, "The path is long, just follow your heart and see how far you can go. The future is full of possibilities, so you may be able to obtain your goal." "I see." The princess nodded with a newfound determination in her heart. As for Shi Hunlin, he simply bowed deeply. Meeting someone like Wuxia was a supreme honor and fortune. Even the carefree Wu Qi felt his knees being weak due to his previous conversations with the guy that he deemed to be rude. He even called him brother, but his ancestors, the emperors from Dragon Citadel, still took the role of juniors. It was a great disrespect, so if his ancestors were to find out, a strict punishment was awaiting him. That's why his scalp was tingling while imagining the potential future and rough lessons. "Hey!" As Wuxia was about to leave, the quiet Wu Fengying shouted. "Once again, my name is Wuxia, not Hey." Wuxia turned back and said, "Are you really leaving just like this?" Her eyes fixated on him as she took some time before asking. This was scaring the soul out of Wu Qi. If their ancestors were to find out, some terrible punishment would await. That's why he tugged on her sleeve, reminding his sister to not mess around or it won't end so simply. But Fengying ignored this gesture and continued glaring her eyes as wide as possible. "How else am I going to leave?" Wuxia joked at the angry girl. Suddenly, Fengying suddenly mustered some courage out of nowhere and grabbed the back of his head before forcing a kiss on him. Of course, her kiss was stilted and tense despite the aggressive nature of the endeavor. The rest of the group was astounded by this sudden development and couldn't calm down at all. She finally let go of him and became quite embarrassed. She took a step backward, blushed and not knowing where to place her hands. The boldness earlier was gone and she was facing the aftermath. I'm the victim here, so why are you the embarrassed one? Wuxia shook his head and said. She lowered her head like a little girl, no longer as bold and fierce like before, a striking contrast. The group was speechless and thought that Fengying was the boldest woman they have ever met. Goodbye, little girl. In the end, Wuxia gently kissed the princess' head. He then disappeared into the horizon with a smile on his face. The princess and Wu Fengying continued to stare towards his departing direction until he was completely out of sight. After a long time, they regained their wits. The princess told Fengying with a tinge of disappointment, "Let's go back." I won't be coming out for a long time." Fengying nodded, but on the contrary, her mind was feeling quite satisfied. "Sis, what was it like?" The playful Wuxia grabbed his sister's sleeve and blinked. The blushed woman erupted and pulled up her sleeves. "Smelly brat, you're itching for a beating?" No, of course not." The youth was terrified and forced an awkward smile. Hunlin watched the youth and reflected on his own life. "I'm leaving as well. Time for me to enjoy my old age, no need to risk my life any longer." Chapter 1986, Pure was forced into a state of tranquility after the shocking battle. Many great powers and imperial lineages decided to go into shutdown mode. Powerful ancestors warned their disciples to not go outside and cause trouble. This was a special moment because these powers chose to cut themselves off from the outside world. Jin Ji's ascension was supposed to be an exciting matter in Pure, but no one was talking about it any longer. The battle at Wildland was unavailable to cultivators outside of Pure. Nevertheless, they could still feel the fluctuation from the world-destroying energy. The weaker ones were unaware but still suppressed by the power. After the battle, the former didn't want to talk about it while the weak only heard that it was a taboo subject. This was the reason for the silence in Pure. The juniors were curious but the seniors were careful and continuously warned them against a possible disaster from being too nosy. There was still something good that comes from this. Because of the general isolation, the young ones trained much harder. In just a few years, more talents came out of Pure than before. Wuxia left Pure after the battle. War Monarch Heaven Emperor and Immortal Monarch Jilin's groups worked together to open a passageway to Arrogance for him, allowing a smooth trip. There was a reason for choosing Arrogance. It was a haven and had the greatest population of the 100 races in all 13 continents. They have been here for the longest. Thus, the 3 races seemed weaker in comparison in this land. The reason for its prosperity was due to the old sages, but of course, the biggest contributor was Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. He reigned over his aura and changed the name of the continent from White to Arrogance. Moreover, he went as far as announcing a complete separation of the 100 races from their overlords and made this place a haven. Because of this, the children of Arrogance all remembered and sang praises of his title for generations. Wuxia didn't meet up with the group from the 9 worlds right away. His destination was an ordinary place full of mountains and towering trees. Deers and eagles were a common sight. Waterfalls scattered all over the place. Small villages were around due to the sparse population. He stood on top of a peak to look at the villages shrouded in smoke billowing from the stoves. The peak he was standing on was completely straight and perilous. A mortal had no way of reaching its pinnacle. On top were numerous graves with only names on the tablets, nothing else. There must have been more than 100, all were unadorned and simple. No one has been here taking care of this place, but weeds and foliage didn't take over, only a few blades of grasses growing through the stony crevices here and there. He poured good wine on them before leaning back to look at the distance. Watching the sunset while growing older, surrounded by children and grandchildren while dying of old age, that's not too bad. Mortals would praise such a life filled with fortune and longevity, surely a life worth living. Wuxia chuckled while drinking and looking at the smoke emanating from the villages. No one knew that these graves belonged to existences that have once threatened the 13 continents. Many of them were experts at the divine level, for they were the fiercest of generals. They rode on the battlefield while their fame alone was enough to rob their enemies of courage. The wind gently blew while he sat there quietly. That's people for you. As a mortal ant, one would yearn to be a cultivator, wanting to fly across the sky and earth, through the mountains and rivers, live among the clouds, eat nothing but dew and mist. After becoming a true expert and experiencing enough, seeing too much and understanding the mysteries, they would see that being a mortal is actually quite nice. Ignorance is bliss, or so they say. Living for only decades from birth till death, no need to experience hardships. Having parents and children, to live and die is more than enough. He gently sighed. He took another sip and said softly, I do envy you guys, able to let go, going back to your home and hang up your armors, leaving the cultivation world and years of domination. Unfortunately, I can't do it even if the opportunity were to come one day. Regardless of the future, I can only tread forward without rest. Who can I blame for making me this way? He stayed here for several more days to watch the sun goes up and down, the clouds gather and disperse, as if this scene didn't bore him at all. Goodbye, old friends, rest well. He finally stood up and grabbed a handful of soil before releasing them to the wind. He looked at these graves one last time before leaving. Not far from this peak was a fair-sized village with only several dozen families. They relied on hunting to get through the day. When the sun went up, they toiled. When the sun came down, it was time to rest. It had this name because all of the villagers had the last name, Yao. They actually didn't know where they came from, only that their ancestors have been staying here all along. Yao didn't seem different from other villages, still focused on hunting and farming for subsistence. A gurgling stream ran by the entrance of the village. When the sun rose from the hills, its rays fell on the stream, resulting in bright reflection. Wuxia was leaning on an old locust tree by the stream to look at Yao in the morning. Repetition could be heard already from both boys and girls. They were coming from a field nearby. Normally, it was used to sunbathe certain commodities, but now, these children were sitting cross-legged there to meditate. A king holds his head high, always calm and collected regardless of the situation. A pleasant voice was coming from an older lass. She enunciated each word clearly in order to teach these young villagers Tao laws. A king holds his head high, always calm and collected regardless of the situation, the sitting children slowly repeated after her. The lass was around 16 years of age. She wasn't overly pretty but had an appearance that warms the heart and delights the eye. Her oval-shaped face was white and soft with a pair of lovely and spirited eyes. She had no makeup as she looked up in the sky. Her dress was also simple but it didn't diminish her beauty. Her hair casually draped on her back, natural and youthful. The repetition continued as she chanted mantras and the children repeated after her. It made the village much more interesting and alive. Wuxia couldn't help but smile as if he was brought back to the past. In the olden days, there have been people just like her spreading the Tao in this village while the children's voice echoed to the sky. As the sun rose higher, the lass finally finished this section. She stood up and said, "We'll stop here today, go home now." Yay! Time to eat. A few kids jumped up excitedly and ran back to their house like the wind. "Big sis Ting, when are you going to teach us real skills, so we can fly just like you?" One kid asked with a wishful flash in his cute, round eyes. Chapter 1987. The lass slightly bent down while looking at the kid's wishful stare. "Wait until you're done learning these mantras before learning how to fly. It's just like learning how to run, you must walk first." "Oh, I see." The kid nodded as if he understood before shouting and running back home. After all the children went home, the lass finally stood up and stared at Wuxia by the village entrance. Her expression was one of prudence as she walked closer towards him. In fact, an outsider like him had caught her attention in the very beginning. He simply smiled and crossed through the stream to meet up with her with a nonchalant attitude. "May I ask where you are from and your destination, Dao brother?" She cupped her fist and asked in a natural and polite manner. In 100 miles radius of Yao was devoid of any other village. This was her home and she rarely saw outsiders due to the remoteness of the area. She was someone who had seen big shots before and immediately knew that Wuxia was a cultivator. She was rightfully careful because Yao was only a small village in the mortal world, but a cultivator has just arrived. Just a passerby crossing through this place. Wuxia was also carefree. "My name is Yao Ting, what about you, Dao brother?" she asked. "Wuxia," he answered while walking into the village. Yao Ting also hurriedly accompanied him. It was more accurate to say that she was keeping an eye on him. It was one thing if he was a mortal, but this was a cultivator. Nevertheless, Yao being a tiny village with nothing worthwhile did calm her down a bit. There was nothing here for outsiders to covet. "Who taught you your emperor's art?" he casually asked. "A teacher from the Celestial Academy," she answered while keeping it vague. Of course, she wasn't surprised that he knew about it because many cultivators have heard of it before. This was one of the 3 great arts that were widely spread. Even mortals knew about it. However, any cultivator in arrogance would shudder after hearing the name of the academy and be filled with reverence. Celestial was quite famous in arrogance and the rest of the world. She was very attentive watching his expression and saw 0 changes. This scared her due to the implication within. The instruction is too general, not reaching the fundamental essences of the art. Wuxia commented. Her heart sank after hearing this while her breathing slowed down. If an outsider were to hear this, they would definitely think that he didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Celestial was the most powerful academy in the world. One would be hard-pressed to find another similar place. Immortal Emperor Fei created it and laid down enough foundation to make it special. Even Deep South Divine Emperor, a being with 12 wills, came to celebrate its founding. No one dared to cause trouble on that day. This was indicative of its strong foundation for ages to come. Later on, many emperors and high gods came as guests. For cultivators, especially the one with a humble beginning, being admitted to the academy was a supreme glory. As for the teachers there, not one of them was weak. But now, Wuxia dared to critique the teachings of one. People would think that he was crazy and arrogant from being disrespectful. Yao Ting didn't become angry and pondered the possibilities instead. Their stroll attracted the attention of many villagers since he was an outsider after all. Nevertheless, Yao Ting's presence made them at ease. She was their pride. Even though they didn't fully understand the height of the academy, they knew that being accepted was an honorable accomplishment. Because of her success, the royal lord of this country gave this territory to their village, allowing them to prosper even more. Near the entrance was a small and old shrine surrounded by weeds. The wooden doors were tightly shut and creaking because of the wind. Nevertheless, it performed its duty and guarded the shrine. Wuxia stood silently in front and stared at the shrine. Yao Ting was quite surprised because as she grew up, the shrine has been here the whole time. There was nothing unique and special about it. Thus, his action piqued her curiosity. She has never seen anyone opening this shrine before. What's special about this shrine? She checked his intention. I don't know, just looking, that's all. Wuxia chuckled and answered right away. She didn't believe him at all. An outsider appearing out of nowhere and staring at an inconspicuous shrine? Ever since I was young, no one has opened the shrine before. We villagers don't know what's inside. She continued her test. Not knowing is a good thing, a type of happiness. He said. She didn't get anything out of him, unable to figure out the next course of action. How did you enter the academy? He finally withdrew his gaze and asked with an insipid tone. She didn't hide anything. When I was young, teacher came by and saw that I had a strong Tao affinity, suitable for cultivation, so teacher took me back to learn at the academy. A while passed before he answered, the world is an unavoidable and unchanging cycle, people will come and go, return and leave. She had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't say anything else and only gave another glance at the shrine before leaving. She followed him and eventually asked, Tao brother, would you like to visit my humble abode for a bit? She still wished to understand his intention in coming here. No need, we'll meet again if it's meant to be. Wuxia smiled and refused her invitation before continuing forward. Her goal was supervising him in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and he certainly knew this. After a long walk, he told her, can't see me off forever. Don't worry, I don't bear any ill will towards your village. She continued to watch from a high vantage point and finally heaved a sigh of relief after he was gone completely. In the next several days, she remained cautious and watched the entire village. Nothing happened, so she assumed that he had left. This meeting made her very curious about the tiny shrine, unlike before. There must have been a reason for his arrival, so she wanted to find out what was inside. She went to ask everyone in the village, but even the oldest grandpa knew nothing about it, only that the shrine has been there ever since they were born. Chapter 1988, There existed a fair-sized city built and paved with stones. Who knows how many years it has been since its foundation, but the walls were in a state of disrepair. Arrows filled the gaps along with holes from successive attacks. People came and went, the city witnessed one era after another. The pebbles were polished by the feet of pedestrians. Some streets were even shiny from this effect. Its architectural style consisted of streams and bridges weaving through the old buildings. This was a peaceful area for its citizens. Everyone here practically knew each other due to the small number. If you were to ask about the most famous thing in the city, the people here would inadvertently shout out, the old tofu maker. If you were to ask about the happiest thing in the city, they would also shout, lining up to buy some tofu puddings. Perhaps one wouldn't remember the name of this little place or its scenic spots, but they would definitely remember the tofu there. It would be an unforgettable experience, if you could buy it. The citizens here couldn't really say what the old man was like, not even the oldest among them. There was only one impression, his tofu pudding. His existence and tofu went hand in hand. As for his last name, his background, and the type of man he was, this remained a mystery to everyone. The old tofu maker, I see. Wuxia also smiled lightly after entering the city. Creak. One could hear the sounds of a shoulder pole carrying something coming from an alley. The people in the vicinity became excited right away. He's here. Someone shouted and was answered with erupting waves of laughter of children and young ladies. Footsteps resounded and a long line was formed right away on this street. An old man shouldering 2 casks were coming. His face was covered with wrinkles, an indelible effect of time. He wore a hemp robe with a cloth over his shoulder in order to ease the pain from carrying the pole. Despite the 2 casks full of tofu pudding, his steps were still quite strong, giving off of old but vigorous. He walked up to the line and dropped down the heavy casks. With a wooden ladle, he lifted the thin cloth covering the casks and said, "Opening shop now, come line up." All of his actions were smooth, unwasted, and precise. He scooped a ladle full into the bowl of the girl standing in front. She happily placed a bronze coin into a pouch hanging on his waist and left with her bowl full of tofu. "Grandpa, get me one also, I lined up for nothing yesterday." So many people salivated at the sight of the white tofu, especially after smelling that permeating fragrance of the soybean. Because of this, some stretched out their neck while staring at the 2 casks, afraid that it would run out before their turn. Alas, the bottom of the casks was quickly seen since the old man finally finished selling his daily portions. He patted the pouch on his waist and heard the coins clanking and smiled, "All gone now, come early tomorrow." He began to pack up. "Sigh, Grandpa, just 2 casks a day. We don't like it at all, you're just toying with us. The neighborhood would like to ask you to make 4 each day." A neighbor complained. The old man ignored the complaint and tied the casks on the pole again before slowly carrying them away, slightly swinging back and forth. Wuxia also strolled leisurely after the old man. The neighbors who failed could only make some querulous remarks before dispersing. The old man has been selling tofu here for several dozen years regardless of the weather. Moreover, the amount was always 2 casks. They could do nothing but to come even earlier the next day. The old man's place was only a street away from his selling place. It was a tiny courtyard surrounded by a wall. This yard was quite old, even the steps to the entrance have caved down a bit. After returning, he placed the casks down and stretched before taking out a big bucket of soybean. He grabbed a handful and began selecting them under the sunlight. The taste of the tofu pudding was very dependent on the soybeans. Thus, the old man only used the biggest beans. He threw away the dried and bad ones before peeling his selection. He was very meticulous. A bean with the slightest sign of being damaged by insects would be taken out. This complete concentration seemed as if he had forgotten about the rest of the world, only the beans were on his mind. Wuxia came in and leaned back on a tree to watch without disturbing the old man. Once the sun was falling to the west, the old man finally finished with his bucket. He stretched his waist and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Young man, you have some business?" Wuxia chuckled in response, "I'm only here to visit you, and also see this place." "What's there to see? There's only an old man like me here." He shook his head and said. Wuxia sentimentally stated, "There is a path to everything as long as one has enough perseverance. When one is determined enough, whether it be selling tofu pudding, straw mats, or roasted chicken, these are all different Tao. After reaching the end of the path, you aren't seeing any obscured mysteries, only a persevering Tao heart." Not many realize this. The old man was surprised before becoming serious. He cupped his fist and said, "Fellow Taoist, where are you from?" "Only a passerby from a distant land." Wuxia smiled and blew a breath of air at the peeled strips of bean skin on the ground. Poof! The strips danced in the air before forming a crow. It circled above the old man's head before falling down. Next, only the same strips were left. After seeing this, the old man slightly trembled before bowing deeply towards Wuxia. "Oh, so it is you, sacred teacher. Excuse me for the lack of reception. No need to be so polite." Wuxia smiled, "Though we aren't on the same side, we still share the same origin. You are quite unique in the 13 continents. You're too kind, sacred teacher. Please come in." The old man smiled and invited Wuxia inside. Wuxia glanced at the room and saw its simplicity. There was nothing but a table. Not a single speck of dust either. "If I have to name a goal in coming here, then it would be to have a bowl of tofu pudding, your refined art in this generation." Wuxia wasn't shy with his request. "You came at the right time, sacred teacher, I do have a bowl," the old man said with a smile. Just a moment later, he placed a hot bowl of pudding in front of Wuxia. The guy showed no reservation and began to dig in a slow manner with his spoon. He enjoyed this as if it was an immortal liquid. It didn't take long before he emptied the bowl. He wiped his mouth, satisfied, and said, "A common dish of the mortal world, when made by you, have become a delicacy. As long as the heart is there, even the ordinary will become magical." Chapter 1989, the old man remained cool and collected without any sign of complacency or humbleness after hearing the praise. You have traveled through the world, one continent to another, golden, pure, arrogance. Vast they might be, you'll finish walking through them all the same. In each place, you change your craft, only one in each generation. This is quite a puzzling thing to others, making sesame cakes, straw mats, or tofu pudding. All of these different jobs you were able to reach the apex with. Li Qiye revealed. Sacred teacher, please don't laugh. I'm simply trying to make it through the long years. The old man smiled. Li Qiye smiled back, only killing time is not enough to polish a Tao heart. Only by truly living out life would one be able to reach the top of different things, each a grand Tao in and of itself. Only through experience would one be able to appreciate the colorful world. The old man said, I can't be as magnificent as you, determined to sweep through the myriad ages. I am but a pebble in this epoch inside the river of time, just moving with the flow and tasting the unique scenes of the world. There's nothing bad about that. Li Qiye chuckled, though emperors are destined to be great and reach the apex, having a different perspective is nice too. However, it is because the majority of them don't have a choice, scared of the heavenly execution, not daring to step out to the world. You don't have to worry about this so you can enjoy in the prosperity, so this is indeed a wondrous path for an emperor. I blame it on my lacking talents, unable to dominate like my peers. The old man humbly responded. Li Qiye chuckled and thought that this tiny room was another world, at least in the eyes of the old man. Sacred teacher, may I ask for the purpose of your visit? The old man respectfully asked with cupped fist. If there was a Tao heart in this world worthy enough for me to light up again in our epoch, it would certainly be yours, not counting my own. Thus, that is my purpose, do you believe me? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. Anyone else who could understand the implication would be frightened, but the old man gently shook his head. My feeble self can't get into your sight. Lighting me up will have a limited effect too, it won't reach your desired result. Li Qiye replied, I'm just joking. Since I'm already at arrogance and you're here too, I wanted to come take a look at the miracle of the world. It is certainly worth my time. The old man shook his head again, you're too kind, sacred teacher. I'm only blessed by the heaven, this little Tao is not worth mentioning. To which Li Qiye retorted, the old villainous heaven has never given a damn about anyone, and even if it wanted to, it wouldn't be possible. You're the only one who can do this, you have reached a balance with the heaven and earth, allowing you to live. Part of this is because the other emperors favored me as well. The old man said, they have taught me a lot. Deep South Divine Emperor, World Emperor, Crimson Emperor, and a few others have taught me about the profundity of the Grand Tao. You're being too humbled now. Li Qiye disagreed, they didn't teach you anything, only wanting to see the mysteries of the heaven and earth on you, the harmonious balance. Unfortunately, they couldn't replicate it. They have certainly tried, maybe some will be successful later on. The old man said. Li Qiye shook his head, too difficult. The emperors from the 13 continents and the 9 worlds all want to take the next step to reach the apex, same with me. To reach our current level, we have all fought against the heaven and earth, ourselves too. No one can truly be freed from ambition and thoughts. Some emperors could reach a Zen state, letting go of all thoughts, but that is taking a step back in order to jump even farther. Except for you. He continued while looking at the old man, once reaching this balanced state on the Grand Tao, even if you're not immortal, you're certainly not far from it. Not taking from the heaven and earth and not punishing yourself, this is balance. For a mortal, if he could reach this mindset, he could live for 100 years. As for an emperor like you, this grants you longevity and free passage in the world without the looming threat of the execution. So many of your peers desire this, but no one can do it, outside for you and Muzhua. However, he took it one step further and reached a state of repugnancy. Even the villainous heaven doesn't want him, so he can't die even if he wanted to. Fellow Taoist Muj's Grand Tao is commendable. The old man said, I had the fortune of meeting him before. In terms of Grand Tao, his is too profound, not something we can do either. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. He has gone quite far on his Tao, a place no one has reached before. However, he is waiting for death while you are living, a fundamental difference. Plus, you are also peerless on your path. All the other emperors have failed in trying to copy you. This boils down to my contentedness and lack of ambition. The old man said, the top emperors are too ambitious, enough to shoulder 12 heavens' wills and the power of the ages. That's not something I can do either. To gain is to lose. Li Qiye gently sighed. 12 heavens' wills can indeed allow one to reach the apex, but to gain for oneself is to take away from the world. That's why the heavenly execution is there, not allowing them to live forever. Perhaps this is how it should be. I am quite lucky to be like this right now. The old man said. No such thing. Li Qiye disagreed again. Step by step to reach the will, your struggle was far more than anyone else. The arduous path towards the Tao is unknown to those who have yet to experience it. The world only sees the glory of the emperors, not their pain and effort. The old man said, the world also doesn't know about your great acts, sacred teacher, yet you still protect this world quietly in the shadows. Li Qiye shook his head, not for much longer, it is the responsibility of emperors to protect it now. The old man wasn't surprised to hear this. He nonchalantly asked, what do you ask of me, sacred teacher? As long as it is possible, I will try my best. Though we are not from the same race, your doings and achievements demand our help. It's nothing. Li Qiye said earlier, well, my comment earlier wasn't a joke entirely. Of course, I'm not going to light you, not right now. But when that day comes in the future, you can warn the world. I understand, you're still worrying. The old man said. Worry is a strong word, it is just that I should do what I can, that's all. Li Qiye said, I'm sure that day is inevitable, who do you think will persevere or falter? The old man pondered before carefully replying, I am too weak. The perspectives of the emperors are far beyond my grasp. The old man was prudent with his words because he wasn't sure either. His answers would have an impact on their reputation and life. I don't blame you. This was within Li Qiye's expectation, everyone can falter, but I'm confident that one person's Tao heart won't, yours. I appreciate your kind words. The old man hurriedly said. Li Qiye continued while shaking his head, kind words? No, I am pushing you towards your death. You know this. The old man eventually asked, if there is meaning in my death, I certainly won't be afraid. I know you will not be afraid, unlike the other emperors. That's why I'm here to see you. Li Qiye nodded. The problem is my weak cultivation. I won't be able to stop the waves in the future. Only 12 will emperors can. The old man said. No one can be so sure, power alone doesn't mean they can bring prosperity to the world. Really, if these top beings will not hurt others when that day comes, it will already be quite amazing of them. As for whether to pay the price for the sake of others, that's too hard to say and predict. Li Qiye said flatly. I'm sure some will step up and protect, such as World Emperor. The old man asserted. Geezer Qian? I'm not trying to put down my lifelong rival, but I'm afraid that it will be out of his control too. Li Qiye chuckled. Chapter 1990, The old man had no response to Li Qiye's pessimism. Keep in mind that World Emperor had 12 wills and even a true immortal armament. No one actually knew how powerful he was, but if one had to pick the strongest emperor in the 13 continents, he would certainly be in the conversation. If someone of his level would become helpless in the future, just how terrifying was the darkness? He eventually said, though I come from the divine race, bias aside, it is hard to find someone else in the three races that can compare to World Emperor. That's why, I'm confident that regardless of the assaulting darkness, World Emperor will hold on to his principles and work for the sake of the continents. He remained confident and spoke what was on his mind despite knowing that Wuxia didn't get along with World Emperor. I hope so. Wuxia nodded without refuting. Sacred teacher, what is your path? Do you wish to raise your banner to gather the emperors for the ultimate expedition? After the empresses went back then, there was a lack of result. The 13 continents calmed down again and no one else brought the expedition up, not even World Emperor or Crimson Emperor. It'll come, but not right now. Wuxia said while shaking his head, it is a peerless and toughest war for anyone, I can't carelessly start it without enough preparation. There had only been 6 expeditions in this epoch. So many brilliant emperors and sages have started on this path, only to never be heard of again. Right. The old man nodded. After Immortal Emperor Xiaofan started the call, all of the emperors started training before embarking. That's only training. Wuxia said, in fact, the preparation time for an expedition exceeds your imagination. Xiaofan already had this idea ever since Min Ren's 5th one, not just on a whim. She still needed time back then for more preparation, so Min Ren started his before her. The old man was aware of the difficulties despite not participating in one. Each emperor needed to pay a heavy price. It was a long war with no time for breaks along the way. No one knew who started the first expedition, only that Origin Heaven Emperor initiated the second. The second expedition coincided with the start of the Emperor's era. It wasn't as prosperous right now, so he didn't get as many members joining in. As for the third expedition by Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor, the 3 races were enjoying their golden age. This one was on a massive scale compared to the previous. Then Immortal Emperor Gu Chun called for the 4th, this was indicative of the rise of the 100 races, establishing their position in the world. As for the 5th one, it was now the golden age of the 100 races. Many emperors from both sides joined in. The racial barrier seemed to be gone. The 6th one was a message to the world, that women weren't inferior to men. A long period separated each expedition, up to a dozen eras. In short, each expedition was very nerve-wracking, a busy time for the emperor wanting to start it from the first thought till the rising of the banner. The old man continued, I'm sure you have prepared for a long time now, sacred teacher. If you can win, the darkness won't even be considered a threat to our epoch. What are you actually worried about? The difficult final battle or the well-being of our epoch, or something else? I'm not caring too much about the light or darkness, it's just that this is my world. Wuxia said, I'm certain that in a few eras, the destruction will come. Many emperors can sense this and are preparing to face this problem. Before the destruction will be the darkness. I won't be here anymore, so I can only leave behind a little reminder, a warning even. The actual protecting won't be done by me. The old man stopped inquiring. If Wuxia were to leave one day, he certainly had his reasons. There must have been something even more important that he wanted to do. As for the location, he didn't ask because it was beyond his level. I'll do my best if I can be useful regardless of the effectiveness and without any hesitation. Sacred teacher, I know what I must do even if you didn't come to ask me. The old man solemnly nodded. I know. The old man's attitude was within his expectation. The old man sighed and said, this is the responsibility of emperors. The ascension is not only to grow stronger but to also be able to shoulder the responsibility that comes with greater power. Otherwise, those who have died along the way of our ascension would have all been in vain, friends or foes alike. They allowed the emperors to have experiences through blood, their bones paved the way towards the throne laden with burdens. Without this responsibility, becoming an emperor would be quite meaningless. The old man was being very serious. Many must die along the way during a competition for the throne, not only the enemies but also friends and lovers. Thus, to avoid the responsibility was to let all of them down. For example, why did World Emperor always oppose the Dark Crow? He felt that he had a duty towards the heaven race. Not everyone can maintain their original wish, not even emperors. Li Qie asserted. The old man didn't answer since he didn't wish to comment on his peers. Sacred teacher, how do you think the darkness will assault us? The old man said. Li Qie smiled coldly in response. In our epoch, a few people have visited Samsara wild ancestor before for questions. Because there are vigilant watchmen, they haven't harvested the eras like Samsara, so they thought about going a step further, a complete harvest. But as for the method, I do not know. But one thing is for certain, the world won't just turn into a wildland, and it won't be simple as Samsara's life harvest. The old man became quiet because Li Qie has always been watching the people in this world. His speculation was certainly accurate, so if they were to fail against the darkness, their epoch would become history. The entire world was only a fat piece of meat in the eyes of those lurking in the shadow. The winter was coming, and the brown bears needed to eat a prey big enough to make it through. This was the way of Samsara, harvesting the eras just to accumulate enough resources to survive the terrible ages and the destruction. Alas, this also trapped him inside his own epoch. But for a few existences, just living was enough, even if it meant being inside a prison. They would pay any price without hesitation, including using the rest of the world as nutrition. It was indeed hard for the emperors to remain staunch against the darkness. Chapter 1991. While Li Qie and the old man were chatting about the world, the power of the heaven and earth gathered outside with the appearance of the heaven's wills. The cultivators in arrogance were lost in a furor. Rumble. With a resplendent and blinding light, the power of the wills crazily gathered and could suppress everything. This power has alarmed numerous cultivators. All eyes were on this area. Boom. Imperial hymns resonated with laws flying across the world and taking charge of the grand momentum. The aura of an immortal monarch engulfed everywhere and wouldn't disperse. This resembled the breaking of the chaos in the primordial time. A new immortal monarch has been born. Even those who couldn't see it knew what was going on. Ren Sheng is now an immortal monarch with 4 wills. This shocking news swept everywhere in arrogance like a storm. People were quite elated, especially the humans. Ren Sheng is the pride of our race. Some considered it a great honor, especially the young ones who were a big fan of him. Our race does need someone like him to preside over the situation. Even the older human experts were happy and had high hopes in him. 4 wills at once, such rare and great talents. What a damn shame. A human ancestor said sentimentally while clenching his fists, if he wasn't ambushed by the Heaveners, he could have been a 12-will immortal monarch. He's still our pride even if he's not one. His outcome is due to his ambush on Jingu, that's why the Heaveners got their revenge. His sacrifice is for the sake of the human race. Another expert adored Ren Sheng. Not everyone in arrogance was surprised by this news since Ren Sheng was a top candidate among the human race to become a monarch. Inside the small city, the old man and Li Qie were alerted as well. They opened their eyes and peered through space to see the ascension area of Ren Sheng. They witnessed the entire process. After finishing, Li Qie only smiled since he has seen these ascensions too many times. No experts from the Heaveners interfering this time. Looks like an agreement has been reached. The old man said. Without any interruption, the process went smoothly. Of course, there were emperors protecting him this time around, but perhaps the peaceful occurrence had other reasons. I don't think a 12-will emperor will come out in this generation. The old man said with a tinge of emotion. There were too few of them in history already. Now, the top 2 talents in Jingu and Ren Sheng have lost their chance as well. Perhaps this generation wouldn't be able to produce one. Everything is possible, a new one might just come out. Li Qie calmly smiled. Sacred teacher, who then? The old man became surprised because he knew that a character like Li Qie wouldn't make a baseless statement. This meant that there was someone in the 13 continents that Li Qie was bullish about. Remember, a youth viewed highly by Li Qie was certainly exceptional. It's too early to say. When that day comes, I'll naturally announce it. He chuckled again. The old man nodded again without prying. Senior, may Qianxian have an audience? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted them. It was profound yet comfortable. The old man sighed after hearing this. So many people are still watching you even if you hide in the mortal world. These top emperors are still interested. Li Qie smiled. The old man smiled wryly back. He has seen too many emperors, including the top ones. Come in, he said. A moment later, a sweet fragrance blew by. It was a young girl whose presence lit up the room and gave it an orchid fragrance. She was a looker indeed. With a white dress, she looked as if she had just gotten out of a painting. It was an ethereal and illusory appearance like an immortal. Just a single gesture was supreme. A real goddess couldn't top her. Her eyes were spirited and animated like the limpid autumn waters. A transcending aura surrounded her as if she was not part of the worldly rhythm. Just a frown or smile was enchanting, but no one dared to have any impure thoughts. Just looking from afar was more than enough. She was quite surprised to see Li Qie sitting with the old man, since it meant that they were on the same level. Nevertheless, she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "I'm here under the request of my senior." With that, she took out a letter. It was majestic and full of divinity, clearly belonging to someone incredible. She also bowed at Li Qie in a respectful manner despite not knowing his identity. This was definitely someone amazing too, to be on the same level as the old man. The old man accepted the letter and didn't open it just yet. He knew who it was from already. "I'm done here, time to leave." Li Qie chuckled and stood up. The old man quickly stood up to see him away. Li Qie gently pushed him down and said, "No need for that, we'll meet again." After leaving the courtyard, Li Qie continued to walk around in this little city because the old man had reasons for picking this place as his dwelling. The old man wasn't a top emperor and his amount of heaven's will was quite pitiful. Nevertheless, he was considered one of the most amazing emperors. Even someone like World Emperor still called him a sage. He was a miracle in the 13 continents, reaching a balance with the heaven and earth. This allowed him to walk in this world unhindered by the heavenly execution. He could even live for an eternity. This was the reason why so many top emperors visited him and asked him for pieces of advice. Ultimately, all of them wanted to avoid the execution, but he was the only one capable of reaching the balance. He didn't take anything from nature. This wasn't the case for the others. He walked in the mortal world and would change location and job in each era. For this particular one, he was a tofu maker. Such a normal job was pushed to the limit by the old man. It was a grand Tao to him. He needed to keep trying to reach the very end of this path. Chapter 1992. Li Qie was quite amused after his stroll in the city. The old tofu maker was quite impressive in his deed, not disadvantaging himself while not taking from nature at the same time. Other emperors couldn't replicate his accomplishment. Of course, the theory was simple, but carrying it out was a different story. Li Qie didn't try to copy his state because he had a different pursuit. As he was about to leave the city, someone caught up to him. "Senior." A pleasant voice rang again. The woman who came to visit the old man rose to the sky where he was floating. Li Qie was naturally still taking his time. If he truly wanted to cross the plains, there was no way for the woman to catch up. "My name is Yu Qianxian, it is my pleasure to meet you, senior." Please excuse my ignorance, will you tell me how to properly address you? The woman bowed respectfully and asked. She came to visit the old tofu maker at the beseech of her senior. After seeing Wuxia, she was aware that he was an incredible being, perhaps an amazing emperor. Alas, she racked her brain and couldn't pinpoint him to an existing emperor. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to be disrespectful because he seemed to be on the same level as the old man. Wuxia looked at her and chuckled, I'm only an idle passerby, not an emperor. Qianxian was smart enough not to pry. An existence of this level naturally had his reason for walking in the mortal world. I have only made my Dao debut recently as a teacher in Celestial Academy, so please excuse me for any offense due to my shallow experience, she said. Wuxia smiled, quite rare, a seed from the archaic repository coming to the academy to be a teacher. That's quite something since the repository passed down their secrets to you, so why are you at the academy? This casual comment made her shudder. Just a single glance was enough for him to see through her identity as if she was completely naked, unable to hide anything from his gaze. Dear senior, I'm inexperienced so I wish to learn more. The academy was kind enough to let me teach there. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid that I won't be a good teacher to the students there, she said sincerely. Wuxia was amused, though the academy is unfathomable, your repository isn't inferior at all. Your presence at the academy is quite interesting, indeed. A simple remark revealing everything. She felt a cold chill and found this ordinary-looking man to be terrifying. She no longer dared to talk. Forget it, I'm just spewing things, no need to mind me. I have deep ties with your ancestors. Is your sect doing fine? Wuxia stopped making it hard for her. Thank you for asking, senior. Our sect is well, she hurriedly said. If Min Ren was around, the repository could look down on the 13 continents and the Qian clan and Celestial Court wouldn't be the top powers right now. Wuxia sighed wistfully. The fact that Wuxia said, Min Ren, shocked the soul out of her. Her sect was the strongest imperial lineage in arrogance outside of special ones like the academy. Few sects around these parts would dare to challenge them. Created by immortal Emperor Min Ren, it had a total of 7 emperors. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Qian Yu joined later on top of another 5 emperors produced later. This was quite a rare achievement. The most exceptional thing was naturally their pillar, Immortal Emperor Min Ren. He resembled a majestic and unreachable peak, forever indomitable. An emperor once said that wherever Immortal Emperor Min Ren stood, that place was immovable. He was a monster during Emperor Hunt, stopping the members of the 3 races. He was certainly strong enough to take on World Emperor too. During that prosperous era, the ancient repository was the Pearl Pagoda of the human race. As long as it remained standing, it could show the way for the humans and gave them hope. This was Yu Qianxuan's sect. Her status within was mysterious as well, but ultimately, just the fact that she was a member was enough to show her prestige. In theory, it was enough for her to stay there, but for some reasons, she decided to teach at the Celestial Academy. This was indeed worth musing over. She was still in a daze as Wuxia stated nonchalantly, however, the academy is indeed a good place, a cradle for the 100 races. Min Ren has also spent some time there, so being a teacher in that place does not besmirch your status. Right you are, senior. The academy is boundless, just to understand and learn a little bit there will be a lifetime of benefits, she quickly answered. The words weren't completely exaggerated since it was indeed the truth. Many emperors from the 100 races have spent time at the academy. No need to call me senior all the time. He looked at her and said, look at how young I am. You are making me seem old by using that address repeatedly, call me young noble instead. That's more fitting of someone as handsome and elegant such as myself. She was speechless and didn't know what to do. After reaching a certain power level, age didn't matter from an external appearance perspective. There was no doubt that this existence has lived for a long time. She assumed that he should be stately and act in a fitting manner. Thus, his words and gestures were completely opposite to her expectation. They should come from someone of his level. Young noble. She listened, and after speaking, she found it to be much more intimate. May I ask where you are going? She grew bolder because he was much more easygoing and approachable than expected. In her mind, there must be an earth-shattering purpose for his appearance in the mortal world. Just a casual stroll. Oh right, didn't you say earlier, the academy is boundless, so as someone who is behind the time, I also want to take a trip there to learn for a bit, read a couple more books and use more ink. I'm sure it'll be good for me. Of course, this wasn't his real purpose in coming to the academy. She had no response to this and only smiled wryly. If someone like Wuxia wanted to learn more at the academy, then juniors like them should just hang themselves. When you enter the academy, young noble, everyone else will learn from you. She ended up speaking. Who would dare to teach someone like Wuxia? Even the strongest and most knowledgeable teacher there would only be a student before him, a being of the emperor level. Teaching, huh? He was slightly emotional while recalling the distant past. He had indeed done something like this before at the academy. It's not a bad idea. He smiled and said, eating and sleeping for free at the academy there, that doesn't look good. Very well, I will teach for 2 days, I'm sure that will be fun. Go tell the old geezers about it. She was completely stunned this time since she thought he was only playing around, not actually coming to the academy. Will that be okay? She spoke with uncertainty. Go, tell the geezers that I want to stay in a study room and teach whenever. Oh, also tell them not to disturb me. He gently waved his hand. She bowed deeply, not daring to show any slight. I will immediately go back and tell the seniors. This matter was surely not so simple, but she didn't dare to pry and immediately followed his order. Chapter 1993, Wuxia smiled after she left. Teaching at the academy was only a sudden whim to him, though he did want to visit the academy. He found this whole thing to be quite entertaining because the academy was worthy of remembrance. It was once a paradise, though it has changed a bit. He took his time walking through Arrogance to meet old friends and allies first. This was also a place full of unforgettable memories to him. He adored the entire 9 worlds, but Arrogance was a special place in the 10th. This was once the main camp of the 100 races, and his as well. They once mobilized their armies from this place, the start of Emperor Hunt. Thus, there were too many memories here. Alas, Arrogance remained, but his lovers and friends were gone. Some started on the ultimate expeditions while others were gone with the wind. Of course, some preferred a reclusive life, never to show up again. He inadvertently became disappointed since he couldn't say goodbye to some of them, not seeing them one last time. From now on, they were forever separated, people such as Qianli and Qizhen. There was no returning for them. He continued on in this manner, resting and seeing old friends, before heading for the academy. Celestial, this name threatened Arrogance and all the continents. Virtually every cultivators in the world have heard of this place before. One had to bring up someone when talking about the academy, Immortal Emperor Fei. Back in his era, not to mention the racial injustice, immortal emperors had a hard time ascending to the 10th world. They were praised to the 3 races. He came after Immortal Emperor Xiaofan, but strangely enough, he received quite a reception after arriving. He was an honored guest to many emperors from the 3 races. The guy was the heaven's favorite, born with exceptional talents. Even in a place full of prodigies and masters, he still overshadowed many of the other grand emperors. This was the reason why he earned the respect of the 3 races. Back then, Deep South Divine Emperor, a tyrant in the 13 continents, was very protective of him. The emperor even went as far as marrying his daughter, the prettiest of the three races, to Fei. Keep in mind that Deep South was the fourth to have 12 wills. His status was comparable to Flame and Origin. Thus, this propelled Immortal Emperor Fei's status even more. Back then, this place was still named White, not Arrogance. The 100 races didn't have a good time here, but the Emperor still established the Celestial Academy. This was the only sect in the 13 continents where the 100 races were allowed to cultivate. Before its inception, the 100 races also had other lineages. However, they weren't officially recognized by the three races and suffered the occasional pressure. This was not the case for Celestial. His wife offered the Emperor a lot of support and planning. At the same time, Deep South also added his assistance. All of this made the emperors recognize the Celestial Academy as a sect. It became the first one that could publicly recruit students from the 100 races. From then on, the 100 races began to prosper and more citizens were born in White. Thus, this place could be viewed as a cradle for this group. Fei wasn't as domineering as Xiaofan and didn't antagonize and sweep through the three races then change the name of the continent to Arrogance. He was also not as patient as Immortal Emperor Wangu, hiding and biding his time for years before entering an agreement with the races for Pure's independence. Nevertheless, his achievements to his race were certainly not inferior to these two emperors. The academy started by him became a great foundation. It produced one expert after another. These experts would come out and fight for their people. Thus, in Arrogance, people certainly remembered Xiaofan, but they didn't forget about Fei either. The most lamentable thing was that later on, Fei and Deep South started the third expedition. From then on, they disappeared from the world. It was the start of a new semester, so the academy became rowdy with excitement. The vacationing students or those who went back home were quickly returning. The academy was massive with several entrances. All were lively and filled with people. Screech. A young man on a crane landed outside an entrance. "You're back, Baiha. Your fellow students are waiting for you to take them on a journey." A group of senior students was responsible for welcoming people back. One of them came up to Baiha with a smile. "I found a group of spirit eagles this time on my trip to Cloud Mountain. Here, everyone can have one." Baiha smiled back. This surely pleased his peers, evident by their cheers. Roar. The earth quaked outside of the gate. A gigantic beast ran over, towering at 100 meters. It had a huge horn with great agility despite its enormous frame. Another charismatic young man rode the beast. He had a hint of arrogance in his aura. Senior Qi Shi is back. Another student responsible for registering newcomers laughed happily. "Friends, I found a lot of crimson jades back in my clan's mine. I brought some for everyone." The beast slowed down before reaching the entrance in order to be respectful. The rider jumped down and told everyone. "How generous of you, senior." The eyes of the students from his class lit up after hearing this. The academy accepted students from everywhere as long as they possessed the right qualifications. Thus, the student body was very diverse. Some students were ordinary mortals once, some were from smaller sections. Of course, there was no lack of students from the great powers and imperial lineages. Even imperial successors came here to learn. Their sex merit laws were certainly amazing, too many to learn in one lifetime, even. Nevertheless, they were still lacking certain things compared to the academy. This place had too many emperors participating once, such as Fei, Fei Yang, Qizhen, Tun Ri, Minran, Hao Hai. These famous immortal emperors have all been here and taught their Tao before. As for the immortal monarchs, 6 Tao, Iya, Jilin. These top members of the 100 races have also visited the academy and taught here before. Of course, legend has it that even Deep South from the divine race had famously taught here too. In the 13 continents, the academy might not have the most merit laws and treasures, but it definitely had the highest numbers of different methods for cultivation. It wasn't the strongest clan or sect in the world, but it certainly produced the most talents and masters. Its alumni were usually exceptional. After becoming god or emperor, some would come back and stay to teach at the academy for a short while. Some of them even chose to leave behind their merit laws and secret arts. Due to the new waves of talents in every generation, the academy stood strong. This enticed imperial successors to come and learn. It was a good way for them to broaden their horizon. Therefore, in each new semester, these imperial successors would come. This was quite a common occurrence, so the students here got used to it by now. 1. Note, this senior here is from a student perspective, not an older person or master. It is similar to senpai or kohai stuff in Japanese. Chapter 1994. The Quiet Academy became lively again due to the new semester with students coming back. Some imperial successors were coming as well. Their arrivals caused quite a stir. After all, they were quite generous and gave many good stuff to their classmates. This was another reason for being here, making friends and establishing connections for their future. Buzz. A pathway abruptly emerged in the sky with a youth walking on top. He had an archaic yet free style, relaxed yet imposing, something akin to an immovable peak lying in nature. Gugwa is back. Someone shouted emotionally. South Emperor, huh? Truly badass. I heard he had an adventure at an ominous ground. A powerful student was convinced. I think he's about to graduate. A teacher says that he only need 1 year to do so. I don't think anyone else in the world can match his talents. A female student was infatuated. South Emperor Gugwa, perhaps the most famous character at the academy right now, even exceeding an alumni named Ren Sheng. Few knew of his background. Some believed he was from the mysterious Bamboo Mountain, a sect with 6 emperors, while others said otherwise. All in all, back in the last semester, he directly entered the mortal school to be the only student there. The academy was divided into 5 sections: mortal school, emperor mansion, sacred institution, 100 halls, and study room. Mortal school was the top class in the academy. There were generations when no one was qualified to enroll. Just one in each generation was amazing enough. For example, Ren Sheng. He was quite an amazing fella with incredible talents and a unique bloodline. All of this was not enough for him to enroll in mortal school. Rumor has it that this classroom only trained potential top emperors and ancient gods, so naturally, the requirements were stringent. Whoever graduated from it would certainly have a wonderful future. One example was 6 Dao Monarch. Though the academy has never admitted this, everyone implicitly considered it as the truth. If one could enter mortal school, their future accomplishments would be incredible even if they couldn't become an ancient god or a top emperor. After graduating, joining these realms was only the beginning. Thus, his admittance to mortal school after joining the academy caused quite a stir. Even the retired schoolmaster personally came out to become Gugwa's teacher. Of course, this incited some jealousy as well. Even Ren Sheng didn't receive this treatment and only learned at Emperor Mansion. Because of this, some speculated that Gugwa's achievements would be much greater than Ren Sheng. After taking all of this into consideration, people accepted his self-proclaimed title as South Emperor. In fact, this was a domineering and borderline unreasonable move. People wouldn't pick a title before becoming an emperor, but Gugwa still did it. Just how confident was he? Therefore, certain fans of Ren Sheng were antagonistic and jealous of Gugwa. They were eager to see him make a fool out of himself. It would be hilarious if he couldn't become an emperor or fail to match Ren Sheng later on. By all means, Gugwa was still very famous and adored. After all, his strength was unquestionable. No students could actually take him on, only the teachers were qualified to do so. After arriving, Gugwa didn't stop at the gate. He entered the academy and disappeared into the rolling hills inside. Senior Gugwa will certainly become a 12-will immortal monarch. A beautiful female student watched him the whole time and said as if drunk with infatuation. Not necessarily because he's born in the wrong generation. We already have 3 emperors, the pressure is too much if he wants 12 wills. A jealous male student responded. These little conversations were everywhere about Gugwa until the next arrival at a different gate. A supreme beauty came about. She was inordinately blessed in external appearance and would attract all eyes. However, the most interesting thing was not her physical appearance but rather her transcending temperament. She was untouched by flaws just like an immortal. Each of her gestures was enchanting and stirring, certainly not belonging to the mortal world. Sister Suyao. The greeters cheered with excitement, especially the members of Emperor Mansion. The male students ran over to greet her. Sister, your arrival brings colors to our Emperor Mansion, we've been waiting for you. One male student declared. His feelings were as clear as day, but he wasn't the only one. All the other youths were completely intoxicated. She was another famous character in the last semester. What earned her fame was not just her beauty. She wasn't all looks and no brains. It was certainly her frightening talents, allowing her to be accepted into Emperor Mansion instantly. Keep in mind that many imperial successors would need to pass multiple examinations before joining this classroom. Once again, people thought that her talents were higher than Ren Sheng. She had a calm demeanor like the water in a well and only answered with a slight nod before entering the academy. The students have grown used to her attitude. In the beginning, she had countless suitors, some were imperial successors from famous sections. There was no lack of geniuses in Emperor Mansion. Alas, no one could win her favor. She was friendly without any trace of arrogance, but there was an invisible distance or barrier. No one could actually step in her world. I wonder who can capture Sister Suyao's heart. A young female student said with anticipation while looking at Suyao's back. Meanwhile, the males were in a stupor looking at her. No one has been lucky enough to successfully court her just yet. Click, 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 at another entrance was a stopped carriage. It was simple with an even simpler looking old man as the driver. Nevertheless, eyes lit up when the woman inside stepped down. In terms of appearance, she wasn't as supremely beautiful as Suyao. However, her noble and serene aura made up for that. Her elegance was relaxing and people couldn't help stealing a second glance. Sister Miao Chan. The greeters and students smiled. They ran down to greet her. Sister Miao Chan, did you do well at the mysterious ravine during the break? A student from Emperor Mansion started a conversation. Thank you, senior. I did quite well. She slightly nodded, showing off her noble and graceful charm. I told my friends that given your wisdom, you would surely have a big harvest. The senior laughed and said. There were many friends circling around her. She joined last semester and had to pay a fee to enter 100 halls. In the beginning, she didn't display amazing cultivation talents or tried to make friends. However, her insightful vision and expert planning made her well known around the academy. In fact, her friends in 100 halls voted her as the flower of their classroom. In general, she was welcomed at the academy. In spite of this, she maintained a low profile. Alas, this wasn't enough to hide her intelligence. Thus, whenever her peers had any questions, they would come to ask for her opinion and help. Chapter 1995. When Wuxia made it to the outskirt of the academy, the registration for new students was about to end, so the entrances were less frequented. He was slightly moved while staring at the place from the distance. People came and went, geniuses replaced by young faces after each generation. Regardless of these changes, the academy remained standing. If it were to fall one day, the 100 races would face an existential crisis. It wasn't to say that the academy was the root of the 100 races. However, losing it would result in a loss of morale and a sanctuary. It was different from other sections. The latter could be narrow-minded and selfish, but the academy was all-accepting. Thus, cultivation aside, the alumni from here were more knowledgeable after training and living with others. It was to open the shackles of the mind, so that these youths could see how vast the world was and build relationships with others. Thus, arrogance could afford to not have lineages like archaic repository and mysterious bamboo, but it needed the academy. Without these sects, other imperial lineages could rise up and take their places. There was no way of rebuilding the academy. Why? There would never be another immortal Emperor Fei or Deep South Divine Emperor. To a certain extent, it wasn't just Fei who spent tremendous effort on its creation. The academy was also Deep South's masterpiece. The majestic sceneries here stirred Wuxia. Too many talents have been here, including immortal emperors from the 9 worlds. He himself had taught here. Alas, he didn't leave his name behind like immortal Emperor Fei Yang and immortal Emperor Hao Hai, only acting as the secretive crow like always. Thus, though he had taught some invincible characters, there was nothing written about him here. As time passed, people eventually left regardless of how powerful they were, unlike this eternal academy. Images began to play in his head even before reaching the entrance. Certain youths came in, full of vigor. Eventually, they came out as masters. Today, he has returned, but all of these people were no longer around. Some students were still rushing back to the academy. The majority of this group were ordinary students because those from powerful sects could run back whenever. They had more access to resources and Dao portals. As for the other group, they were either training or going back to visit family. Most had to either travel on the ground or fly. Perhaps some had access to Dao portals with limited range. This was the reason why time was more pressing for these students to return, especially if something unexpected happened during their journey. These rushing students didn't give Wuxia a second glance. After all, he was too ordinary in appearance. There was no time for them to care about a stranger. Eventually, he withdrew his gaze and started walking towards the academy. Dao brotherly. Suddenly, a cute voice came from a girl running over. It was Yao Ting. She was slightly out of breath with a pink complexion, heaving up and down. Wuxia stopped and smiled at her. "We meet again, Dao brother." She was pleasantly surprised to see him since she didn't expect another meeting after the village. It's a small world, fate is all you need to meet again. Wuxia chuckled and said. Though she was vigilant back at the village, she felt an indescribable sense of closeness to him. It was impossible to describe, but ultimately, she felt as if he was a family member. She thought that he was a student from the academy and said, "So you are a senior at the academy?" "I'm from the 100 halls, may I ask for your class?" In terms of talents, Yao Ting was certainly top-notched. However, this was the gathering place of the talents in the 100 races. She didn't quite stand out here as much. People shouldn't dream about joining mortal school. As for Emperor Mansion, it was exceedingly hard to join as well. The ones currently enrolled were all top geniuses in the world, such as Ren Sheng in the last generation or Mei Suyao in the current. Sacred Institution also recruited many students, but their requirement was tough as well. Thus, the majority of them were from the great powers, primarily the successors and descendants. 100 Halls was the most diverse one with people from all over the place. Some students were purposely hiding their background here too. It was the easiest to enter. There were 2 methods, passing the examination or paying enough chaos stones. The top classrooms couldn't be paid to get in, but 100 Halls was different. Even if one was as dumb as a pile of manure, they could still join to learn. Thus, not all alumni from this class became exceptional. Some were certainly useless idiots. This group got in due to their parents and families paying in order to gain some prestige of the academy. Of course, this wasn't to say that the place was useless. On the contrary, it has produced many heroes and high gods for the 100 races. Yao Ting naturally didn't pay to get in. She was chosen by a teacher there and brought to the academy. After passing the examination, she became an official student. It could be said that a girl from a remote village like her being able to join the academy had changed her fate. After finding out that she was a student, the king of her country personally came out to greet her in a grand ceremony. Wuxia looked at her and said with a smile, "Your talents are just normal, but your foundation is great. You have done a great job cultivating the emperor's art. Your achievement today can land you in sacred institution." At the academy, the initial selection wasn't permanent. With enough improvements and achievements, one could enter the upper classrooms. "Thank you, Dao brotherly." She wasn't arrogant of her achievements and said softly, "I still need more training. Teacher says I can try the examination after this semester." Once again, a village girl going from 100 halls into sacred institution was extremely difficult. She would bring great pride and honor to her ancestors. If she were to actually do it, the king of her country would ask her to take on the grand tutor position. Certain things are inevitable. Wuxia commented with a tinge of emotion. Her ancestors wanted their descendants to live as ordinary mortals, away from cultivation. Alas, she still chose to walk on the same path as them, despite not knowing of their glorious past. "What do you mean?" She didn't quite understand the random comment. "It's nothing. The path is long, just take your time and appreciate it. I guess this is fate at work." Wuxia answered with a smile. Chapter 1996, the two of them started walking towards the academy. Yao Ting suddenly remembered her question earlier, "Dao brother, which class are you going to?" "Study room." Wuxia nonchalantly responded. "Study room?" She was surprised to hear this unexpected answer. The academy indeed had 5 sections with study room as the 5th. However, people only really talked about mortal school, emperor mansion, sacred institution, and 100 halls. Though mortal hall rarely recruited students, it was still a hot topic. On the contrary, no one talked about study room because even if they were chosen, they wouldn't want to participate in this particular class. It was indeed a part of the academy and had teachers teaching the Tao and merit laws. Nevertheless, the students here usually traveled the world and learned about history. For cultivators, the main goal in joining the academy was to learn the Tao in order to shoulder the heavens will one day. Thus, sightseeing and history weren't on their agenda. They wanted to learn how to fly and become stronger, not to become bookworms. This resulted in a low participation rate for this classroom, albeit not as low as mortal school. For example, there were only a few students there this semester. Yao Ting glanced at Wuxia again. She wasn't involved with study room, but she was aware of the names of the students there. Wuxia was not one of them. Well, she didn't quite know how to ask. He decided to tease her after seeing her appearance. "I only got here just now." "Oh, but this semester doesn't take in new students." She slightly frowned, worrying about him. "If you want to join study room, I'm afraid it won't be possible. You will have to wait till the next semester." Wuxia leisurely said, "I'm here already, might as well go take a look. Nothing is certain in this world, perhaps I'll be lucky and get accepted this time anyway. Maybe." She pondered for a bit and agreed due to her positive impression of him. "Dao brother, study room is closest to the southern gate, so you should that way. Coincidentally enough, the seniors from 100 halls are in charge over there and I know them. Let me take you." Having said that, she led the way for him. He only wanted to tease her but didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic. He smiled faintly and saw the shadow of an old acquaintance in her. It would be more accurate to call the academy a country due to its massive size. The land here spanned for more than 1,000,000 miles. Even though the two of them were flying at a fast speed, it still took nearly half a day to reach the southern entrance. A conversation sparked again when Yaoting thought about something that has been haunting her. "Dao brother, may I ask you something?" "Go for it," he said flatly. She picked out her words carefully. "You weren't just passing through when you came to Yao last time, right?" "Of course, excuse me if I am wrong." "You're right, I was taking a look there." He had no intention of hiding. She pondered a bit before asking, "Because of the shrine in our village?" In fact, she was quite certain of this already. He gently nodded. "Indeed, I haven't seen it in a long time and it was on the way." "What's inside?" She blurted out without hesitation this time. She was truly curious about the shrine, but asking the elders in the village, no one had a clue about its origin and how it was built. The oldest grandpa said that it has been there before his parents' generation. Perhaps it was already there when the village came about. Everyone in the village has grown used to the existence of this inconspicuous shrine, including Yaoting during her childhood. This was no longer the case. She tried many different methods and exerted all strength only to fail in opening the ordinary wooden door. She didn't dare to claim to be a peerless master, but she was still a talent at the academy. In terms of physical strength, she could move a mountain, but this wasn't enough. Her failure told her that the shrine wasn't as simple as it seems. There must be a secret hidden inside. Thus, she thought about Wuxia, but he had already left. How was she going to find him in the ocean of people? Thus, she was naturally excited to see him again and couldn't resist asking about it. He looked at her and she stared back with eyes full of hope and anticipation. He gently sighed inside since she had seen this pair of eyes before with the same emotions flashing within. "Of course, please excuse my lack of propriety if you do not wish to speak, Dao brother. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." His silence made her think that he didn't wish to disclose the secret, so she quickly added. He answered, "It's not that I don't want to divulge the information, but this requires fate. Without it, even if you gain the knowledge, you won't be able to do anything. It will only be a nail in your mind, impossible to be taken out, an inner demon in your Dao heart." She was not expecting this response. "If you truly want to know, then use your heart to feel and listen. Then you will know how to open it." Wuxia pointed at his heart and said, "My heart?" She became astonished once more. Wuxia nodded and said softly, "But remember, whenever you open a new door, another one closes. There is no right and wrong here, only your own choice that will decide your path." Closing another door? She ruminated and murmured about the profound statement. He gently sighed out loud this time. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have told her, since this was the decision of her ancestors to remove them from fighting and killing. But now, this was no longer the case. The Golden Age was nearing the end, so the future was full of perils. He decided to give her a choice in order to be the master of her own destiny. This was a possible way out for the village as well. They needed to rely on themselves now. The two reached the southern gate before they knew it due to the engaging conversation. There were only 5 or so students there responsible for greeting the returning students. The place was desolate because the closest section was study room, which had few students. The students here became charged after seeing these two. Of course, their flashing eyes were on all Yaoting. After all, she was still quite pretty, though not on the same level as Mei Suyao. "Sister Ting, you're back so soon? Your village is so far away, so I thought it would be another few days." The oldest and most handsome among them stepped forward. Surely the guy had a crush on Yaoting, evident by his enthusiasm. "The village was fine, so I came back earlier." She was a friendly girl, so she spoke without a hint of arrogance. "I actually wanted to come and pick you up from your village, but teacher arranged for me to be at the reception. It's really too bad." The youth spoke again. Thank you, senior. She nodded and introduced, this is Dao Brotherly. He's coming to study room and we travel together. And this is an exceptional talent from 100 Halls, Senior Yen Chensheng. Chensheng and the other youths here finally noticed Li Chia. A bit ago, they were fixated on Yao Ting, and someone as normal as Li Chia wouldn't earn a second glance from them. He was a bit unhappy to hear that Yao Ting was traveling another man since he had a crush on her. This was a natural reaction. But he was worrying for no reason. She felt a closeness to Li Chia, hence the introduction. You are a student of study room? Chensheng's tone was completely different towards Li Chia, especially after seeing his appearance. After all, he was a genius in 100 Halls, while someone like Li Chia posed no threat to him. The guy was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. Chapter 1997, No. Li Chia flatly answered the inquisitive youth. If you're not a student there, then why are you going? Celestial is not a place for the idle. Chensheng was antagonistic from the start, so his attitude showed it. Yao Ting was the opposite, so she spoke up for Li Chia. Brotherly is a new student, wanting to learn in study room. Senior Yen, could he wait here for a bit while I go talk to the teacher, to see if the academy will be okay with it? She assumed that Li Chia wanted to become a student here. Plus, study room had few students, so the requirement should be fine. If she were to talk to a teacher, maybe he could actually join the academy. Sister, this isn't an enrolling semester, the academy won't take in anyone. Chensheng became even more annoyed after seeing her enthusiasm and hurriedly replied, if you bring random people here, it won't be good if something were to happen. In my opinion, he should just return from whence he came. Having said that, he posed as if ready to stop anyone from coming in. Li Chia ignored the aggressive reception and asked, is Miss Yu Qianxian here? The youth's expression changed after hearing this name. They all glared at Li Chia. Who was Qianxian? This was the goddess in the male student's dream. Her being from archaic repository indicated her nobility. Her supreme beauty was enough to steal the souls from spectators. Her unfathomable cultivation was enough to convince anyone of her worth. Virtually, everyone knew her at the academy and even more adored her. Dao Brotherly, you know her? Yao Ting was surprised because this name was too sonorous at the academy. In her eyes, Qianxian was an unreachable goddess, someone she could only look up at. Just once before, so I want to see her now. Li Chia chuckled. She was startled because of his nonchalant tone and gently tugged on his sleeve. Dao Brotherly, Qianxian is a teacher at our academy, not a student. Furthermore, her status is very high here, not just anyone can see her. She thought that Li Chia misunderstood and didn't know of Qianxuan's position. Ah, so it's a fan of teacher Qianxian. A student nearby sneered, no wonder he traveled so far here to join study room, it's to see her. This made the other students explode in laughter. A frog wanting to eat a swan. Chensheng snorted, take a look at yourself again, someone like you wants to see the teacher? Scram already. Senior Yen, please don't say that. Yao Ting quickly defended, Dao Brotherly only wants to join study room without any other intent. No other intent? He grew increasingly frustrated as Yao Ting continued to defend Li Chia. Sister Ting, you are inexperienced and can't read people very well just yet. Some like to hide their wicked thoughts while doing evil deeds. You need to stay far away from people like that in order to avoid being hurt. Yao Ting viewed Li Chia as a friend, so she didn't take this comment very well at all. Her expression became stern, same with her voice, you don't need to worry about me, Dao Brotherly isn't that type of person. Yao Ting normally smiled when speaking to others and was friendly with everyone. Because of this, Chensheng thought he had a good chance of courting her. But now, she was getting angry at him because of a random guy appearing out of nowhere? He became furious at Li Chia. The academy doesn't admit random people, not just any dog or cat can enter. His expression became cold as well. Be smart and scram now. And if I don't? In the beginning, Wuxia didn't really care for the youth's attitude, but now, his eyes flashed with a cold glint after being provoked multiple times. No? A murderous intent appeared in Chencheng's eyes. If you want to cause trouble, you will become the academy's enemy. Regardless of right and wrong, he decided to frame Wuxia first. Even if the teachers were to scold him later, he could say that Wuxia caused trouble first and that he was only upholding the integrity of the academy. Senior Yan, you are out of line. Yao Ting stood by Wuxia's side and could watch no longer. Dao brotherly only wants to join study room. How is that causing trouble? No need to accuse him of such a thing. Chencheng didn't expect such an aggressive response from Yao Ting. This made his complexion turn red. Sister, don't be fooled by this scoundrel and his flowery words. The embarrassed youth immediately fought back. If he really wants to join our academy, why didn't he do so at the beginning of enrollment? Who knows if he has some hidden agendas? He's only using your kindness to enter the academy. He's right, sister, don't be fooled by this outsider. Senior only wants what's best for you. A few other students sided with Chencheng. This was because Chencheng also came from a great power on top of being a genius. People wanted to be his friends due to his strong backing. Lying scum, daring to sneak into our academy? I will not let you go so easily. Get ready to be a cripple. Chencheng wanted to strike first, so he rolled up his sleeves, looking as if ready for blood. How impudent. Pleasant this voice might be, it also had an unquestionable power to it. A girl landed down from the sky just like a fairy. Orchid started to bloom just like the return of spring. Teacher Qianxian. Someone shouted at seeing this. Qianxuan's presence made hearts palpitate, but no one dared to have impure thoughts. Her sudden arrival stunned the crowd. They didn't expect for her to appear here since she was normally quite elusive. Teacher, this person wants to cause trouble. Chencheng seized the initiative. Shut your mouth. Her eyes became stern and sharp like a sword, instilling fear into others. She loudly continued her scolding. A frog under the well, ignorant and rude. Disrespectful to your superior. Be ready for a punishment or worse, expulsion. It wasn't easy for Qianxian right now. Of course, the academy wanted someone of Wuxia's level to visit, so it agreed to his request right away. Because he didn't want to be disturbed, the academy didn't carry out an official ceremony for his arrival. Instead, the reception's responsibility was on Qianxian. She has been keeping an eye out but didn't expect for something like this to happen. Her scolding naturally stunned the crowd, especially Yao Ting, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground. She stared at Wuxia, speechless. In the beginning, she thought Wuxia came to study, but now, it looked like he was actually a teacher. Young Noble Li is a newly appointed teacher at the academy. Hurry up and apologize. Qianxian sternly scolded. Chencheng took a while before calming down. His expression darkened from being yelled at, but he didn't dare to oppose Qianxian. Teacher, I was only keeping an eye out. He was sneaking. She simply glared at him. Her prestige frightened the youth and he stopped talking. All his peers felt their knees giving in. He no longer dared to try anything else and unwillingly apologized with a bow. My apology, teacher. There was no sincerity, only fear towards Qianxian. He wanted to get this done as fast as possible. Pop! A resounding slap came from Wuxia. He didn't even have the chance to dodge and was blown flying while spewing blood and several teeth. 1. I feel like using Miss Qianxian would be better here for a true localization instead of Teacher Qianxian. Chapter 1998, Wuxia put down his hand and didn't give the flying Chencheng a second glance. He simply said, I'm not that forgiven of a person. A disobedient boy deserves a slap. The students here were scared out of their mind. This was the first time they saw a teacher hit a student so hard. This guy didn't go easy at all. Go back. Yu Qianxian looked at the students and ordered. Young noble, please enter. I represent the academy to welcome you in as a teacher to our humble abode. She then told Li Qia. Li Qia nodded at her before turning to Yao Ting and get her a playful flick. Little girl, try your best in order to not bring shame to your ancestors. Come find me if you need anything. With that, he followed Qianxian into the entrance. Yao Ting stood there in a daze, unable to digest what had just happened. In the beginning, she thought that he was only an ordinary expert, not someone who could become a teacher at the academy. Keep in mind that the teaching requirement was unreasonably high at the academy. In terms of cultivation alone, they needed to at least be high gods. So now, one could easily extrapolate his power level. It was quite silly for her to help him previously, so she thought. Meanwhile, Yan Chensheng had already run long ago, carried away by his friends. He wanted to teach Li Qia a lesson, but he ended up losing all fate with no way of paying the guy back. Even if he was more furious, he could only swallow his anger. Qianxian led Li Qia toward study room. It was still 10,000 miles away despite being the closest to the southern gate. One would be completely surrounded by nature while traversing through this place. Enormous rivers and divine peaks in the clouds, mountain ranges seizing the land and trees covering the sky. All in all, the sceneries here were majestic. Buildings and pavilions scattered on top of these landmarks. Cities on the river and peaks, filled with people and merchants. This was pretty much a country without the governing infrastructure. Study room only has 3 students. She explained during their walk. Is that all right with you, young noble? That's fine. Li Qia didn't mind. Time is changing, everyone is in a rush to cultivate nowadays, forgetting about a few other things. But perhaps not, maybe people have always cared more about immediate and obvious benefits, and I'm only looking through rose-tinted glasses. I heard the elders say that in the older eras, there were more students in study room. She smiled wryly. How many would actually want to learn history at the academy? They were here to cultivate and learn merit laws and techniques. The former seemed to be a waste of time and effort in the eyes of cultivators. That's the difference between ordinary people and sages. Li Qia continued, some people understood this and could handle the boredom, so they eventually stood at the apex. The emperors left behind study room not only for others to remember them or to be written down in the historical annals. If people could understand this, they would never lament a lack of techniques to learn. She nodded, much more aware than others due to her origin. Mortal reversion ancient god is one of them. Everyone knew that study room recorded the deeds of the emperors and the tales of the 13 continents. They believed that this was a library in order to pass on the tales and majestic achievements of the emperors. Alas, the academy was a monstrous and ancient existence. It left behind something like study room and listed on the same level as the other 4 classrooms. It surely had its reasons that ordinary people wouldn't understand right away. Only those who could handle the loneliness of the Tao could benefit from this place. Mortal reversion was the perfect example. His techniques weren't from study room, but he was able to focus all of his time into research here. Ultimately, he gained the most complete version of the mortal reversion art in the world, establishing an incredible foundation for him. Nothing we can do about it, people can do whatever they want. Li Qia leisurely said. Is there something you want while staying at study room? She asked. Just meals should suffice, nothing else. Li Qia chuckled and said. She didn't know what to say. A character like him wouldn't have come to their academy for no reason. No one at that level would have so much free time. Alas, she had no way of guessing his intentions. Neither did the elders at the academy. What's wrong? Go ahead and speak. Li Qie smiled after seeing her hesitation. The elders want to know if you actually need anything. They can help you find it, she said with prudence. I know. He smiled. Those geezers are restless, thinking that I'm up to something, but that's quite normal. Is Azura still alive? Ancestor Azura is still in this world. She shuddered after hearing about this existence. Take this to him, he'll know who I am. He casually handed her an item before ordering. She took a gander at it but couldn't see anything special before putting it away. Rest assured, young noble, I will give it to the ancestor. Is there anything else you want? Not right now, let me rest for a few days. Li Qie smiled and said, Little girl, I know you have questions. That's right, I'm indeed here to find something, but the elders won't be able to help me. Even emperors like Fei and Deep South couldn't research it, let alone them. This nonchalant statement made her astounded. These were top existences that have started an ultimate expedition. But now, he said that they couldn't find this item? Just what could this mystery be? What now? Since when did the Academy become so careful? The relationship between it and the repository is strong, but even without your sect's help, no one can touch the Academy anyway. Since when is it afraid of others? Li Qie continued. She hesitated because certain things shouldn't be said. I see, a few things have changed. Li Qie said, the era is changing and so is the Academy. Perhaps this is a type of tribulation. The topic was too heavy and outside of her jurisdiction, but she felt that he had guessed a few things. Study room was different from the other classrooms, desolate and not as crowded. It was built among the hills scattering everywhere. Just like that, one could see buildings on top and even around the sharp cliffs. Stone bridges connected the perilous gaps. Lonely stony paths connected everywhere while the leaves fell from the trees. This place looked quite serene. It was as if this place didn't wish to be disturbed. People walking here felt an urge to soften their pace. But once inside study room, only those who were strong enough could sense something special. Ordinary cultivators couldn't feel this aura at all. So many emperors have stayed here and left behind their marks. Fei and Deep South truly toiled to leave behind this land. Unfortunately, the future generation doesn't understand it. He chuckled and said. Chapter 1999. The main building of study room was quite large with many architectures connecting together, resembling a small city. Though these buildings and pavilions were right next to each other, there wasn't an imposing or grand aura. Each building was exquisitely built and gave a scholarly aura. The things in abundance here were naturally books of all shapes and forms, old manuals, ones made out of wood or jade. Some said that this was certainly the biggest stockpile of books in the world. Alas, the majority of them had nothing to do with cultivation. One would be hard-pressed to find a merit law in this place. Of course, some got through the net and a few big shots purposely hid merit laws here. Nevertheless, they were quite hard to find, waiting for the fated ones. Outside of the Academy's effort, others also donated books. Emperors and high gods helped out as well. The great powers were more than happy to give historical scrolls to the Academy because this could be a good place to store their ancestors' achievements and glory and their kingdom's expansion for an eternity. Even if their kingdoms were to be destroyed, they would still be recorded in this place. As for the merit laws that were hidden in this place, the most famous one was probably the complete version of the mortal reversion art, found by the ancient god. As Qian took Li Qie inside, a girl who was reading quickly put her book down and went to greet them. She wore a simple and rather cheap-looking dress. Her white face was without makeup as her soft hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were especially bright, albeit without a flash of confidence. Delicate and gentle, the type that would make one have the urge to protect and love. She became anxious after seeing Qianxian and didn't know how to react. Qianxian was simply too famous at the academy for a multitude of reasons. Others could only become her fans, not her peers. Thus, her sudden appearance here made the girl awkward. Few people came to study room, let alone a famous teacher. Teacher, the girl nervously greeted, not knowing where to place her hands. You're Yi Xinxue, right? Qianxian recalled her name. Despite her nervous state, she was still quite elated when Qingxian remembered her name. Yes, teacher. She nodded 3 times, this little excitement was quite cute. This is young noble Li, he will be your teacher from now on and is in charge of study room. Qianxian introduced. The excited girl was taken aback. Their study room never had an actual teacher due to the low enrollment number. The teachers didn't want to teach just 3 students in this place, it would be a waste of their energy. Thus, students from study room also went to the 100 halls for the lectures. Of course, no one cared whether they went or not because cultivation wasn't their main focus. The girl was surprised because someone actually wanted to come to study room for the 3 of them. Nice to meet you, teacher. She quickly bowed toward Li Qia. Good. I'll be staying here from now on. Li Qia withdrew his gaze from the books and told Qianxian. As you wish, young noble. Qianxian nodded. In fact, the other teachers all had their own grottos and enjoyed great treatments. No one would want to stay with the students, but she didn't dare to say anything. Is there anything else you would like, young noble? She asked respectfully. No, just don't disturb me, I'll be researching in the upcoming days. Li Qia waved his hand and said. I will certainly pass on your message to the elders. Qianxian didn't dare to show any slight and told him. This supreme existence was surely going to do some incredible research here. Go now. Li Qia ordered. Qianxian didn't dare to waste his time. She told Xinxue a couple of things before drifting away like a goddess. Xinxue stood there, petrified, after seeing the conversation between the 2. Not to mention the students, even the teachers were respectful towards Xinxue due to her cultivation, background, and beauty. But now, this ordinary-looking man, no, teacher, had this type of attitude towards Xinxue. He waved his hand as if her godlike status didn't matter at all. Little girl, why are you just standing there? Li Qia flicked her forehead and said. She immediately regained her wits and turned red from acting so silly in front of a teacher. She spoke quietly, Teacher, please come over here, to your place. There were too many empty rooms in this place. It wasn't a problem for study room to accommodate 50,000 students. Thus, Li Qia easily got a place. Nevertheless, she still found the best pavilion for him. It took up an entire peak by itself and had a full view of study room. When standing in this place surrounded by clouds, one could actually reach for the stars. Li Qia didn't need to say anything. Xinxue moved around like a spinning top, cleaning and sweeping the pavilion until not a speck of dust remained. After she finished, Li Qia nonchalantly sat down and looked at the girl with sweats dropping down her forehead. Why did you pick study room? Others rather go to 100 halls or something else. He carefully analyzed her. She was nervous to be under his gaze. She felt as if nothing could hide from him, that she was staring naked before his all-seeing gaze. It took a long time before she answered with a soft voice, my family can't afford the fees for 100 halls. She lowered her head in shame after admitting this. Li Qia responded with a smile, what do you like the most here? There was no oppressive aura or divinity, but his leisure stare was scarier than everything else. She didn't dare to lie to him and whispered, I like reading the books here. There are indeed countless books here, some are quite interesting. Though they can't improve one's cultivation like the merit laws, but they can grant you a lifetime of benefit and higher vision. A few records from the emperors are especially profound and insightful. Wuxia nodded seriously. She completely agreed with his statement, so her eyes lit up. You're right, teacher. There are so many things here, rumors about the emperors that no one else know about. Some even had stories about the 9 worlds. The elders and seniors don't want to talk about this matter. The girl was a bookworm since an early age. Of course, the things she read were considered a waste of time by cultivators, such as historical scrolls. Nevertheless, she viewed these books as treasures and always enjoyed reading them. Chapter 2000. Why did people walk on the path towards the Tao? For cultivation, learning amazing merit laws and imperial arts. No one wanted to waste time. Just imagine how many cultivators would read for entertainment. They would consider it a fruitless endeavor. Thus, a girl like Yi Xinxue should have had a bright future, but due to her penchant of reading to kill time, she has virtually become a bookworm. In the eyes of others, she was a useless idler. On the other hand, Wuxia was amused after seeing her excitement. He noticed a thread-bound book in her pouch and smiled. Which book is that? Let me have a look. She was surprised by the request. This particular book was very precious, so she always kept it with her. She liked it enough to memorize each word in the book. This is my favorite. She wasn't in a position to not give it to him, so she handed it over with both hands. Wuxia accepted it and took a look. The book was quite thick and heavy with the title, Legends of the Human Race. He smiled after seeing this. He flipped the pages. Each word was neatly written by the author himself. This wasn't a copy version. Despite its length, the author took his time crafting each word. It's written well, as if all the stories are real. Wuxia praised. Right, I think so as well. The author says that there is a shadow protecting our human race, from 9 to the 10th world. There are a lot of evidences within indicating so. She became animated as if meeting a good friend. The book consisted of old stories about a human guardian lasting for eras. Though the actual details were lacking or purposely vague, one could make a direct connection between the characters in the tales and actual emperors from the 13 continents. They're just stories. The author probably picked a few emperors as models, then added some embellishments mixed together to form a legend. Wuxia said. In fact, the author was talking about the Dark Crow. Alas, he didn't dare to actually write with details, so he only listed some stories as an excuse to avoid getting into trouble. It looked fake but had some truth to it. Not necessarily. The gentle girl became much more combative when it came to her favorite book. Maybe it is the truth since the characters are based off emperors. Perhaps our 100 races actually have a guardian, it's just that lowly people like us don't know about this savior. There's no savior in this world. People need to rely on themselves. Waiting on someone else to save them will result in just deserved death. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. She boldly retorted, there must be one. I've read an old book about a war named Emperor Hunt in the 13 continents. The person behind this war might be our savior who will save the humans in times of need. It was quite amusing for him to refute his own existence while this girl was so stubborn about it. There's no way to obtain proofs and evidence for these stories. Wuxia leisurely said. She felt as if he was pouring a basin of cold water over her head and lowered her voice. Some of these stories are quite vivid, perhaps we can go look into it. What are you waiting for? Wuxia smiled. She became dejected and took a while to answer, because I can't. The journey is too long and there are too many destinations. She was certainly interested in the validity of the stories and truly wanted to verify them. However, how could her family ever let her be drowned in these intangible tales rather than cultivation? Traveling across the 13 continents would require a massive amount of chaos stones, not something she alone could handle. Li Qia took note of her dispirited self and said, "But then again, everything is possible. Maybe you're right, they're not necessarily made up, it's up to you whether you want to keep on believing. Then you think they can be real too?" Her mood changed for the better instantly. "My opinion doesn't matter here," Li Qia leisurely said, then changed the topic. "Where are the other two students?" The shift caught her off guard for a bit before she answered, "Old Lu and Big Brother Wang, right, they're studying right now." She looked diffident while stealing glances at him with her head lowered as if she was afraid that he would notice something. Her sneaky behavior was caught by Li Qia. He smiled and said, "Studying, huh? Okay, take me to them then." Her voice became even softer. "Well, I'll go bring them here, okay? No need for that. I'm a teacher here now, so the least I can do is to go see my students." Li Qia waved his hand. There was nothing else she could do but to take him along. Study room didn't only consist of these buildings. It encompassed the entire land of this region with books everywhere. Even the cliffs and caves had books hidden inside. Even the stones, paintings, and statues told a story. The majority was left behind by the previous generations of students or guests. The emperors also added things as well. The carvings and paintings were either masterpieces or just casually done at a whim. Most had nothing to do with cultivation, more about the arts. Xinxue took Li Qia to a stone forest with varying shapes. On these stony peaks were characters and even paintings. The people here didn't put a lot of effort into carving them, but at the very least, they were different in scales, spanning from a few words to a grand story. Some had signatures while others didn't. The two traveled deeper into this formation and saw someone climbing on top of a large monolith. He draped a large piece of cloth over this hill and began copying the characters on the monolith. This was a muscular middle-aged man with a tan complexion. He wore golden rings on his wrists, giving off quite a mighty look. "Big Brother Wang," Xinxue enthusiastically greeted from the distance. "Sister Xinxue, you're here. Wait a bit, I'm coming." The man laughed loudly while copying the characters. Big Brother Wang loves to copy stuff. He had done so to many paintings in study room. Xinxue quietly told Li Qia. Li Qia didn't say anything and only watched the man copying word by word. After a while, he finally finished copying the entire thing and finally jumped down. "Oh. Our little sister is finally growing up, no longer just hiding and reading in your room. You're on a date now. What an improvement, I'm quite impressed." He gave a thumbs up after the two of them together. Chapter 2001, Big Brother Wang, Don't Joke Around. Xinxue blushed and hurriedly denied, "This is our study room's new teacher, young Noble Li." The man was surprised to hear this and turned around at Li Qia while continuously scratching his head like a monk trying to touch his hair. Their place never had a teacher before, so this was quite unexpected. Despite his burly stature and clearly being older, he was a respectful person and quickly went up to Li Qia and bowed with a smile. "Please forgive me for the misunderstanding, teacher. I'm used to joking around with her." He apologized with sincerity, so Li Qia nodded. "My name is Wang Zhuodong, also known as Gold Loop Fist. I've joined study room for a long time now. Please take care of me in the future. I look forward to your guidance." The man enthusiastically introduced himself and gave Li Qia a quick hug. Li Qia assessed him before calmly responding, "Gather your stuff. The first class will start today." Gold Loop didn't dare to show any slight and gathered his stuff before following Li Qia. In this world of books, one could find literature works everywhere, the caves or even beneath the ground. Moreover, they were available for all students at the academy. Anyone could come for a read. Alas, few actually did so because they had no interest in wasting their time with history or fine arts. Sigh, old Lu is finding more stuff but there are too many here. Not to mention graduation, he can read for the rest of his life and won't be able to touch the surface. Gold Loop commented as Xinxue brought them to a dark chamber. This large hall was especially quiet too, just like the rest of study room. They could hear a series of coughs echoing inside this chamber. It was as if the guy was about to cough his lung out. Shelves lined them up among the walls with books everywhere. There was a unique moldy smell as if one was basking in an ocean of texts. After walking through lines of shelves, they found an old man in a corner of the chamber. He sat in front of a table with a flickering oil lamp not doing its job too well. The light illuminating his face made it even more yellow. His posture was terrible as he flipped through the pages while murmuring, "Gold spleen, gold spleen." He occasionally coughed quite hard, causing his bent back to hunch down even more. The guy was too focused to notice Li Qia's group. "Old Lu!" Xinxue called out. He still didn't hear her and continued flipping the pages. "If you want to find gold spleen and jade needle, you are looking at the wrong spot," Li Qia said flatly. Boom! The book in the old man's hand fell to the ground as he seemed to be struck by lightning. He stood up and stared intensely at Li Qia, petrified. Old Lu, come back." Xinxue waved her hand in front of the old man's face. How do you know?" The old man finally asked in astonishment. "I know everything in study room," Li Qia nonchalantly said. "How should I address you, young noble?" The old man regained his composure. "Old Lu, I got good news for you. This young noble is our new teacher, you have someone to ask for help now." Gold Loop smiled and said. The old man's reaction was just like Gold Loop's earlier, shocked. He bowed towards Li Qia and said, "I have eyes but couldn't see Mt Tai and your arrival. My name is Lu Jinsheng. Others call me Old Lu." His hunchback body inched closer to the ground as he bowed his head. "Let's go, it's time for the first class." Li Qia nodded and said before leaving. Xinxue followed him with the other two right behind her. Gold Loop blinked at Old Lu. These three were very familiar with each other with their own way of communicating. He wanted to ask if Old Lu knew who Li Qia was since Old Lu was the oldest and most knowledgeable in their group. Normally, Old Lu would answer but he looked solemn this time and didn't respond. Finally, Li Qia took the group back to the main hall. Li Qia sat in the main position while the other three sat opposite of him. The two men were very respectful and sat there like obedient students, despite being older than Li Qia. Li Qia looked at the three and said, "I most likely won't be here for long but 3 of you will still be my students. I do not want to hear negative things that can be detrimental to my reputation in the future, so, when I am here, everything will be up to me. Regardless of your feelings now, you will come to find that behaving properly is your best course of action before me." Xinxue didn't say anything due to her nature. The other two remained quiet as well, they had their reasons for being here. "Okay, your turn to speak," Li Qia told the group. Xinxue kept her head lowered. She had a problem of lacking confidence while Old Lu didn't want to speak either. "Teacher, what do you want us to talk about?" the relatively outgoing Gold Loop asked. Li Qia elaborated, "Celestial has 5 classrooms, but I'll just focus on our study room. It is much simpler than the other 4, and I'm sure you 3 have your reasons for picking it. I wish to hear the reasons." The 3 glanced at each other. No one wanted to speak on this issue. "Very well, I will make it private. Go out now, only one come in." Li Qia waved his sleeve. The 3 of them stood outside and no one wanted to be the first. For some unknown reasons, the 2 men were wary of Li Qia. This feeling came from deep inside. "Huh, Elder Lu, you're the wisest among us and probably have some good insight to our new teacher. Why don't you go first and talk to him? Gold Loop told Old Lu in order to avoid going first. He normally called the guy, Old Lu, but now, he changed it to a respectful address in order to push the guy into the fire. Old Lu gave him a disdainful glance and said, "You're probably afraid of being figured out, you go first then. We'll see who can stand outside the longest." He then shamelessly walked and stood behind Gold Loop. "Old Lu, what do you mean, I don't have anything to hide?" Gold Loop gave him the side eye. "Fine, I'll go first." The cute girl toughened up after seeing the hesitating men and walked inside. "Sigh, we two men have thrown away our face today, not as brave as the little girl. I guess that's what happens when we're afraid of being exposed." Gold Loop shook his head and said. Chapter 2002, Li Chia shook his head and smiled after seeing Xinxue, two old men losing to a girl. "I'm speechless." Xinxue sat down in front of him, still feeling very nervous. She looked up and said, "Teacher, I'm here to learn." In fact, not too many would want to stay at study room without a different goal. Of course, they could be using it as a starting point before transferring to the other classrooms. "I believe it." Li Chia said, "Your reason is purer than the other two, in order to read all the books here." He then focused his glare, "But, have you ever thought that this is also a type of running away?" "Running away?" Xianxue was surprised. "No, I just really like reading." "I don't question that, you do like reading, but it has become a mental fort for you." Li Chia said flatly, "I'm sure I don't need to talk about your clan, but being the oldest daughter there must be great pressure, especially for someone with a personality like yours. Instead of facing adversity, you chose to hide instead, so you use reading as an excuse to hinder your cultivation. Furthermore, only when you drown yourself in this ocean of books would you find solace from the pressure of competition." The analysis shocked the girl. It was true, she wasn't only here because she couldn't afford the payment or because she loved books. She had never talked about this with anyone, not even Old Lu and Gold Loop. No one at the academy was aware of her intention until now. What stunned her even more were the details of his analysis, as if he was slicing her heart piece by piece for a clearer look. The most vulnerable thing in her heart has been revealed. "How do you know?" She jumped up in fear and instinctively covered her lower body as if she was naked. "It's not hard since nothing can hide from my eyes," Li Chia leisurely said. She stood there, frozen, for a long time before eventually looking at him nervously. "Don't worry, it is quite obvious, I didn't spy on you or anything," he continued. The girl sat down again and continued to defend herself, not wanting to admit her biggest insecurity. I really just like to read books, it's my favorite hobby." "You're also running too." Li Chia said, "Reading is good, but using it as escapism and treating it as a tool shows that a lack of respect. Thus, since I am your teacher now, you can make a choice. To read without taking advantage of it, to be able to face your fear of cultivation, no longer delaying yourself. There's no need to give up certain things in order to do what you like. Reading and cultivation aren't mutually exclusive. What you need to do now, is to train hard but still read when possible." Xinxue fell into silence. She was indeed the oldest daughter of her clan, but her talents were inferior compared to her siblings. This created immense pressure on her since youth, so she escaped into study room for the ocean of books. In order to go further, a Tao heart is the most important. Li Chia said, "Overcome your fear and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. At that point, you can read whatever you want or go out and verify all the legends of the human race." She stammered, not knowing what to say. "The onus is on you to either overcome your fear or continue to use books as a shield. Take your time thinking, no need to give me an answer just yet." She remained silent. Li Qia saw this and waved his sleeve, "Go out now." Next. She stood up and quietly left. Meanwhile, the two men outside didn't want to go in. However, old Lu was shameless and continued retreating to the back and acted as if he didn't hear anything. Gold Loop Fist had no choice but to walk in. He bowed with a happy smile after seeing Li Qia, teacher. Despite being older, he acted like an obedient student before Li Qia. Li Qia looked at him and said, "Why are you staying at study room?" He, teacher, the truth is that I have a little plan." He smiled awkwardly and said, "I heard there were many valuable paintings and statues here, so I want to copy them and sell it later for some spending money." Li Qia slightly raised his brows. "You may not know this, but I hate when people try to be clever in front of me. Plus, the descendant of Wang Ao shouldn't besmirch his prestige." "How do you know that?" The guy jumped up and stared at Li Qia in disbelief. He hasn't told anyone his background before, but Li Qia was able to say it on top of knowing his ancestor's name. "Nothing can hide from my eyes." Li Qia repeated this phrase again. Gold Loop was frightened for a bit before composing himself and asked, "Teacher, you know magic?" "No need for that, it's quite obvious at a glance that you're Wang Ao's descendant," Li Qia said with a smile. "You know my ancestor, teacher?" His mouth was wide open because his ancestor has been dead for a long time now. Li Qia simply smiled and didn't answer. Gold Loop scratched his head and said, "If you already know my origin, then there's no point in hiding, I suppose." "Yes, I am indeed from the Wang clan, but it has fallen now. We have lost our techniques. That's why you are here, in order to find your ancestors' merit law," Li Qia said. "You can guess that too?" Gold Loop's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "Wang Ao is from study room, so it's apparent why you are here." Li Qia chuckled. Gold Loop took a deep breath and was completely convinced of Li Qia with a thumbs up. "You are a god, no wonder why you're a teacher here. Ordinary people like us can't compare to you." He smiled wryly and continued, "Yes, teacher, I'm really here to find the ancestors' manuals. Our clan believes that he had carved these merit laws somewhere here, but who knows where exactly. The elders had the manuals before, so they didn't care about this, until our generation. We have no choice but to give it a shot despite not having a clue." So it turned out Gold Loop Fist came from a great clan suffering a decline. Their ancestor was an amazing high god who came from study room. He was here in order to find the lost manuals of their ancestor. Chapter 2003, It's a Good Method. Your clan could deteriorate at any moment or even destroyed, but the academy will always be here. He had carved his merit laws somewhere around here and only his descendants would be able to comprehend it. It is a good method to ensure that the inheritance will pass down. Wang Ao is quite smart, Li Qia smilingly said. "Teacher, you know my ancestor?" Gold Loop became curious. Perhaps this young teacher was actually an old monster. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said, "Go now, to the Gratitude Stone Forest. It's up to you whether you can pass your ancestor's examination." After Gold Loop came outside, Lu Jinsheng took his time before finally entering the main hall. He bowed towards Li Qia before sitting down. "I am here for Gold Spleen and Jade Needle," Jinsheng said after a brief silence. "I know, you need it," Li Qia nonchalantly said. "What I'm wondering is how a high god like you snuck into study room. Are the old geezers from the academy blind now? What's going on?" Jinsheng was shaken and looked up with a flashing brilliance in his eyes. It quickly disappeared and he looked old again while coughing twice. "If it was me, if anyone dares to scheme or pry on my territory, I'll subject him to a terrible death. Not to mention a powerful high god, would personally put down an ancient god for doing so." Li Qia chuckled. Such a tyrannical declaration instilled a chill into Jinsheng. He became vigilant instantly. He was indeed a powerful high god, but he also knew his place. The academy was full of hidden masters and would have no problem actually killing him if it wanted to. This applied to an immortal emperor as well, if one wished to act arrogant and cause trouble in this place. Its strength was a big reason why it continued to exist outside of political and social clout. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. Li Qia leisurely said. Jinsheng took a deep breath and stopped being so alarmed because Li Qia had no malicious intent towards him. He stood up and bowed deeply again. Excuse my ignorance. May I ask who you really are, teacher? Who I am does not matter. Li Qia said, I just want you to behave while I'm afraid. I don't care how strong you are, but cause trouble and you'll learn about a fate worse than death. Jinsheng used to be quite famous. With his old temper, he would have exploded right now instead of being silent. I am only here to recuperate and bear no ill will towards the academy. I can make an oath right now if you don't believe me. He bowed once more. Very well, I believe you for now. Li Qia nodded. Jinsheng heaved a sigh of relief. He has never been afraid of anyone before and had even fought against emperors previously. Nevertheless, Li Qia still exerted a considerable amount of pressure. Despite the guy's ordinary appearance and leisure demeanor, intuition told him that Li Qia was very dangerous. When this guy revealed his fangs, he would be able to devour just about anyone. This was the reason why he didn't want to face the guy directly. The sensation of danger was too great. Is there anything else, teacher? Everyone else would respectfully address him as High God, but now, he didn't dare to show any slight before Li Qia. What is your opinion on the academy right now? Li Qia asked. Jinsheng didn't expect this question. He pondered for a bit before answering truthfully, Teacher, I believe I'm not the only one hiding at the academy. Well, some are joining as students, but as for whether they are here to learn, to socialize, or have some other goals, who knows? That happens in every generation, but I'm sure there's more. Li Qia calmly said. Jinsheng continued, I'm not too clear on the academy's current situation, but in my opinion, it's not very ideal. Something big will happen soon. Because of this, more are enrolling with eyes lurking in the shadows, including emperors. Danger is inevitable, but we'll see if the academy will be able to make it through or not. So many have been paying attention to the academy, hoping that it would fall. Not just the 3 races, even the 100 races have lineages wishing for this. Why? They want to share the pie on top of replacing its spot. Li Qia smiled and said. Right. Jinsheng said with a tinge of emotion, the academy is indeed a gigantic pie. Just its resources alone are tempting enough, let alone all of the things left behind by the emperors here. In fact, some emperors and high gods who are alumni of the academy want it to go down. Because they studied here, they knew just how rich it was along with things they truly covet. Li Qia's expression turned cold. Jinsheng agreed, the destruction of the academy can fatten other lineages. If they could gain enough out of it, the harvest could propel their sects to the next level. And you? Do you want the academy to fall so that you can have a peace, or the opposite? Li Qia looked at him and got to the point. Jinsheng met his gaze and said seriously, I do find the resources tempting, but I do not wish for the academy's demise. I don't care that it is the hope of the 100 races, but I know when to be grateful and appreciative. When you drink water, remember the source. As a student of the academy, I want it to stand strong. The two maintained their inquisitive gaze in order to truly read each other. Jinsheng didn't flinch at all. Very good. Li Qia nodded. It is best that other emperors and high gods share this attitude as well. Greed will consume everything. I hope that academy can handle this incoming disaster. Jinsheng said. Li Qia calmly added, there have been numerous disasters and tribulations in the past and the academy had surpassed them all. Everything will bear fruit, you'll see when it comes. Jinsheng quietly nodded without prying any further. Of course, he was still confident in the academy due to its strong past. It wouldn't be so easy to take it down. Go now, don't go beyond your bounds as a student here. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. A powerful being like Jinsheng knew better than to be disrespectful at this moment. He bowed again and left. When you drink water, remember the source. Well put, out of consideration for this, the thing you are looking for is inside the Lion Hall. Try your best now. Li Qie called out as the man was walking away. Jinsheng was jolted with excitement. He turned around and bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. I will forever remember your kindness. Li Qie waved his sleeve again and the old man left. Chapter 2004, Mountain Without Limits and Ocean Without a Bottom surrounded by the resonative Tao and laws. Study room was filled with mountains and great rivers, quite a magnificent and stirring spectacle. Only regular people would think that the books here were useless. The more knowledgeable ones knew that there were secret manuals hidden here or unfathomable items. Only emperors could reach this particular domain. One particular summit was filled with molten rocks. There weren't a lot of foliage and trees here, only a steep cliff ahead. There was a big boulder there, coarse and hot. Touching it would result in a burn. Li Qie was sitting close by and stared at the boulder on top of this summit since early morning. Occasionally, he would take out the bag of skin for a closer inspection. From the touch alone, this was most likely human skin. It came from some Sara wild ancestor as a last-ditch effort to stay alive. Even the combination attack of 20 emperors didn't do anything to this heaven-defying item. After a particular guess with this skin piece, Li Qie decided to go to the academy. It wasn't large and seemed to be a complete piece peeled out from someone, or perhaps its owner decided to shed off this old shell. In short, judging by the skin, the person wasn't that large. The texture and appearance themselves were normal just like any other person. Many would never believe its defensive potential unless they were to see it for themselves. Even emperors didn't know the origin of this skin. Even Li Qie and Samsara only had a general idea. There were simply too many shocking secrets belonging to its origin. Li Qie and Samsara have taken a look through texts of the untraceable epochs and saw legends about it. They only mentioned it in passing, never in details. Perhaps no one in history had actually understood the mysteries of this skin. There are no immortals in this world, but surely some got close. Li Qie rubbed this skin piece draping over his knees and murmured. Many have asked this unanswerable question, the existence of immortals. 12 will emperors like World Emperor were apex existences. But regardless of their strength, they still weren't immortals. Because of this, the world believed that none existed, only pseudo-immortals were around at best. However, the appearance of this skin broke a few beliefs. Li Qie had finally gotten concrete evidence of this particular legend. He fell into a deep rumination about something even more ancient. Perhaps there is still a way. Li Qie put away the skin and stared at the summit ahead again. A world that doesn't exist. It is impossible, but who truly knows? The summit was stealing all of his attention as if there was nothing more beautiful in this world. The academy was built by immortal Emperor Fei with Deep South Divine Emperor backing him up. During this period, Fei became much more important among his peers. There were many locations he could have chosen for the academy in the 13 continents, some were certainly auspicious grounds. However, the two emperors eventually chose this place. It used to be desolate without a master, so it took several generations of effort before the academy reached its present level. Surely the emperors had their reasons for picking this place all over the other ones. Only top emperors were privy to the secrets of this choice. The weaker ones had no chance of knowing. Of course, Wuxia was aware of these secrets behind the academy. Nevertheless, he couldn't grasp them entirely. For example, this short summit ahead. He had spent a generation pondering but could only see the surface. The ultimate profundity here was quite obscure and difficult to understand. However, the skin obtained from samsara opened a door for him, allowing him to see from a different angle. He recalled this particular place in the academy and came back to research it since it was related to the human skin. This particular epoch was full of enigmas. In fact, many people didn't even know how long their own epoch has lasted for, let alone even older ones. Wuxia was one of the capable ones, so he took his time researching. He required these items and luck because the final battle wasn't so simple. Otherwise, someone would have done it already. He sat there like a statue until the second day when Yixinxue came to find him. She found his action quite strange because there was nothing to look at here. She tried her best to analyze the summit to no avail. Of course, if she could actually see something, then other top emperors would be put to shame. Nevertheless, she patiently waited next to him. The sun rose and set and days passed by. Wuxia finally woke up and trembled with rustling noise as dust and ashes fell off him. It's definitely possible, Wuxia murmured with a profound glare. The old man also realized this back then, no wonder he told me about it. He took a deep breath about a new potential path. Perhaps the time is changing. Someone possessing a heavenly treasure is quite rare already, but there are more to come. Worldly affairs are so hard to predict. Wuxia felt quite comfortable because he had harvested greatly just now by opening a new door. Many have tried to do so before to no avail. He laughed loudly and clapped before standing up with joy. Teacher. The girl who has been waiting walked up to him and bowed. He withdrew his gaze from the summit and smiled at her. You have made up your mind. She came mentally prepared without any hesitation. Though she was still nervous, she became much more determined. You're right, teacher. She nodded. I really ought to change instead of just hiding like a turtle in its shell. Chapter 2005. She took a deep breath and stared bravely at him with her head held high. Teacher, you were right. I lacked talents compared to my peers in my clan, so I became diffident. I do love reading, but I shouldn't use it as an excuse for my uselessness, so teacher, please teach me. She actually got on her knees and bowed for a long time. I will teach you since I'm your teacher. Wuxia waved his sleeve and told her to get up. The paths for both the Tao and learning aren't easy. For example, the legend you like so much, you will need to take it step by step before truly verifying it. Patience and unyielding perseverance are required for success. Don't forget what you truly desire and you will be able to go far. She met his stare and said with conviction, Teacher, I am neither talented or intelligent. Maybe I won't reach the level you are talking about, but I will keep trying as long as there is a chance in order to not let you down. Having this thought is a good start. Wuxia nodded. No one is born with an indomitable Tao heart, that's impossible. One could have supreme talents at birth, but Tao heart requires polishing and hardship. Work hard, persevere, never give up, you'll be able to have a brilliant and bright heart. She quietly nodded and memorized each word. Come, I'll show you a place. Wuxia said before leaving. She quickly gave chase despite not knowing what awaits her. Others gave up on her, but Wuxia didn't, so she'll take this next step. There were too many other exceptional members in the clan compared to her. Her cultivation as the oldest daughter was far behind on top of her fixation towards reading. Thus, the seniors in the clan have all but forgotten about her. Even her parents thought she wasn't worth grooming, so they let her do as she pleases. The clan often chastised or made fun of her hobby. In their eyes, reading this nonsense literature and history books was a waste of time, an improper way of life. Because of this, she ran away from both cultivation and her family. Staying at study room gave her freedom. No one would scold or make fun of her in this place. Alas, she still had her insecurities while being here. Wuxia was right about her using reading as escapism, and she was certainly aware of this. But now, Wuxia didn't sneer at her and gave her a chance. This was opening a door in her heart, allowing her to walk out of the shadows and into the sun. He brought her into a different peak with a house made out of rocks on top. There was nothing inside but pictures covering the walls. To be more accurate, it looked like a child or someone playing around, not art from a master. Wuxia sat down and said, "If you have read enough books, now it is the time to test you. Take a careful look and learn the meanings in this place." She has never been here before because study room was too large. She didn't even finish reading its library yet, let alone these other spots. She focused up and came closer to look at the pictures all over the walls and ceiling. One would think that someone was just messing around because they were too ugly. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't draw this badly. Nevertheless, she was instantly immersed in these pictures and even forgot about Wuxia. He sat there waiting, seemingly falling asleep. After a long time, she finally finished checking all the pictures and remembered that Wuxia was here. "Teacher. Sorry, I was entranced." She felt bad for lacking impropriety. Wuxia didn't scold her. One may neglect food and sleep while searching for the Tao. It is an amazing experience. "Alright, time to test you." He casually pointed at a picture with crooked lines. It looked like a deer, but the nose was too long on top of 3 skewed lines in front, seemingly added out of a whim. This long-nosed deer is a song deer in the legends. I've seen it before in a book. The 3 lines represent the sea river because that's where the deer reside. Its dominating power comes from this river. She said with uncertainty. "Good job." Wuxia gave words of encouragement. "Not bad at all, very few people know about this deer and sea." She was elated to hear the praise. In the past, when she talked to others about legends, no one bothered to listen at all, or worse, they scoffed at her interest. Gradually, she didn't want to speak to anyone about this topic any longer. "Well, you need to understand the symbolism before understanding its mysteries." Wuxia asked once more, "What is this then?" He pointed at a circle with an unbelievably ugly chick below. The circle was perfect outside of an imperfection caving in. "This is a night phoenix inside a ceremony. The incomplete circle is the ceremony while the bird represents the phoenix. The dark affinity in this is an ominous sign." Xiaofan said. "Indeed." Wuxia nodded and elaborated. "Pay more attention to the ceremony originating from the primal chaos. It hinders the opposite affinity, such as light versus dark. This particular beast is darkness, so a disaster will naturally come. The ceremony is there to stop it." "I see. I thought it was just about the bird." Xiaofan was happy to learn more. "What about this?" Wuxia pointed at a different picture. Just like that, he made her analyze the pictures and would explain whichever ones she didn't understand. The amateurish scribbles here were actually part of a legend. Each was a mythical beast, only erudite experts could grasp their meanings. You have done well to recognize the significance. This is the first step in understanding the mysteries within. They will open a new path for you," he said after she finished going over all the pictures. It was an exciting and fulfilling moment for her since praises weren't something she heard very often. More importantly, she was also being recognized for her knowledge from past learning. She certainly lacked this sense of approval. She eventually calmed down and said, "Teacher, you're saying that these pictures are a merit law?" With that, she took a quick glance at the room again. Though they were related to many legends, she couldn't come up with another interpretation. Chapter 2006, Wuxia nodded. "Yes, this is a merit law, but if you can't understand the meanings within, just knowing that it is a merit law is useless. These aren't legends but also a thick historical book containing old tales and an ancient Tao system. Only through understanding this book would you be able to grasp the law's profundities. A law contained in history? Xinxue was surprised. This was her first time hearing about this matter. For cultivators, merit laws and history were separate and had nothing to do with each other. This was the reason why people didn't care about history or legends. These tales were meant to put children to bed, that's it. Inside books are gold and jade, not just merit laws. History lies before you and the path requires tracing to the source. Before understanding its meanings, you won't be able to get through the door. Wuxia smiled and said. Then how should I begin? She had to ask with great interest. The Tao has always been in your heart. Wuxia said with a smile and reached forward to pull a path out of the ground. Xinxue could hear water splashing as if Wuxia was pulling up an invisible world. Amidst her confusion, he placed his palm on her forehead and resoundingly stated, "Use your heart to feel the Tao in your heart." His voice was full of charisma and clout, drowning everyone inside. Xinxue slowly closed her eyes, feeling herself giving into a deep slumber. When she opened them once more, the world before her had shifted. There was no house and Wuxia. A large river ran before her with a surging current. However, no noise was coming out this time around in this silent world. She suddenly thought about a legend after seeing this river. See. Bleat. The cry of a song deer interrupted the tranquility as it galloped upstream. The legend, Xinexu murmured after seeing this. It was an old legend told to many children before bed. The deer turned to look at Xinxue before speeding and disappearing up the river. Song deer riding sea. She quickly gave chase by entering the river. However, the moment she put one foot in, a buzzing came about. She was pushed back into her original position. The 3 lines, she remembered something else and murmured, 3 inches per step, 3 steps per shift. This is the way of the deer. With that, she carried out this belief. Sure enough, when she did so, she could finally follow the deer. She experienced one legend after another in different worlds, from the song deer to the night phoenix. This put her into a strange trance. If one didn't understand the meaning of a particular legend, they couldn't delve deeper to understand the true profundity. Clank, clank, clank. After going through all of them, everything disappeared. She was now still sitting in the meditative pose inside the stone house. However, it was no longer the same. The entire room emitted the light of the Tao with laws appearing. These laws eventually wove together to form an old building containing all the divine beasts. Finally, the stone house resembled a thick historical book with the sound of pages flipping. Each page contained one legend. It directly imprinted itself into her mind, causing her to tremble. The aura of this grand Tao surged around her with a familiar presence. She was now locked with this grand Tao, for it has become a part of her. This feeling of being close to the Tao made her cry because her lack of talents didn't allow her to do so at youth. Others only needed 1 or 2 days to get started on a merit law, while she needed 4 to 5, perhaps even longer. She heard her cousins talk about this sensation, but she lacked this privilege. It was as if she was born far away from the Tao and she could only look at it from the distant. Being embraced by the Tao and feeling it becoming a part of her left her emotional with tears. She has waited 20 years for this day. Teacher, she couldn't help prostrating before him, words unable to come out. The gentleness and harmony of this feeling was opening her heart. This is my first time being so close to the Tao, she sobbingly stammered with tears filling her cheeks. This sensation was too rare because she had been abandoned by her clan and even parents. So now, she would forever remember this feeling of being hugged by the Tao. Wuxia gave her rebirth and everything. Stand up. He nonchalantly said, there are countless paths and innate talent isn't the only requirement. Alas, too many laymen believe that talent is crucial. In this world, everyone is talented, no one is truly trash. Some are gifted with strength, others with patience, more with comprehension. Your seniors might think that you are trash, but that's only because they haven't found the right path for you. She was considerably stirred by his words because unlike her seniors, he didn't deem her as trash. The girl found it hard to calm down. Go back and try your best to understand it. Wuxia continued, work hard and work hard some more so that your life will not be wasted. With that, he turned and left. He was already far away when she calmed down and looked up. Nevertheless, she still bowed deeply towards his direction with great deference. When he returned, Gold Loop Fist has been waiting for a long time. The guy was excited to see Wuxia and got on his knees as well. Teacher, you are the Wang's benefactor, giving us hope to rise again for the second time. We will establish a shrine for you and our descendants shall worship you for generations to come. Gold Loop wouldn't get up from the ground. After receiving Wuxia's guidance, he indeed found his clan's lost merit laws from the stone forest. He didn't let down his clan's great expectations. Now they could finally answer their late ancestors without feeling shame. No need for an eternal shrine. Wuxia said, cultivate hard to not bring down Wang Ao's heroic reputation. Back then, he relied on his gold loop moon-grasping law to defeat many high gods from the three races. Teacher, I will forever keep that in mind, never bringing shame to the ancestors' illustrious name. He bowed his head again while answering with sincerity coming from the heart. Wuxia nodded and went back to his room. The guy prostrating on the ground finally got up. Though Wuxia had shut the door, he continued to stare in that direction and bowed deeply. Chapter 2007. On the next days, Wuxia didn't teach the group anything. In his opinion, a teacher's job was to show the students the way and they needed to do the rest themselves. Outside of training himself, he spent more time focusing on Samsara's bag of skin. He carefully analyzed it while checking it with the other summit. The skin's purpose was very simple, a defense capable of stopping the strongest assault in the world. Alas, this wasn't Wuxia's goal. He wanted to link the skin with that summit in order to find a clue and open a new portal to a world that does not exist. It was a place unreachable even for the 12 Will Emperors. He needed to find it because he required certain things there. This has been a thorn in his heart for a long time now. He spent generations without finding any breakthrough until now. This skin was a way for him to find the portal. After numerous speculations, he finally found the connection between the summit and the skin. Buzz. He laid out the skin and it emitted a faint luster. This glow was special, one would be hard-pressed to see a similar radiance in this world. It looked like an immortal glow from a jade, extremely wondrous. Anyone would be attracted instantly with their soul wavering into ascension. It was truly too beautiful as it flowed across the surface of the skin just like runes or blood vessels. Wuxia held his breath since he was also affected by its splendor. Moreover, he memorized the lines because of the secret hidden within. After a long time, all of the flowing lines have emerged on the skin. They suddenly came together to form a figure. This figure was too faint and unrecognizable. Who knows if this was a man or a woman? It was only the size of a fist, but its appearance made the skin as vast as a world. This figure was only one of the living beings there. Wuxia's eyes became profound and seemingly traveling on the river of time across the epochs. Finally, he stopped at one epoch. In this split second, he was able to see this figure's real form. The figure on the skin suddenly woke up and looked back at Wuxia. Their gazes were not limited by temporal restraints, so they stared at each other. Alas, the figure moved on towards a faraway place. Wuxia focused on remembering each step. He was experiencing the fortune of a lifetime. Eventually, the figure finished its path and became tired. It has been walking for too long and too far to reach the deeps of this world. It was time to rest now. Because of this, the light began to disperse, same with the figure, until everything went away. The skin became the same again as if nothing had happened. So it's like that, I see. Wuxia clapped and burst out in laughter. He looked up and saw the sunny rays before smiling. Everything became so beautiful in his eyes now. In this generation, people have asked me how confident I am about the incoming battle. Ask me again today and I shall answer, I will escape unscathed regardless of how tough it will be in the future. Next, Wuxia came out of the room and saw the 3 students waiting outside. Teacher. All bowed respectfully, even the hidden master, Lu Jinsheng. Is something the matter? He glanced at them and asked. They exchanged glances. Minxue was afraid so she lowered her head while Goldloop was only smiling. Jinsheng had to be the one speaking up. The semester has just started and there is a tea party at the Literature Citadel. We also want to join the fun, please give us permission, teacher. Jinsheng inquired. Calmness can't last for long. Wuxia chuckled, very well, cultivation and learning aren't always done behind closed doors. It's fine to take a trip outside, plus, I'm free anyway so I'll go with you 3. Really? Xinxue excitedly looked up and shouted but she felt that this was strange so she quickly lowered her head again. Let's go, it'll be good. Let's show those geniuses from Emperor Mansion and Sacred Institution that we from study room aren't just bookworms. Wuxia declared. Those 2 classrooms have countless geniuses. The most famous 3 among them should be much stronger than old students like us. Goldloop scratched his head and said. Xinxue, on the other hand, wasn't thinking too much. She only wanted to go out and have fun. Just geniuses can't reach the apex. You just need to work hard and you'll surpass those geniuses one day. They're not the only unbeatable ones in history. Wuxia nonchalantly said. Of course, he was aiming this message at Xinxue and Goldloop. One was his student while the other was a descendant of a friend so Wuxia wanted to take care of them. Jinsheng was not like these 2. He was already extremely powerful so those geniuses would be better off not provoking him. Xinxue didn't say anything but she kept his words in mind. She always enjoyed memorizing and basking in his comments. They were as precious as gold to her. Goldloop only laughed while rubbing his head. Let's go, I also want to see some people. Wuxia told the group. In this vast academy were many grottos and individual schools taking up massive space. There were also multiple old cities. Literature was one of these cities. It was located in the center of the 5 classrooms so there were always students hanging out. Before reaching this city, one could see 2 gigantic statues by the entrance. When people got closer, they would find that the statues were unreasonably large. They felt like ants and there was no way of seeing the head of the statues since it was surrounded by clouds. The statues looked like guardians protecting literature. Upon careful inspection, one would find that one statue was male and the other female. The man was heroic and powerful while the woman beautiful. The former propped his hands on a saber while the latter had a divine sword, ready to defend literature whenever. They didn't look to be expertly crafted but there was an aura surpassing the ages. No one dared to act arrogance before them. So large, who are they? Goldloop murmured, are these the ancestors of the academy? Wuxia gave them a quick glance and said, they're Yang Zhenwei and Guoxingyue. Who? Goldloop has never heard of these 2 names, which seniors are they? Xinxue who was versed in this subject responded, they are Harmony immortal monarchs, the only husband and wife pairing among the emperors. These 2 graduated from our academy. Chapter 2008, Harmony Immortal Monarchs. I know of them, they're a miracle from our 100 races. Goldloop clapped his hands and said. Yes, according to the text, they graduated from our academy and married each other before shouldering the heavens' wills together, for each, an enviable couple indeed. She was excited while explaining since she loved the history of the emperors such as Harmony monarchs. Because they were from the 100 races, there were a plethora of records about them. She stole a glance at Wuxia, blushed, afraid that she might have said something wrong due to a lack of confidence. Wuxia cheered her on, "You're right." However, the proudest achievement for the two isn't that they became monarchs together and not 4 wills each either. What did I miss? She tilted her head and continued, the text says that their greatest battle accomplishment was killing a grand emperor with 8 wills. The two of them fought against this emperor before paying a great price to take him down. That's impossible. Goldloop was startled. How could 4-will emperors kill one with 8? Many understood that the power within the heavens will was incredible. For example, a 4-will emperor was at a clear disadvantage against someone with more. This should be an uncrossable bridge for just about anyone. Furthermore, 2 4-will emperors working together could perhaps stop a 5-will emperor. As for someone with 8? Not even 3 4-will emperors could do anything about that, let alone 2. The calculation behind the power of the heavens' wills wasn't one of simple addition. Thus, the tale of the 2 emperors seemed like a fabrication. Anyone with a trace of common sense would never accept it. This story is verified by several immortal monarchs, but I don't really know the details. Xinxue became slightly agitated after Goldloop didn't believe her. She wasn't making it up, only recalling the text. Of course, her verification ended in the books because a character as insignificant as an ant like her couldn't go up to the big shots of the 100 races and ask. That is the truth. Jinxing nodded and helped her out. That battle was shocking. The husband and wife did kill the 8-will emperors, but they nearly died themselves. That's what the text said, they were gravely injured. Xinxue became more confident after finding an ally. That's something else, so hard to believe. How did they do it? Goldloop commented. I'm not clear about that. She looked over at Wuxia with a hopeful stare. The text didn't go into the details of that battle. Wuxia chuckled after seeing her stare. There are many reasons for the successful slaying. For example, the advantage of number, the mutual and implicit understanding between the pair so their combination attacks were flawless. Moreover, they were younger than the Grand Emperor. Just in terms of vitality alone, they could draw out the battle infinitely. He paused for a bit before concluding, of course, these aren't the most important factors. The thing that decided the outcome was the supreme grand Tao created by the two, a unique Tao combining the sword and saber. When they fought together, there was a monstrous increase in battle power, not just 2 emperors working together. The sword and saber are that powerful together? Goldloop took a deep breath and said. Joint attacks are rare between emperors and predicated on their mutual understanding and harmonization. Normally, where are you going to find 2 monarchs who have similar power level on top of having the proper mental connection? Harmony immortal monarchs graduated the academy together so they were always side by side. There was a connection between them beyond the imagination of outsiders. Furthermore, their supreme grand Tao was a fused one, combining 2 separate Tao. Such a Tao is exceedingly rare in history, could be praised as unique. This was what allowed them to take down a grand emperor with 8 wills. Wuxia finished. Goldloop was moved by the story while Xinxue happily cheered, "Teacher, you told the story so much better than me." Due to her limitation and lack of traveling, she didn't know the secrets privy only to the true masters. Thus, Wuxia naturally knew more details than she did. Goldloop eventually calmed down and looked at the 2 statues, so because of that battle, the Academy created these statues in order to memorialize their magnificent achievement? You need to read more. Jinsheng teased him after hearing this. Xinxue also smiled and didn't bother refuting him. Old Lu, am I wrong here? Tell me why the academy erected their statues then. Gold Loop was unconvinced and glared at Jinsheng. Your stupidity will be your demise. Jinsheng glared back and retorted. Gold Loop certainly didn't like the comment and gritted his teeth, so Xinxue quickly mediated. The statues are built not because of their magnificent achievements, but because they are our academy's guardians. Guardians? Gold Loop hasn't heard of this matter. Yes. Xinxue nodded. Harmony Immortal Monarchs remembered the source after drinking water and were grateful of the academy's grooming. Thus, they agreed to return and protect the academy later on. Of course, they don't always stay here, but when the academy needs them, they would answer any summon without questioning. That's awesome, knowing how to be grateful. Gold Loop gave a thumbs up before bowing towards the statue and blabbering, Your Majesties, this little one bows before you with reverence as boundless as the surging river. The words were exaggerated, but they were also true. In fact, the academy had more than just these two monarchs as alumni. These emperors went on to establish their own imperial lineages and had their own Dao system. Perhaps they would help the academy out in times of need, but they didn't treat the academy's well-being as their responsibility like Harmony Immortal Monarchs. Xinxue also bowed towards the statue after seeing Gold Loop. Jinsheng only gave them a look. In fact, many students who were entering literature bowed at the two emperors as well. Chapter 2009, Let's Go. Li Qiye said after the group was introduced to the statues and entered Literature Citadel. The group calmed down and quickly followed him. Literature was quite lively with people coming and going shoulder to shoulder. The mass was colorful with all types of people. Some were around here while the others came from everywhere under the sun. Of course, the students from 100 Halls, Sacred Institution, and Emperor Mansion were having the most fun. They came with their friends and enjoyed the trip. A tea party was happening for several days now. Of course, it wasn't as simple as tasting tea and having small chats. This was a chance for the different classrooms to get to know each other for better networking. Naturally, there wouldn't be a lack of competition and bouts. The students could also sit down just to talk about the Tao or impart some of their knowledge about cultivation. Alas, this was a much rarer occurrence. Literature was large with roads open in all directions. Some students were happy to see each other while others glared with animosity. After all, competition breeds aggression. A place for education like the academy was no exception. Many students had grievances with their peers in this place. Classmate Miao is over there. A group yelled while Li Qiye was walking over with his students. The students from 100 Halls rushed towards the end of the road where a girl was walking alone. She dressed in a simple manner with no hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, the stars gathered wherever she went since she was a crane standing among chicken. The students from 100 Halls immediately surrounded her. There was no chance for her to keep a low profile. Classmate Miao, our 100 Halls is relying on you for this tea party to fight against Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion. Only you and Young King can do it. In a short period, these stars claimed and shouted. That's right, we all listen to you and Young King. The two of you together will definitely make this tea party brilliant, maybe even taking down the other classrooms. Many others chimed in. This girl was naturally Miao Chan, the favorite at 100 Halls. She was beloved and enjoyed a grand status in this classroom. Nevertheless, she remained humble and only answered casually without making any bombastic declaration. That's Miao Chan over there. Xinxue praised from the distant. I heard she is as wise as the ocean with great vision. In this semester, our academy has 3 exceptional ladies, Miao Chan from 100 Halls, Yi Miaoxue from Sacred Institution, and Mei Suyao from Emperor Mansion. I've seen Mei Suyao before. Her temperament is nearly comparable to teacher Qianxian. Goldloop sighed and said. When he brought up Yu Qianxian, Xinxue stole a glance at Li Qie. This teacher was strangely respectful towards Li Qie previously. Li Qie only chuckled and also looked at Miao Chan. Though he didn't see her back in stone medicine, he had heard Ming Yeshue brought her up. She said that the most talented person in stone medicine was not the Golden Crow Prince or Yi Qingsheng, it was Miao Chan. Thus, he was a bit interested now that she was in the 10th world. Though he had pierced multiple holes in the spatial wall when he ascended, it wasn't that easy to actually make it through the passage. Sister Miao, I finally caught up to you. Loud footsteps resounded as a group of male students from 100 halls ran over. They were spirited and imposing, adorned with either divine armors or treasures. All were gallant and exceptional, clearly either rich or part of the nobility from the great powers. Furthermore, their leader was even more charismatic and handsome. He had 6 divine swords, all spewing out a different light. Those who knew about him naturally made way, afraid of his momentum. Young King is here. Some female students enthusiastically rushed up with excitement in their eyes. They didn't try to hide their adoration at all. This handsome student was also a famous person in 100 halls with no lack of fans. His name was Kong Yelin, also known as Six-Sword Young King. Young King, you and classmate Miao Chan working together will sweep through the entire party. People began flattering him. The Young King is here too? This tea party might be much more exciting than last year. Xinxue said, that's the leader of the 100 halls, one of the 3 scions at our academy. If he's here, then maybe Free Sky Young Lord and Godchild from Rumination will be here too. I heard that the Young King is the son of 9-Sword High God, is that true? Goldloop asked curiously. Yes. Xinxue nodded. Ren Sheng was the one who brought him here to the academy, so he's a big deal. That's badass enough. The High God has 11 totems and is Ren Sheng's Dao protector. Now that Ren Sheng is an immortal monarch who can have 8 wills later, he'll have quite a big backing behind him. He's probably only here to build connections. Goldloop believed. Xinxue was completely right about his background. His talents were also amazing as one of the 3 scions, enough to join Sacred Institution or Emperor Mansion, but he chose 100 halls instead. Eventually, he became the leader there and earned the student support. Sister Miao, there will be many experts at this party. Nevertheless, I will try my best to go first and hope that you will strategize for me. The Young King came closer to Miao Chan and spoke quite intimately with no intention of hiding the adoration in his eyes. Senior, I'm sure you already have cards up your sleeve. I will just be cheering on the sideline. Miao Chan humbly said. No way, I'll be needing your advice then. Being praised by Miao Chan left him elated and arching his chest out further. Miao Chan smiled back and looked around them. However, she suddenly saw someone, a man who couldn't look more ordinary. He walked inconspicuously on the street and could disappear among the sea of pedestrians at any moment. She was visibly shaken since she knew who he was. She quickly breathed in and started to leave. Where are you going, sister? The Young King was surprised and hurriedly caught up. Please excuse me, I have just thought of something. She answered without looking back and left in a hurry. Li Qie naturally saw this and only chuckled. Though he killed the Golden Crown Prince and destroyed Heaven Hoof, as long as Miao Chan was smart, he didn't care about letting her live. He took his group around for a stroll before telling them, keep walking around, I'm going to go see someone. Yes, teacher, we'll wait for you at the tea garden. Goldloop answered. None in the group dared to object. Li Qie told Jinsheng, watch them. Jinsheng could handle any trouble since he was no slouch. The old man nodded and continued to walk together with the other 2. Li Qia went through the city and many streets before stopping at an old house. Its wooden doors were shut tightly with a knocking loop. He went up and gently pulled it back for a knock. Ding, ding, ding. The bell sound from this loop hitting the door was very pleasant. Eventually, the doors opened, revealing an old servant. He wore a gray robe and didn't say anything after seeing Li Qia, only nodding his head. Li Qia nodded back and followed him into the house. There was nothing inside but a regular Dao platform. Li Qia then climbed on it, step by step. 1. Yi Xinxue and Yi Miaoxue. The Yi are different characters. Yi for Xinxue means night while Yi for Miaoxue means leaf. Chapter 2010, Buzz. The platform opened revealing a portal that instantly sent Li Qia away. Next, he appeared in an unknown location with another portal. He was once teleported to a different place. This process went on several times before he reached a mansion with extreme defensive measures with formations. Any intruder would be taken care of easily. However, he was unaffected and strode inside. It didn't take long before he reached the end of the mansion. This was a small room with immortal crystal linings. One could see a person meditating there, spewing and absorbing clouds and smokes. Li Qia chuckled and sat down without any reservation. Sacred teacher. The meditating man immediately opened his eyes, revealing a monstrous glare containing the 3,000 Dao within. Don't worry, no need for that. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said, "It wasn't easy for the academy to create a room like this for you. Many descendants have poured their wealth into it. Please excuse your disciple for not being able to stand up and greet you, though I want to so much." The man said emotionally. "There will be more chances later." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "You're the renowned Azura, don't be so emotional like a girl now." The person inside smiled wryly after hearing this. "Perhaps it's because I haven't seen you in a long time, or maybe my old age is catching up to me." Azura was one of the strongest ancestors at the academy. He steered the academy through many dangerous periods, so he enjoyed a great status here. Few could personally see Azura himself. They would need permission from the ancestors first. "Don't worry, you're still quite tough." Li Qia smiled. Azura replied, "I heard the juniors talked about a big event at Pure several days ago, a world-destroying one. The first thing I thought about was you, teacher, and you're really here now. It's been several eras since our last meeting. I'm not finished with a few matters, so I have to come back." Li Qia said calmly. "It's good that you're here. I've been worrying about the academy, but I'm sure it will be okay now." Azura smiled. When Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor were still around, they have thought about this already. It's just coming a bit early now. Li Qia said. "Yes, the time is changing, perhaps the darkness will come soon than we thought." Azura said sentimentally. "It is perilous, but the academy has faced and surpassed disasters before." Li Qia wasn't too worried. If everyone works together, then the academy can certainly do it. Azura sighed, "But many people won't let the academy do so. It is a fat piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of, including members of the 100 races." "You're thinking about some of the alumni?" Li Qia asked. "If that's the case, then the academy is trouble. If these emperors and gods work with the 3 races, it won't look too good. They know too much about the academy, especially the defensive strongholds. Some were created by them too. The academy lines will falter if that happens." Azura was worried. "You don't know who you can trust, which is why the situation is so difficult right now. If the academy asks for help from the emperors, it will be a huge boost in power. But asking the wrong person would be akin to leading wolves into one's house." Li Qia analyzed. "Exactly. Azura pondered for a bit before speaking, thus, your arrival is our blessing. As long as you give the order, the monarchs and immortal emperors won't dare to do anything reckless. The grand emperors have to think twice as well. Azura was merely speaking the truth. With a character like the Dark Crow around, the emperors would have to tread carefully. He was a butcher, so anyone who was aware of his existence would naturally feel trepidation. No need for that. Wuxia chuckled, if I give an order, people will say that I am bullying others using my status. But I'm not someone like that. If some people have this idea, let them come. We shall welcome them. Celestial Academy takes everyone in, so if some emperors are interested in us, then we will show them the most sincere form of hospitality. That's how we should treat guests, we'll let them stay with our enthusiasm. Otherwise, others would make fun of us if our guests just leave so fast before their seat could warm up. You mean, Azura slightly batted his eyes. As Wuxia's disciple, he knew exactly what Wuxia was trying to say. A thick stench of blood could be sensed now. As the adage goes, never trust anyone not from the same race, kill all to avoid further complications. In fact, there is another phrase, never trust anyone who doesn't walk on the same path as you. Kill them all too. So, for those immortal emperors and monarchs who want a piece of the academy, we'll massacre them regardless of their reasons and beliefs. Kill emperors from the 100 races and the 9 worlds. Azura was slightly stirred. It would be a great war if this were to happen. This disaster is a test for the Academy and also a test for the 100 races and us. Wuxia said with a cold smirk, when the disaster comes, these traitors will bite us anyway and treat others as food. This is the best time to kill those who deserve death in order to surpass future tribulation. Otherwise, they'll just be claws for the darkness later on. Azura has thought about this in the past, but he wasn't strong enough to do so. His academy wasn't strong enough to wage war against everyone. Moreover, he didn't know who to trust. Any reckless move would deteriorate the situation. This was no longer the case now that Wuxia has returned. He had the abilities to stop the surging waves. More importantly, Azura could question other emperors, but he had absolute trust in Wuxia. Get ready, it will be a tough battle. Wuxia smiled, killing the potential betrayers from the 100 races will be an appetizer before the storm, just like slaying the traitors from the 3 races. We need to stop them from growing and spreading before the disaster, or it won't bode well. Teacher, your foresight has always been acute. Azura sighed. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't falter when the darkness comes? That they wouldn't forget who they were and wouldn't betray their family and race? Even emperors wouldn't dare to make this claim. Tragedies like this have happened before. It was part of the dark reality. Are the generals doing well? Wuxia asked after a brief silence. They should be okay. Azura responded, we can't communicate or meet up, but your markings are still there. That's good then. Wuxia nodded, when I leave this world, it is when all of you will raise your wings without my order. I'm sure the white crane will soar, all glories will belong to your group then. 1. The first phrase is a historical one, but the character for race has many meanings. In this particular translation, it comes off as racist. In fact, this character can mean race, nationality, ethnicity, clan, by extension, social group. So essentially, the meaning of the phrase is, never trust anyone not on the same side, they'll have ulterior motives. It is most commonly used during warring periods to dissuade a commander/king from taking in defectors/outsiders. So, the translation makes it sound worse than it is. But if I don't use race here, it won't be correct in this context, because the context does mean race. I guess what I'm trying to say is, this phrase isn't as racist as it sounds because it is a historical phrase and Chinese can use it against each other. Chapter 2011, White Crane Soaring. Azura murmured with a sigh, "This glory belongs to you, teacher, for working so hard behind the scene without enjoying any appreciation. From 9 to the 10th world, numerous sacrifices and near-death experiences, and training all of us." "I know." Wuxia smiled, "I just wanted to help since I was born in this era. However, it is time for all of you to show yourselves after hiding for many generations. Reciprocation shall be had for all of your efforts, the heroes of the world. We owe nothing to this world, only to you, teacher." Azura spoke softly. "Don't. It is already good enough that you all don't curse me for being too crazy and strict back then with the training." Wuxia said with a smile. "How can one see the rainbow without experiencing the rain and storm?" Azura smiled back. "Yes, this will be a storm indeed. Hopefully, we'll be able to see the rainbow afterward. The storm will wash away the filth and darkness in this world. Too many wise sages have paid, Xiaofan, Minran, Purewood, all of them continued forward, so we need to be their support. Future generations can be the defenders instead, but surely, we're not running away because of the powerful enemies or the terrible darkness." Wuxia said slowly. "Of course, teacher. You have never given up on this world regardless of the changes and how the people treat you." Azura agreed. Wuxia said, "I'll be leaving one day, so you all will need to take up the mantle. It requires emperors and someone like World Emperor as the leader. What a shame that he is not from our race." Azura said with a tinge of regrets. "He's fine, though he wants my head more than anyone else. He does know right from wrong. He's lucid and visionary. Perhaps one day, he won't be able to be in charge because behind him is a monstrous power, but I'm sure he'll stand up for what's right when the time calls for it. He's not a petty person but rather, a natural-born leader." Wuxia chuckled and said. Others would find this comment unbelievable. The Crow and World Emperor have been mortal enemies for generations. The former swept through the 3 races while the latter pursued him. But now, Wuxia had such a high evaluation of him. "Indeed," Azura murmured. Wuxia continued, "The old geezer is among those whom I trust in this world. When I'm gone, the snake will lose its head. You might need to fight with World Emperor later on." "I understand, teacher." Azura nodded. He was also a peak master and knew that World Emperor was a trustworthy person of noble character, especially during times of turmoil. The two of them talked for a long time, especially about the incoming disaster at the academy. They carefully planned for this bloody battle since it also involved the future of the 100 races. For this group, they could afford to not have other imperial lineages but not the academy. The fall of the academy would result in the closing of a path for these cultivators. Once, it had groomed numerous influential masters. Though the prosperity of the 100 races today was also due to the contribution of the great emperors, but without the academy, the 100 races surely wouldn't be in its current position. It planted the seeds on this land to give boundless potential in the future. Ultimately, a single tree alone couldn't build a pavilion. Because of this, Wuxia wouldn't hesitate to massacre emperors and their lineages when it was necessary to protect the academy. After enough planning, he left Azura's mansion and returned to the academy. Buzz. He appeared inside the small room again. The old servant was standing there with his head lowered, not a man of many words. Wuxia nodded at him before exiting the house. Creak. The old servant closed the wooden doors and Serenity returned to this inconspicuous house. Wuxia gave the place a glance with a smile on his face before leaving. As he walked through literature and saw the filled streets and excited students, he became slightly emotional. So many students in the past would have to come outside to face the troubles of the world. He used to be a teacher here and had sent students away. Dao brotherly, wait, no, teacher. Wuxia walked on the street and saw a familiar face. She was sitting by the window of a street-front restaurant and waved at him. It was Tao Ting who was sitting there alone and seemed a bit lonely. Wuxia chuckled and entered the restaurant. Teacher. She was a bit embarrassed because she was simply saying hi to an acquaintance but had forgotten about his status as a teacher. Wuxia saw her standing there awkwardly, so he said, "Sit down." He sat down as well, close to her. This made the atmosphere quite strange because she didn't know what to say. "Teacher, I didn't know you were a teacher before, so I have been disrespectful," she eventually smiled wryly and said. "No problem, I only came to the academy on a whim." Wuxia nodded and smiled. She heaved a sigh of relief before calling for a waiter to get Wuxia some tea. She personally prepared and poured one for him before sitting there in silence. "Something's on your mind?" he asked in a friendly tone. "No, it's nothing," she jolted back into reality and quickly shook her head with a forced smile. He naturally could see through this and said, "You could tell me, maybe I could help." He wouldn't give a damn about someone else, but Yao Ting was different due to her origin. "It's just a little thing, no need to trouble you, teacher." She shook her head again. "Someone is bullying you?" "Ah, in the matter of romance, even." Wuxia guessed with a smile. Yao Ting was shocked because Wuxia was completely on point. "Don't be surprised, I've seen this common thing too many times," Wuxia said. Yao Ting was pretty with great personalities, so naturally, she was popular with the boys. However, there was one fatal flaw: she came from a tiny location, so she had no backings, especially at the academy. Just imagine, a talented and beautiful girl, popular with the boys, would naturally become the object of jealousy to the other girls. Yao Ting didn't know what to say because she wasn't that close to Wuxia. Moreover, she was a student and he was a teacher. It wasn't quite appropriate for a conversation. "If it is only a small fight about love, then let it go," Wuxia said, "but if someone keeps on bullying you, then just tell me." "No one will bully someone from the Yao clan at this academy." She felt warmth after hearing this, akin to being protected by a big brother protecting his little sister. She was all alone and traveled far to the academy to learn. There was no family here or someone she could rely on. This experience so far has not been entirely easy. Chapter 2012. There were many students at the academy. The 100 halls had the highest number. The majority came from smaller sects or nothing at all, but that was only when compared to imperial lineages. Ultimately, they still had some resources and backers. As for Yao Ting, 3 generations of her ancestors were all mortals. There were other students like her, but this was quite rare. Even those who started with nothing at least had cultivators in their family tree. A vagabond cultivator still counted. Thus, so they were at least taught or given pieces of advice beforehand. Alas, those close to Yao Ting, such as her parents or the elders in the village, were true mortals. They were now people from 2 separate worlds. Even if Yao Ting had something on her mind, such as being bullied, she couldn't say anything to her family. Therefore, being shown concern by Wuxia made her feel much better. Even back in their first meeting, he had given her a sense of closeness, just like a family member. During her lonely moment, his comforting words made it seem otherwise. "I understand, teacher." Yao Ting felt much better and gently nodded. "I only wish to train hard at the academy so I can join sacred institution later." Yao Ting spoke from the heart. She came from a small village, and though her teacher viewed her highly, she was starting from the bottom up. Plus, her talents weren't enough for the academy to place her in sacred institution, so she needed to go to 100 halls first, then wait for a promotion if her results were outstanding. Just like that, she trained hard without caring about romance. Alas, life wasn't that simple sometimes. "I see, someone is targeting you," Wuxia said, "but don't you worry, the academy has been standing strong for one era to another. As long as you are really a gold ingot, then you will eventually shine without rotting away. There are many teachers watching as well. Just become stronger and work hard, then joining sacred institution is only a matter of time. The thing you need to do now is to focus on cultivation alone, nothing else. As a previous teacher here, he was aware of the situation. People and competition went hand in hand. So many students from the hall wanted to enter the institution, so one could imagine the fierce competition among them. Yao Ting was a nobody, so the other competitors would try to take her down. It was one thing if she was just an average student. Alas, her talents were quite exceptional, so she had a good chance of entering sacred institution. Because of this, she became a thorn in others' eyes. Thank you for your advice, teacher. Yao Ting could see the sun after the clouds, her hazy worries dispersed instantly. Ultimately, the only thing that she could do given her circumstances was to work harder than her peers due to a lack of backers. Li Qia's comment was a calming pill to her mind. If he could guarantee so, then she didn't need to worry about foul plays from the students coming from the great powers. I repeat, just focus on cultivation, forget everything else. If someone keeps on pushing the issue, just let me know. Thank you, teacher. She replied. Li Qia chuckled while looking at her. In his mind, he was recalling her ancestors once more. They didn't wish for their descendants to join the cultivation world, but she was here at the academy now. Perhaps this was the working of fate. He was a reasonable person who knew how to be grateful. Out of consideration for her ancestors, he wanted to lend her a hand and hope that she would soar in the future on this path. Oh! Isn't this our 100 Hall's good girl? A girl suddenly spoke with a tinge of mockery in her voice. 5 girls came into the restaurant, all were students from the academy. They were around 18 of age and grew up to be quite pretty. The leader was especially beautiful with a noble and charming aura. Her gestures were imposing by nature, so she clearly came from a powerful place. She walked towards Yao Ting with a sneer on her face. She looked at Yao Ting, then at Li Qia before implying, "What is our good girl sneaking here for? Having a secret date with your lover? You're sneaking around like this because you don't want Senior Yen and the others to know, right?" Yao Ting turned red, but she restrained herself. "Yi Xiaoxiang, watch your words." "Watch my words?" The girl smiled and said, "Then why are you sneaking here with him? What else but to do certain things you don't want others to know? Sister Yi, maybe she's doing this with more than just one guy." Another girl laughed and seized the opportunity to attack Yao Ting. "Of course. This Yao girl is a slut. If Senior Yen finds out, he'll be done with her." One more chimed in. The girls said their part with wanton disregard for Yao Ting. She became quite angry now, anyone else would have erupted already. "Girl, your eyesight is quite bad too. Even if you want to sneak around, at least pick someone better. Look at him, just a commoner." "Wait, don't tell me, it's a case of not being picky with food on an empty stomach, that's why," the girl named Yi Xiaoxiang said with disdain towards Li Qia. "Scram before I get angry." Li Qia interrupted her before she could finish. "Little animal, do you know who I am? Daring to speak like that before me? Don't you see that your girl doesn't even dare to fart in front of me? I am from Free Sky, my lady is a regional princess there." The girl's expression became quite aggressive after being spoken to like this by Li Qia in public. "I told you to scram." Li Qia repeated and sent her flying with a slap. This scared the hell out of the other girls. They stared at him, petrified, not expecting that someone was bold enough to actually hit Xiaoxiang and broke her teeth. You dare to hit our sister? She's from Free Sky." One of the girls calmed down and shrieked at him. "Scram!" Li Qia said without bothering to look at her. They were scared by his aura and didn't dare to say anything else. As regular students, they have never seen an aura like this before. Thus, they hurriedly went to help Xiaoxiang up while overwhelmed with fear. "Brat, just you wait, I'll settle this. My last name will not be Yi if I let you stay at the academy later," Xiaoxiang fiercely added while being helped by her friends. Wuxia only sipped his tea in response. After the group left, Yao Ting worriedly said, "She's a disciple from Free Sky sect, but her lady is a princess there. The famous Free Sky young lord is her senior brother." So it turned out that Xiaoxiang was a maid of the Sky High regional princess, so she got into the sect as well, a swift rise due to her lucky circumstance. Because her lady joined the academy, she also came along and wanted a promotion to sacred institution. Thus, Yao Ting was viewed as an annoyance due to the competition. "And?" Wuxia leisurely said. Yao Ting calmed down and became embarrassed. The heated situation earlier made her forget about his current position. Xiaoxiang's backing was quite big, but Wuxia was a teacher, so his backing was even greater. Yao Ting then said, "Thank you again, teacher." This wasn't enough to describe her gratitude, but it was all she could come up with at this moment. Normally, Xiaoxiang and her group would provoke her, but she could handle this without a direct confrontation. After all, the opponents had the number advantage with a strong backing. In the even of a fight breaking out, it might not be favorable for her. 1. This idiom is used to imply that Yao Ting is horny, so she will pick just about anyone. I'm not sure if I made that obvious enough. Chapter 2013. Though Yao Ting had many friends in her classroom, they didn't dare to stand up for her sake against Yi Xiaoxiang. After all, anyone would be afraid of dealing with a monster like Free Sky. Nevertheless, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety with Wuxia standing up for her. The path of the Tao is full of perils. Wuxia looked at her and said, "Certain things are worth exercising restraint and patience over, but not always. Rage and let blood flow each step of the way. Cultivators should be fiery like this, do not be afraid even against imperial lineages." Yao Ting embraced the comment for a bit before replying, "Thank you, teacher, I'll keep that in mind." Clank, clank, clank. A series of bell rings echoed across the city and attracted all eyes. Someone regained their wits and said, "Go, we need to get the best spot since it's about to begin. The tea garden is opening." In a short time, the students in the restaurant paid up and began to run out. "The tea party is starting," Yao Ting told Wuxia. "I'm actually going," Wuxia said. "You might as well come along, perhaps all of you will be fortunate enough to have a nice start of the semester this time around." Yao Ting didn't expect Wuxia to be so accommodating and hurriedly responded, "All right, I'll come along." The two of them came straight for the garden, the location of choice for this event. This was a very exciting moment for the students and none wanted to miss it. Of course, it was very heated too, so these friends came prepared. Some maneuvered with peers already in order to seize the upper hand at the party. The garden was built inside a mountain range. Literature was vast, so there were many mountainous regions within. It was a scene of beautiful green with smatterings of empty among the thickets. Rumor has it that in the past, the geniuses once cultivated here and the land naturally became auspicious and took the form of the tea garden. For some unknown reason later, no one stayed here any longer for cultivation, but the tea parties did become an annual thing henceforth. The students came to talk and learn about the Tao. This semester lined up with the tea party, so all the students were excited to use this rare chance for a variety of reasons, mostly cultivation related. In a short time, the once peaceful mountain range became rowdy with people coming and going, waiting for the start of the festival. Some traveled on the ground while others preferred flying with treasures, cranes, or beasts. The ones traveling with great fanfare resulted in loud blasts in the sky. "Senior White Crane, you're here too." Those who came early began greeting the latecomers. Senior, your rhino beast is becoming bigger and bigger. It's going to be a demon king one day. People truly tried hard to make conversations even to non-acquaintances. This was a good chance to build relationships. The ones from Emperor Mansion and sacred institutions were especially welcomed by those from 100 Halls. Six-Sword Young King and Miao Chan from 100 Halls are here now. A message spread across the crowd. Not just them, even Rumination Godchild from Sacred Institution is here. This tea party will be very excited. Even the reclusive geniuses from Emperor Mansion are here, like their number one beauty, Fairy Mei Suyao. Two of the three scions are here too. I wonder if the leader, Free Sky Young Lord, will come too? People had fun talking about these famous characters even before the opening of the garden. Mei Suyao was a particularly hot topic. All the guys spoke about her with glimmers in their eyes, wishing to see her beautiful features. There's Teacher Yu Qianxian for the instructors and then Fairy Mei Suyao for the student body. Our semester really has some peerless ladies. A few students couldn't wait anymore and began daydreaming. In fact, the majority of the male students were filled with anticipation. Who wouldn't be when beautiful women were coming? The most famous ladies at the academy included Yu Qianxian, Mei Suyao, and Miao Chan. As a teacher, Qianxian rarely interacted socially with others outside of the classroom while Miao Chan wasn't famous for her looks as much. Thus, Mei Suyao naturally became the most famous in the academy. So many students were head over heels for her. Yao Ting and Li Qie didn't attract a lot of attention. After all, outside of students like Yan Qinsheng, the others didn't know that he was a teacher. They assumed that he was a student in 100 Halls due to his ordinary appearance. The group that offended him was scolded by the ancestors of the academy and were placed under house arrest. They were scared out of their mind, realizing that they have messed with the wrong person. The students focused on Yao Ting instead of Li Qie. Though she wasn't a match for Mei Suyao, her pure and innocent aura was still quite attractive, so fellow students came up to say hi. When the two was climbing up the mountain, they saw an empty shrine, but there were two students from 100 Halls guarding there. Six-Sword Young King and Sister Miao Chan want to shine at this tea party. The young king said he wanted to compete against Sacred Institution. The two of them are a good combo, both brawn and brains. Yao Ting was also excited to watch. Of course, this was a competition for these imperial geniuses, no room for regular students like them. The young king wouldn't bring those with humble origin since the pie was limited. Li Qie chuckled after hearing the name Miao Chan again and walked for the old shrine. The two students immediately stopped him by the door and thought that he was a nobody. With an expression of disdain, one guy uttered coldly, "Fellow classmate, go away. This shrine is being used by our six-sword young king." Li Qie looked at them and ordered, "Back down." His voice carried an unquestionable authority. The two of them seemed to be possessed and instantly obeyed. Inside the shrine were a dozen students sitting on the ground. They were the most exceptional in 100 Halls. The most special ones were naturally the young king and Miao Chan. The form needed no introduction. Given his talents, power, and background, he should have been able to join Sacred Institution without a problem, yet he chose to stay at 100 Halls. He was the leader of this classroom and enjoyed great support and trust from his peers. Meanwhile, Miao Chan was sitting in the corner. Nevertheless, this wasn't enough to hide her nobility. Her most notable feature was her intelligence, so the young king and the other geniuses wanted her help for planning. The young king was organizing a plan for the tea party, but Li Qie and Yao Ting interrupted him. The whole room became quiet. In a short time, all eyes were on the two. They thought that Li Qie was a student from 100 Halls. Only Miao Chan was startled by his arrival. "Sister Yao, we are debating an important matter right now and you're trespassing. Leave right now." The young king's expression darkened. Yao Ting didn't know what to say since she wasn't sure of the situation or why Li Qie wanted to intrude. Chapter 2014. Li Qie gave no mind to the other people present. He came straight to the corner where Miao Chan was and grabbed her wrist, then instantly sealed her pulse. What the hell? The young king instantly stood up with a cold glare. Who are you? Dare to cause trouble here? The other students stood up and glared angrily. Li Qie still ignored them and only continued to gauge Miao Chan. I order you to let go right now or I'll cut your paw off. The young king slowly unsheathed a divine sword from his back with murderous intent. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Young noble Li is a good friend of mine. Miao Chan, on the other hand, remained calm and immediately told the young king. Get out. Li Qie ordered without even looking at the group. You. The young king was astounded. No one in 100 halls has dared to talk to him like this before, so he said, you better learn how to be polite if you want to stay at 100 halls. Miao Chan gently shook her head and told him, Senior, may we have a private conversation for just a bit? Miao Chan was aware that Li Qie was someone who destroyed countless emperor candidates with just one punch. This was an immortal emperor from the 9 worlds. Thus, the young king was courting death by showing the slightest disrespect. Though he was certainly annoyed, the young king had to agree to her request and said, I'll let it go this time out of consideration for Sister Miao Chan. Do so again next time and I'll let you have it. With that, he snorted and came outside. His peers also quickly followed him, leaving behind only Li Qie and Miao Chan. Li Qie sat down and glanced at her to say, Immortal Emperor Jin, she spent a lot of effort on you, unfortunately, it is not enough. If Immortal Emperor Qilin was still around and worked with him, then this flaw wouldn't have appeared. How do you know? Even her visionary self was shocked. No one knows this Dao more than me. Jin, she only has a weak understanding, Qilin was much better on this front. He leisurely said. Immortal Emperor Qilin was the progenitor of Heavenhoof Ravine and Immortal Emperor Jin she came about. Alas, Li Qie has made this sect history. Miao Chan regained her wits a while later and stared at Li Qie. How do you know about me, young noble Li? The two of them have never met before, so he shouldn't have known about her existence. However, he recognized her right away. Yeshua had talked about you back at Stone Medicine. To earn such praise from her shows that you're extraordinary in some ways. Miao Chan was aware that he was referring to Ming Yeshua of Alchemy Kingdom. Fairy Ming is too kind. Miao Chan gently sighed. She had to admit that the world was vast and unpredictable. She didn't know what there were 13 continents above the 9 worlds. Though Li Qie had killed her fiancé and destroyed her sect, she was able to go to an even bigger world on top of seeing an emperor from their sect. You can report to Jin Shi that I have destroyed your sect. He'll make his own decision. Li Qie looked at her and said. She spoke softly with different thoughts running through her mind. The ancestor is aware and told me to never offend you. After arriving at the 10th world, she was lucky enough to see her ancestor, Immortal Emperor Jin Shi. Alas, the emperor didn't become angry after knowing about the destruction. He stood there quietly before eventually telling Miao Chan to never seek revenge or act disrespectfully. In fact, it would be best if she would perform a greeting gesture each time. No one could swallow the anger of having their sect destroyed, especially immortal emperors, since this was truly offending them. However, the fact that the emperor told her not to seek revenge said everything. She was smart enough to know that it wasn't so simple and that she couldn't be involved in this matter. Even her emperor had to back off, let alone the juniors. Very well, how did you come here? Li Qie asked. When you broke the barrier back then, the scorpion god helped me up. Due to the blessings of the ancestors, I made it here to meet our immortal emperor. Miao Chan knew that lying to him was a foolish idea, so she told the truth. Scorpion god, huh? Li Qie remembered about the battle at Bayan City back then. The first to run was this fella. He used to be a general under immortal Emperor Jin Shi and was quite knowledgeable. The moment he noticed something was wrong, he ran so fast without caring about his status or reputation. He continued on with a smile, as the saying goes, a smart rabbit has 3 caves. Qilin and Jin Shi have left behind certain preparations and resources, no wonder why you could ascend. Quite lucky. It is thanks to you. She quietly said, very careful with her words. Their Miao clan still had enough resources and things left behind by the emperors. Thus, with the help of Scorpion God, she luckily was able to make it up here. The thing she didn't expect was to meet Wuxia in this boundless world. Fate was strange indeed. Wuxia said, though you have cultivated from the beginning and changed your Tao, you are still from the 9 worlds, so your new Tao is flawed. This is something Jin Shi doesn't quite grasp either, so he probably didn't expect this situation. If you stay ordinary in the future, then it won't matter, but if you reach the apex, this tiny flaw will be a fatal weakness. After she ascended, Immortal Emperor Jin Shi was pleased with her talents and gave her a Tao that was unfortunately incomplete. He didn't have a full understanding of it because he didn't expect for a descendant of his to come here without being an emperor already. Furthermore, he wasn't the creator of this Tao and only got the methods from Immortal Emperor Qilin. The ancestor had talked about this before. He wanted me to come to the academy, perhaps I can find a way to mend this flaw. She revealed the truth. It is indeed a good idea. If there is a place with an answer in the 13 continents, it would certainly be the academy. Wuxia smiled. This Tao came from the academy. To be more exact, it came from him a very long time ago. This was the reason why Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor said that he was the only one who had access to all the merit laws of both the 9 and 10th world. However, the academy has numerous Tao and laws. It's nothing that you can do in a few years, unless you have someone who can show you the way. Wuxia looked at her and said. She naturally understood this logic and gently sighed. However, she came from the 9 worlds. This wasn't something she could reveal to outsiders, so she couldn't ask the teachers for help. Fine, I'll just help you then. Wuxia said, I have a method here, just take it and you'll be fine. With that, he took out a scroll and began writing a cultivation law down, then handed it to her. Miao Chan accepted the scroll and stood there in a daze. Keep in mind that these methods were extremely precious, and furthermore, the two of them were still arguably enemies. Of course, she didn't think that he had done something to it because he could annihilate her with a flip of his palm. There was no need for scheming. Young noble, why are you so kind to me? She asked. Wuxia nonchalantly said, destroying the ravine is in the past now. In this world, obey me and live, oppose me and die, that's all. I'm not one to hold grudges, or I'll just be killing and killing, never having a single day of rest. Chapter 2015. Having said that, he paused for a moment before speaking. A smart person knows when to back off, and I'm always nice to smart people. That's my style. Miao Chan sighed in her mind, thinking that he would be the only one who could make the previous statement. Many have certainly done so, killing those who oppose them. However, they wouldn't state it outright and rather maintained an air of righteousness and humaneness. Wuxia didn't do so. He was arrogant and didn't care for anyone. Of course, this was predicated and built on his own capabilities and unstoppable power. Plus, I'm showing you the way because you are from the 9 worlds. He continued, the heroes from our 9 worlds are all masters after coming to the 10th. Throughout the history of the 13 continents, there are fewer immortal emperors, but all of them are certainly just as strong as the others. Though you aren't one, your talents and intelligence are still impressive. If you are going to live in this land, then continue forward and do not shame the reputation and prestige of those before you. Miao Chan was stirred after hearing this. Her arrival here was a stroke of fortune, and because she had nothing she would truly miss in the 9 worlds. She came into a whole new world and wouldn't regret dying along the way. However, after arriving, she was instantly attracted to this vast place. Under the guidance of her ancestor, she continued cultivating without thinking about reaching the apex. But now, after listening to him, she suddenly had a new perspective in life. A new door has been opened. She was smart enough to see the light and instantly experienced a transformative change. Her spirit became brighter and animated after having a new goal. "Thank you, young noble. Your words are equivalent to 10 years of searching for me," she said. It could be said that she wasted too much time on a romance during her youth. When Golden Crow Prince was ambitious, she simply revolved around him, helping him with planning and taking care of Heaven Hoof. After his death and the destruction of the sect, she fell into a depression for a long time. Though she had escaped the abyss, there was still a lingering uncomfortableness. At this moment, Wuxia had dispelled her issue, allowing her to see the bright world again. "Keep at it, you are gifted enough to earn a position in the 13 worlds. It won't be due to the protection of your ancestor, but because you are indeed capable of doing so." Wuxia nodded. Miao Chan took a deep breath, not expecting that an enemy was showing her a new path after a moment of introspection. After hearing this, "If I don't work hard now, I will be letting everyone down." She bowed deeply towards him. Wuxia nodded and started to leave. "Young noble, Fairy May is also at the academy. The tea garden has opened and she has been cultivating under an immortal pine tree," she told him quickly. "That girl. She's similar to you too, able to overcome an inner demon." He smiled and left. Miao Chan personally sent him off all the way outside of the shrine. Meanwhile, Six-Sword Young King and the other geniuses were standing there waiting. Their expression wasn't friendly toward Wuxia, especially the young king. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He became even more annoyed after seeing the other two walk together with intimate gestures. It was no secret that he had a crush on Miao Chan and he has been trying to court her as well. Alas, she remained courteous yet distant. Nevertheless, he thought he still had a chance because she acted indifferent towards everyone. Moreover, who was more qualified in 100 halls than him? He could crush anyone else in terms of background, talents, and power. But now, this man came out of nowhere and appeared to have a special relationship with Miao Chan. She even listened to him, something completely different than her previous attitude. It made the young king quite jealous. Of course, he still didn't know that Wuxia was a teacher at the academy. Who knows what would be running through his mind after finding out. Wuxia initially had no intention of finding Mei Suyao since he was very confident in her. After all, her talent spoke for itself. However, he looked towards the east and saw the purple clouds above. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Sigh, the girl has left the mundane vanity but she still wants to compete. He headed over that direction where there was a high peak. It was still within the territory of the tea garden. On top was an immortal pine tree full of leaves and auspicious energy. Rumor has it that many geniuses wanted to meditate beneath this tree. Of course, the most popular of them all were Harmony Immortal Monarchs. The couple used to study beneath this tree and that's when they started to have a crush on each other. When studying the Tao beneath, one could feel their mind clearing up and able to communicate with the heaven and earth. Of course, not just anyone could handle it. Those with weak talents and Tao heart would feel their soul leaving their body for a long time, unable to return for several years. Because of this, ordinary students didn't dare to partake in this risky yet beneficial endeavor, leaving it to the geniuses only. The top of this peak was quite vast and could easily accommodate 200 or so people. There were more than 100 students right now sitting on the ground to carefully listen. They were from Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion, meditating and discussing the Tao. Only the strongest geniuses from the classrooms were available even though there was no ban in this event. Top members like Rumination Godchild truly put others to shame. Because of this atmosphere, ordinary students found it even harder to participate. These geniuses would always spew out profound words, so the former crowd would only find embarrassment by coming here. Mei Suyao was meditating beneath the tree with the sound of the Tao coming from her mouth. When she chanted, the tree resonated by pouring down immortal energy and lifted her higher. She was already kingdom-toppling enough, but the current scene made her even more transcending and irresistible. This was before mentioning the content of her speech. The students sitting there became immersed. In the beginning, she wanted to learn under the tree during this tea party in order to comprehend certain Tao she found recently. However, she didn't expect for these geniuses to join in as well. Back in the 9 worlds, she used to preach about the Tao, but she lost interest in this later. After coming to the 10th, she simply focused on cultivation. However, these students all asked for her to preach, so she wasn't in a position to say no. She decided to talk about the classic laws of the academy in such an amazing manner that all of them became drowned in a stupor. The atmosphere was mystical as she went on, since the tree seemed to enjoy it. It poured down thick strands of energy that floated around her. Incredible! Thunderous applause came after she finished. Both the men and women here enthusiastically clapped and cheered. Mei Suyao was indeed talented enough to convince all of these students. She was virtually number 1 in terms of looks and power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the prettiest jewel of the academy. Sister, your Tao preach was amazing, probably on the same level as our teachers. The older students sighed in admiration. Chapter 2016. Outside of the Supreme Mortal School, Emperor Mansion and sacred institutions were full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Numerous high gods and immortal monarchs came from these classrooms. A top genius from an imperial lineage might not be the number 1 after coming to these classrooms, especially Emperor Mansion. This was the gathering place of the strongest geniuses of the 100 races. Even the famous Ren Sheng came from this class. These strongest geniuses would never submit to anyone else, all thought that they themselves were truly the best. Alas, this law preached by Mei Suyao has robbed them of this confidence. They were completely convinced by her skill and thought that it was on the same level as a teacher in the academy. Keep in mind that the teachers here were high gods, some were even emperors. No one among the student body can compare to your Tao preach and has put me to shame. Maybe even Brother Xuanji can't beat you at this. A male student stood up and said with admiration. He emitted a divine glow with a halo behind him, resulting in a holy and awe-inspiring appearance. The guy was quite famous at the academy, known as Xiaofan or Rumination Godchild. He came from a sect with 4 emperors. Him, Emperor Mansion's Free Sky young Lord Wang Xuanji, and 100 Hall's 6-sword young King Kong Yelin were known as the 3 Scions. Free Sky was number 1, Rumination was number 2, and 6-sword was in 3rd place. The 3 of them had a good relationship. Rumination Godchild was naturally the leader of sacred institution. Similar to 6-sword, he was talented enough to join Emperor Mansion, but he chose to stay in this classroom instead. Everyone knew that he was trying to court Mei Suyao, but unfortunately, she didn't have an inch of interest in him. Nevertheless, he remained confident in himself. Thus, his comment was indeed true because her speech was exceptional, but he was also trying to win her over. You're too kind, Senior Chen. I have just shown my incompetence earlier with that. Mei Suyao calmly responded, unmoved like the never-ending flow of a river. Fairy Mei is too much, so amazing yet humble. I would definitely love her to death if I was a man. Even the girls were prey to her charms. You're too modest, I have never heard someone preach this particular Tao law so well outside of the teachers. Rumination Godchild smiled and said. Yes, it's a shame that you made your Tao debut quite late, or you could probably be competing against seniors like Ren Sheng or Young Monarch. A male student chimed in. The boys here naturally had a crush on her. They were brilliant as well, only a little lacking compared to rumination. Fairy May, how about preaching a section of the war manual? That's another classic, everyone has a different explanation and view on it. The teachers all taught it in a different way, it's quite amazing. A male genius wanted to listen. Yeah, try the war manual now. The crowd joined in. Mei Suyao glanced at her peers and shook her head with a smile. Suyao is incapable, not daring to compete with the seniors. In the past, she was happy to Tao preach, but after meeting Wuxia, she realized the immensity of the heaven and earth. Once, she thought that she could understand the mysteries of the Tao due to her immortal bone. Alas, she found that compared to Wuxia's limitless knowledge, she was only a speck of sand in the ocean, can't reach the apex. She began to think that her Tao preaching was only showing off her lack of knowledge, not on the same level as Wuxia at all. Fairy May, just one more. Back then, Teacher Qihang moved the crowd with his version of war manual. With your talents not inferior to him, maybe you will even do a better job. Rumination smiled and said. Yes, just do it so that we can bask in this great moment if you were to surpass Teacher Qihang. The students here said again. The teacher being referred by the students here was Gu Qihang with the title of Young Monarch. This great talent was teaching at the academy right now. Even Rumination and Six Sword were completely convinced by him. Fairy May, please do it, it will be a perfect memory for our Tao session today. The students continued while she hesitated. After seeing their enthusiasm, she smiled wryly and went on, I can't refuse now, can I? Excuse me if I make any mistakes then. War, start with the mind in order to derive the laws, using battle to create the Tao and erect the myriad laws. Mei Suyao began spewing mantras and gave birth to the myriad laws. The pine tree was swaying back and forth as well while releasing even more purple and auspicious energy. The density was enough so it looked like there were elf spirits flying around her. It was an impeccable speech that caused a deluge of heavenly flowers to rain down. The students were intoxicated and cheered at certain lines. The atmosphere of the peak became quite good. The Tao of war is in the heart, not only to fight but to also serves as a deterrence. This is a peaceful art, a righteous type of Tao, she continued serenading the crowd. This part is incorrect. Someone interrupted her as she was about to reach the climax. Everyone was immersed in the speech, yet this voice seemingly poured cold water all over their head. They naturally became furious. This profound Tao speech was granting them great benefits, so the sudden interruption ruined the rhythm. Who the hell is speaking nonsense here? One male student angrily shouted. They all looked back and saw an ordinary man floating up in the peak. All eyes were on him now. No need to hide the desire for war, fight to the very end, a Tao to punish the heaven, this is the righteous path. No need for morality or peace, as long as a will to fight is in the heart, let it show. Wuxia spewed out mantras. Each word slammed into Mei Suyao's Tao heart like a bell. Others didn't know Mei Suyao well enough, unlike him. He knew the things holding her back, so he was solving her questions in order to light a path forward. She was quite shaken with his comments. Of course, the people here didn't know about their relationship. This public interruption was offensive in their eyes, so they became angry for her sake. Ignorant fool, showing your slight skill before an expert. One of them came out and said. That's right, where did this brat come from, daring to boast before our sacred institution and emperor mansion? We need to teach him a lesson. They looked down on him since he wasn't a part of either classroom. Junior, roll down the mountain now or I'll break your legs. Rumination was stirred as well, ready to kill. He was very pleased with the events so far leading to the tea party. The Tao preach was going quite well, but now, this brat has ruined everything. Wuxia ignored them and came beneath the pine tree. Young noble. Mei Suyao regained her wits and was jolted with excitement. She ran forward and embraced him. Looks like you're doing well and will be able to go quite far on this path. Wuxia happily smiled and said. I've really missed you, it's been so long. She didn't try to hide anything and hugged him tighter, not expecting to see him in this place. After the ascension, they came to arrogance and lost communication with Wuxia. Though she knew that he would be fine, the absence and longing tortured her day and night. I miss you too, but I had unfinished business. Wuxia gently caressed her beautiful hair. 1. This comment is just humble speech, very common but sounds weird in English. Chapter 2017. The entire place became quiet right away. More than 100 students became stupefied watching this scene and couldn't react. Yao Ting's mouth was especially agape. She found Wuxia to be even more mystifying. Mei Suyao was certainly the #1 beauty in the academy with talents on the same level as Ren Sheng and Young Monarch. Even Free Sky Young Lord and Rumination Godchild paled in comparison. The students here called her fairy and thought that she was on the same level as teacher Yu Qianxian, only weaker in cultivation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess in this academy. So many boys fell in love with her on first sight, even a genius like Rumination. The female students were also admiring her, some had stronger feelings than just admiration. Though everyone knew that Rumination had a crush on her, other geniuses still tried to court her all the same. She was willing to discuss the Tao with other students but she remained cold on the emotional front. Thus, she eventually became an unreachable goddess in the clouds. They all wondered what kind of man would be able to win her favor. But now, Wuxia today only looked like a common man, yet she was acting so affectionately before everyone. Their relationship was surely special. No one knew why their goddess would show so much affection towards this stranger. Jealousy naturally aroused in the heart of the male students here. Wuxia became public enemy #1, even Rumination Godchild scowled. He was the most annoyed out of everyone here since he got nothing from Mei Suyao despite his effort. But now, this nobody was embracing his goddess to his chagrin. After all the blessings he got from the heaven, he should be completely superior compared to this ugly junior. The hug lasted for a while before Wuxia let go and got a careful look at her. He smiled and commented, "You have overcome your mental weakness but not completely. In the competition for the Grand Tao, humility is not necessarily a virtue, same with wishing to fight. Point your blade at the heaven and thrust. That's what you need to do. I'm not a match for you in terms of having a domineering Tao." She smiled charmingly like a young lady. She rarely revealed such an innocent smile. It was a wondrous appearance, enough to steal the soul of the men and women present. "You will be just fine, it's just that I left an inner demon in you back then." With that, Wuxia released a Tao law from his finger. This silk-like finger entered her forehead with a buzzing noise. In the blink of an eye, her forehead became resplendent with immortal halos. It made her even more transcendent. The immortal bone in her forehead was the thing exuding this light, it changed her temperament completely. This strand of Tao law also lit up her Tao heart like the rays of the sun. It chased away the dust and confusion, allowing her to jump and fly unrestrained in this vast world. In the past, she also wanted to reach the apex and exceed everyone else. Alas, after utterly losing to Wuxia, she found him to be an unsurpassable goal. Thus, ambition seemed meaningless, so she lost her goal. It didn't matter how strong she could become, there was no overcoming him. After Wuxia opened a path to the 10th world, she began on a new Tao and her goal was now to defeat herself instead of competing with others. Nevertheless, there were still remnants of doubts and a lack of confidence in her. Of course, this was when she compared herself to Wuxia, not anyone else. Right now, he was helping her overcoming this inner demon. The warm rays poured down and she opened her eyes, much more spirited and beautiful than before, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Confidence was the key here. Her previous mentality returned with a touch of unyieldingness. "Thank you for your help, young noble." She took a deep breath and could sense a different Tao containing her image. "It is because of your own effort." Wuxia stroked her hair and smiled. "You have been moving forward all along and able to overcome your mental weakness, or no one would have been able to help you. I simply lit up the lamp so that you can see yourself and the road ahead." Suya found it comfortable and happy to be around Wuxia. He always knew her thoughts and acted as a guiding light forward. As long as he was around, the Grand Tao might be long but not quite lonely. Only before him would she show her most beautiful and gentle smile. The crowd was stunned to see this unprecedented beauty. No one has seen her so comfortable before. She was smiling not for an expert or supreme expert, but this ordinary guy. Rumination scowled before standing up while cupping his fist towards Suyao, then asked with a smile, "Fairy Mei, who is this fellow Taoist? Will you introduce us?" He thought that he was being a gentleman right now. Normally, he wouldn't give a guy like this a second glance. Suyao grabbed Wuxia's arm in an intimate manner, then smilingly stared at him, waiting for him to respond instead. Wuxia looked at Rumination and smiled, "Just a passerby, no need to say." With that, he came up to Yao Ting and waved his hand in front of her. "Let's go, don't just stand there looking silly now." Yao Ting looked a bit embarrassed since she was completely frozen earlier. She then followed the other two. My name is Yao Ting from 100 Halls." She never expected to be able to stand so close to Suyao one day. After all, 100 Halls and Imperial Mansion were separated by a great distance. The majority of students from the mansion would come out to be high gods or emperors. Anything less would be quite shameful. Sister Ting must be extraordinary to earn the young noble's grace. "Your future is looking bright." Mei Suyao greeted back. Being praised by Mei Suyao made her feel strange. In fact, she didn't even know why Wuxia seemed to like her, but she could sense his concerns and protective nature towards her. Of course, she didn't think that he liked her for her looks or talents. This only added to the overall confusion. As the three were descending down the peak, a group of people was waiting and stopped them. Chapter 2018. The group had both men and women with extraordinary presence. They clearly had a high upbringing. One of the leaders was no stranger to the group, Six-Sword Young King. There was another familiar face to Wuxia, Yi Xiaoxiang, who got slapped flying by him. She was standing obediently next to another girl. This one was dressed in a phoenix dress decorated with peacock feathers. Her sleeves had embroidered jades, resulting in a noble appearance. Her eyes fierce and oppressive, looking down on all. The group was clearly hostile, but after seeing Mei Suyao, the young king was stunned. Their aura weakened considerably. Fairy Mei? He didn't know what kind of charisma this brat had. First, Miao Chan was very obedient, and now, he was talking together with Fairy Mei? How puzzling. The girl next to Xiaoxiang was surprised too. Nevertheless, she maintained a firm stance. "Fairy Mei, we will apologize for bothering you in the future, but we have some personal grievances to settle right now. Please stand aside." The girl was relatively polite towards Mei Suyao. After all, this was a supreme genius from Emperor Mansion. She needed to give Suyao some face. Suyao turned towards Wuxia and chuckled since she could guess what was going on. "If that's the case, I won't interfere then." She smiled and got out of the way. Yao Ting was surprised by this, not knowing why the famous Suyao backed off. She thought that Suyao would try to persuade them, and it would most likely be successful too, given Suyao's status and power. Little did Yao Ting know that the victims were going to be the other group. If she interfered right now, that group wouldn't know the fatal danger they were putting themselves in. In fact, they would be annoyed at her for being nosy. Being a good person and gaining nothing but animosity? Suyao didn't wish to do such a thankless task. The young king heaved a sigh of relief after this. The other girl also cupped her fist at Suyao. Fairy May, let's meet up another day. She assumed that Suyao was feeling apprehensive about the power behind her. Suyao only smiled and didn't wish to elaborate. No one could stop others from courting death. Wuxia smiled and looked at the students surrounding him. Is there a problem? Lady, it's that slut who. Yi Xiaoxiang pointed at Yao Ting and shouted. Pop! Wuxia interrupted her with a slap and sent her flying once more while spewing blood. He was still exercising restraint or she would be dead already. Nevertheless, the attack was still too fast and no one could react in time to stop him. The young king and the other girl were both afraid and furious after seeing this. Due to their status at the academy, no one would instantly beat their follower after a quick disagreement. Slapping Xiaoxiang was the same as slapping them. A declaration of war. You're pushing it. The furious young king unsheathed two divine swords with surging bloodthirst. The academy isn't a place for you to do as you please. If this wasn't the academy, he would have killed Wuxia already. Alas, prudence was necessary when inside the academy ground. The girl also exuded her power with rage and stared down Wuxia. Junior, I don't care who you are, you're not leaving this place in peace. No one can protect you after you have angered Yi Miaoxue. Such bold words, but I've seen even bolder people than you before. Wuxia chuckled and said. The young king took a deep breath to calm down. He was still the leader of 100 halls, so he needed to act properly. Fellow student, you must not know Princess Yi? Opposing her is the same as opping Free Sky sect, not a wise move at all. I recommend for you to take a step back and just bow and apologize, then I'll take care of it for you. We're still classmates, after all. The young king still didn't know that Wuxia was a teacher and thought that he was from 100 halls. There weren't that too many students in the upper classrooms, so if Wuxia were from there, he would have recognized the guy. There were more than 10,000 students at 100 halls. There was no way for him to know all of them. The guy was ambitious indeed. He wanted to establish prestige in the academy, so he wanted to use Wuxia to show everyone the benefits of joining him. Furthermore, killing was forbidden at the academy. Thus, Yi Miaoxue only wanted to punish the guy. He just needed to back off for a bit before jumping in to save Wuxia. It was a good move that would strengthen his reputation. This princess was very famous at the academy and many wanted to please her. Free Sky had 5 emperors in arrogance. No one was stronger than them outside of ancient repository and mysterious bamboo mountain. Miaoxue was also adored by its current successor, Free Sky Young Lord, and the ancestors there. This was the reason why her maid was so arrogant. After being slapped by Wuxia, the maid immediately cried and told Miaoxue. Thus, Miaoxue wanted to let everyone know that if you want to beat a dog, you must look at its master first. Slapping her maid was the same as slapping her, so Miaoxue was here to get even. Bow and apologize? Wuxia chuckled. All of you are the ones who need to do so before it's too late. I am magnanimous and merciful, so I will allow you to do so. The other two were shocked to hear this. The students that followed them glared angrily at Wuxia as well. Princess, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. One student shouted. At the academy, no one would dare to offend the princess and her senior brother, Free Sky Young Lord. Thus, these students wanted to flatter her or even help her kill Wuxia. However, they were still afraid of the academy's rules. Killing another student was a grave matter, so it was better to teach Wuxia a lesson now than secretly kill him later. Ignorant fool, I'll break your bones today. Miaoxue had a murderous glint in her eyes. Fellow student, you're making it hard for me by purposely causing trouble and ruining the friendship between our classrooms. That's not good for our 100 halls, so I'm afraid I just can't sit idly by and watch and must maintain orders. The young king added. He was ready to kill after seeing Wuxia not giving a damn about him. This guy had no sense of propriety, so it was time to make an example of him, so that the other students in 100 halls could also learn that it was unwise to provoke him. Chapter 2019, Wuxia gave the young king a relaxed smile. Is that so? I actually want to see these rules then. The young king's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Wuxia has provoked him several times, a challenge to his authority at 100 halls. Good, very well, looks like our 100 halls always produce more and better talents in each generation. Princess Yi, no need for you to take action today. Leave it to me to sweep through the trash of my classroom. So be it. Yi Miaoxue replied, I'm sure as the leader of 100 halls, you can deliver justice to our free sky disciple. Brat, I won't bully you. You go first for 3 moves. The young king arrogantly stepped up with both hands behind his back. 3 moves? You will probably take him down in 2. Another student from 100 halls flattered. Young king, wait. A student ran over right before the start of the climax and panicked. What? The young king frowned at the rushing student. The student whispered to the young king while stealing glances at Wuxia in horror. The young king's expression darkened after hearing this and also stared at Wuxia. What's wrong, young king? Yi Miaoxue raised her brows after seeing the hesitating king. The young king's color kept on changing with an embarrassed expression as if he had just swallowed a fly. He was at an impasse, not knowing what to do. Aren't you going to uphold the rules of 100 Hall? Wuxia looked at him and said. The king smiled wryly and said, young noble Li, no, teacher Li, I didn't know you were a teacher from study room, this is a misunderstanding. So it turned out that after Wuxia was hanging around with Miao Chan, the king immediately wanted to know his background, so he sent followers for inquiry. Alas, he found out just now that Wuxia was actually a teacher, not a student. After the revelation, the students here immediately lowered their head, some even tumbled backward. They didn't want Wuxia to remember their face. Most were ready to run already but couldn't until Wuxia says something. Remember, all teachers at the academy were extraordinary existences. Even the weakest ones were still powerful enough in order to qualify for the position. Students in the academy could cause trouble and fight with each other. In fact, the academy even implicitly allowed for such a thing since competition and conflicts could lead to improvements. The students required experiences and struggles. But this wasn't the case for the teachers. One would need to be quite mighty to challenge a teacher and ready to face the consequence. Unless you could defeat all the teachers, be ready for expulsion or even imprisonment. Ultimately, the student body included geniuses from great powers, even imperial successors. If the academy didn't have absolute authority and anyone could just challenge it, then there was no point for its existence. Because of this, if someone wanted to be the leader, very well, they just needed to sweep through their peers. If they wanted to fight, they could even challenge the teachers. However, relying on one's background to bully a teacher was absolutely taboo. So now, when Yi Miaoxue and Six Swords groups were surrounding Wuxia, a teacher from the academy, this became quite a big deal. Wuxia didn't need to do anything right now. If he were to report this to the academy, he could have his way. An easy interpretation would be the students challenging him, but if he decided to be harsh on them, he could say that they conspired to take down a teacher. The latter would result in a grave punishment, if not immediate expulsion. Miaoxue and Six Sword were in a better spot than the others. After all, they had a good background. Even in the case of expulsion, they could still learn and train later in other places. This wasn't the case for the other students. They would lose all status at their own sects after being expelled. It might even be hard for them to live in arrogance afterward. Their sect sent them here not just for training and learning, but also to build relationships. Thus, this was a matter beyond their personal education. Returning in failure would not end well for them. Teacher, an atmosphere of dread loomed over the crowd. Wuxia didn't really care for these paled students and said flatly, "Anyone else got something to say?" These students didn't dare to respond and continued to hide their face, hoping that Wuxia didn't know them well enough to name them later on. The young king was in a tough spot. If he wanted to go hard, then he would need to fight against Wuxia. Of course, this required a massive amount of determination. Not many students in the entire academy would dare to challenge a teacher. And you? Wuxia's eyes fell into the indignant-looking Yi Miaoxua now. Yes. Even if you're a teacher, you can't just beat students as you please, that's a violation in teachers' code of conduct. She wasn't ready to let this go but couldn't also challenge Wuxia directly, so she chose a different path. Plus, giving up right now would be very damaging for her image as a noble princess. Is that so? I have none anyway. Wuxia smiled and said. You. She was speechless since Wuxia didn't play along with her accusation. Most teachers cared about their image and upheld a certain guideline of morality and professionalism. This guy didn't give a damn at all, so it ruined her follow-up. I will report this to the academy. A teacher nonchalantly bullies the students and hurt a female disciple from Free Sky? My sect will also let the academy hear about this. She shouted in response. She mustered courage out of nowhere to oppose him. All in all, she was still the daughter of an ancestor in Free Sky. This particular monarch had a pivotal position in the sect, so she rode his coattails there as well. Normally, she was pampered and enjoyed the treatments befitting of a princess everywhere she went, even at the academy. Her imperious self could look down on anyone and was afraid of none. But now, this nameless teacher was taking her down a notch. There was no way she could swallow this anger. She wasn't stupid either and realized that her personal reputation couldn't scare him. Thus, she involved her sect as well. Ultimately, this was a sect with 5 emperors and her father was quite powerful. This was enough to slightly influence the academy. Wuxia laughed in response, "No problem, since I'll be in trouble anyway, let me show you how fun it is to not have a teacher's code of conduct. You may start first so that you can't say I won't give you a chance a bit later." You. She staggered backward, aghast. Start. His eyes turned cold with an unquestionable authority, instilling chills down to the very spine. Boom. She had no choice but to channel her vitality. The weapon of an immortal monarch appeared above her. She was only a regional princess, yet she still had an imperial weapon. This was indicative of how loved she was in the sect. An imperial weapon. The students shuddered and wisely stepped back, aware of its power. I'm not afraid of you. My sect has 5 immortal monarchs. You think you're special just because you're a teacher here? She shouted back at Wuxia, emboldened by the weapon. 1. Clarification, she's a regional princess, but I felt like it wasn't necessary to include this in the translation for readability. For this context, should have done so. There really isn't a direct translation for this, but in terms of English nobility, she would be the daughter of a duke, not the king. In Chinese's imperial government, she would be the daughter of the emperor's brothers/sisters, his niece. She could also be the daughter of kings/high-ranked official or generals that have been granted the imperial last name. Chapter 2020. Nothing special at all, but more than enough to beat you down without worrying about it. Wuxia retorted with a faint smirk. Die. She had no other choice now since fierce words have been said and she needed to back it up without showing fear. Boom. the weapon suppressed the entire area. Its imperial laws poured down like waterfalls with a crushing might. Geniuses the students might be, they were still too young and their cultivation wasn't at the level capable of resisting the power of these imperial weapons. Thus, the majority of the crowd here felt their legs giving in. Child's play. Wuxia didn't bat an eye and reached for the weapon. Is he insane? The students were stupefied. No one would dare to touch a weapon with their bare hands, this was certainly suicidal and crazy. Boom! Contrary to everyone's expectation of him being crushed, he easily grabbed the weapon and it couldn't move at all. The imperial laws screamed and struggled to no avail. Impossible! The crowd watched with silly eyes in disbelief. Just how heaven-defying was this power? Next, Wuxia unleashed a palm on Miaoshue's chest and penetrated through it completely. Blood gushed everywhere. She couldn't retaliate before a loud bang. He ruthlessly kicked her, who knows how many bones were broken in the process. The girl fell down in her pool of quietly flowing blood. She was still alive but the grievous injuries left her immobile. The stench of blood permeated to the tip of everyone's nose and stimulated their senses. Everything happened so fast from the start to finish. The weaker students didn't see Wuxia's moves at all. Though she wasn't the strongest student at the academy, having the imperial weapon allowed her to be among the top rankers. She might not be able to take on the three scions but was still much stronger than even members of sacred institution. Alas, it only took one palm and one kick from Wuxia to subdue her completely. The crowd shuddered while looking at the bloodied and battered girl. Even Yao Ting was shocked. Wuxia gave her the impression that he was a gentle and calm man. This ruthless scene proved otherwise and truly shook her to the core. The students here were familiar with blood but this merciless and successful attack that crippled a genius still caught them off guard. Wuxia threw the weapon back to Miaoshue as if it was trash, even a stronger weapon is still only a weapon. Now, he turned his sight at Yi Xiaoxiang. This prompted her to nearly drop helplessly on the ground. Take her back to heal. Wuxia ordered, since you're all students, I'll be sparing you today. Xiaoxiang was scared out of her mind and wouldn't dare to fart at this moment. His order sounded like the most merciful amnesty so she and some other students picked up Miaoshue and ran away. He still went easy on Miaoshue and didn't leave behind any lasting damage. As long as she stayed in bed and recuperated for a while, she would be just fine. Plus, her sect could provide her with precious ointments and medicines so the recovery wouldn't be difficult. After she was taken away, the other students still didn't dare to move. Six-sword young king felt the same dread. Though he believed that he was much stronger than Miaoshue, he lost all confidence after seeing Wuxia in action earlier. There was no escaping if Wuxia decided to teach him a lesson for the disrespect earlier. I'm someone who doesn't mind being challenged. Don't worry that I'm a teacher, if I'm an eyesore, just come and take me on. Wuxia revealed a gentle smile at the crowd, in fact, I'll even reward the challengers. Survive 10 moves and I shall grant you a fortune, survive 50 moves and I will grant you a supreme creation, as for 500 moves, I'll make you an immortal monarch. The smile became gentler and gentler along with his tone. Of course, one must pay the price before getting something back in return, such as being crippled by me. Brace yourself mentally before challenging me, prepare for the pain before the gain, am I right, everyone? The students had no response. This was the first time they saw a teacher like this. Was he trying to encourage his students or just declaring war against all of them? Something like this might be unprecedented at the academy. Meanwhile, Mei Suyao was the only one who was nonchalant. It was only the students who didn't know the type of existence they were facing. Alright, no need to worry about this, it's in the past now. Go off and do whatever you want to do. Wuxia clapped his hands and told the petrified crowd. The students ran as fast as they could after hearing this. Even six-sword young king left quietly, not daring to utter a single word before Wuxia. He wasn't strong enough to take the teacher on, for now at least. Despite his annoyance or even hatred, he needed to keep it in. Wuxia smiled and left with Suyao and Yaoting. The event started quite a storm and many students found out. The other students looked at him with a different eye now. They excitedly talked about the beating, some even gave him the nickname, Violent Teacher. At this moment, he looked like a frightening dragon to them. His 3 students from study room came to find him after hearing about the event. Teacher. Yi Xinxue called for him in the distance and the group ran over. They were surprised to see Mei Suyao. Of course they knew about her. Fairy Mei. Xinxue greeted with admiration shimmering in her pretty eyes. Fairy Mei, this girl is your fan ever since you joined the academy. Gold Loop added. Brother Wang, Xinxue was embarrassed and glared at him. Suyao smiled, as cool as always, little sister, no need for that. I'm just an ordinary person. If you work hard, one day, you can be standing at top and others will become your fans. Xinxue didn't expect for the famous Suyao to be so easygoing and nice. She assumed that Suyao would be imperious and unreachable. The comment resonated with her. Well said. Wuxia nodded, the grand Tao is long, just don't forget your goal and one day, you will soar above the 9 firmaments. No need to admire anyone else then since you will be the star instead. Xinxue and Yaoting pondered about the grand comment. Only Jinsheng was nonchalant about it. Teacher and Fairy may have lofty goals. Gold Loop scratched his head and laughed, but I'm not that ambitious. It's enough for me to stare at the apex while trying to rebuild my clan. Chapter 2021. Many students gathered along the rolling hills, waiting for the tea garden to open since trespassing was impossible. Of course, where they were standing was only the entrance, not the garden itself. Rumble. With loud explosions, 2 wooden paths appeared in the sky along with an engulfing mist covering the entire mountain range. Everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the students quickly jumped on the paths and rode the wind just like immortals. The garden is opening. They excitedly shouted, eager to start. Boom! Peaks suddenly landed from above, but they were relatively tiny, more like huge boulders. Fellow students, get ready to enter. Fortunes or not depend on yourself, don't force it if it isn't meant to be. An old man appeared among the mist, a teacher from the academy. Yes. The students quickly picked a peak and jumped on top. In a short time, each peak had students above, usually in groups of 3 or 5. They chose to go together because of strength in number, increasing their chance of success. Even geniuses from Emperor Mansion and Sacred Institution got here now, such as Six Sword and Rumination. These 2 leaders took 2 biggest peaks with many followers from their respective classrooms. Rumination had many powerful geniuses with him, this was quite a formidable force. Though students from 100 halls were no match in comparison, they had the number advantage. Because of this, the rest of the crowd stay far away from Rumination and Six Sword. They understood that the resources and benefits of this tea party will be taken by these 2 first. Others wouldn't want to compete against them. Strange enough, Miao Chan was all alone on a small peak in a conspicuous corner. The mist nearly hid her completely. Sister, how about coming with us? Six Sword quickly asked after seeing her. In fact, he has been looking for her the entire time, so he didn't waste any time. Thank you, senior. She shook her head and said, I'm only here for a look, not to search for fortunes, so I do not wish to disturb your plan. She understood him too well, so she refused. He came from a prestigious clan with an 11-totem high god, so his nature was one of arrogance since youth. Someone like this would clearly oppose Wuxia later, a suicidal path. The young king was naturally unhappy to hear the refusal. It took quite a lot of effort for him to invite her to the tea party in the first place, so he didn't expect her to back off right now. The first thing that came on his mind was Wuxia. He must have told her something or she wouldn't have abandoned the initial plan. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Wuxia. Wuxia and his group of 5 were standing on another small peak. The king was even more annoyed to see him surrounded by beauties. He had 100 reasons to hate Wuxia right now. Alas, there was nothing he could do since the guy was a teacher. Rumination Godchild was also annoyed due to Wuxia and Mei Suyao's intimacy. He also wanted to report to the academy that this guy wasn't acting like a teacher at all. It was unsightly and improper for one to be so close with his students. It would be a big offense for a teacher to be seducing his students. Alright, young friends, begin. However, the old teacher interrupted his train of thoughts and declared. Boom! All the peaks started flying forward just like ships. The students stood on top and let the peaks take them wherever. I've ridden bulls, horses, and cranes before. This is my first time riding a mountain. Goldloop smiled and said. Yao Ting and Xinxue felt that this was refreshing too since it was their first time at Tea Garden. The peaks aren't moving, you think you're actually riding one? Jinsheng said, the area is changing and giving you the illusion that these peaks are moving. They're not. Goldloop found this impossible. It's a monumental shift in this region, like the changing of the stars. If you fall down from this peak right now, you'll return to the academy. All you have been doing is standing in the same spot. Jinsheng elaborated. You know so much about this place, have you been here before, old Lu? Xinxue asked curiously. Jinsheng didn't answer him and continued staring forward with a strange expression before falling into deep contemplation. Mei Suyao smiled at Wuxia. She was different from Yao Ting and Goldloop and could sense that this old man was not normal, thanks to her all-seeing immortal bone. Of course, she also knew that it didn't matter how good he was at hiding because it was useless before Wuxia. There was no doubt that Wuxia had agreed for the guy to hang around. Boom! After the peaks traveled for a bit, everything suddenly stopped, including the lingering mist. Before them was an unreasonably gigantic tablet resembling an arm. There were 2 words engraved on it, Tea Garden. Below were numerous runes organized in an orderly fashion, a lengthy description. These runes were beautifully carved. From the distance, they looked like little immortals flying around or little ethereal sparks. Young friends, we're here now. Come in. The old teacher laughed and told the students before disappearing. Let's go. The students applauded and rushed into the tea garden. No one wanted to be left behind, so they seized the initiative to get the good stuff first. No one took a second glance at the tablet since they were here for the fortunes in the garden. They didn't bother reading the runic text on it outside of a few people. Some would pause and notice that it was about the origin of the academy. They quickly lost interest because there was nothing special about it. This wasn't the case for Xinxue. She took her time because she loved historical text the most. The rest of the group didn't share the same interest. So there was an abyss in this place during the creation of the academy. This wasn't written down at the library. She became immersed. Keep speculating, if you can see through it, it will grant you great benefits. Wuxia gently patted her head and said, after all, Immortal Emperor Fei isn't idle enough to write this description down for no reasons. Immortal Emperor Fei wrote this? She was shocked after finding out that this was an imperial text. Indeed. This is about the origin of the academy, go on now. Wuxia chuckled, as for the rest, we'll go inside. He didn't force the others who didn't care for history and went inside the garden with them. Meanwhile, Xinxue stood before the tablet, scrutinizing each word in order to understand them. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.